The will of fire still burns, time off and the Chunin exams. Hokage Tower. It was a beautiful night in Konoha. The sun was setting, the clouds were turning a beautiful orange and pink color in the sky, and people were moving about in the streets getting ready for their nightly activities. Team 11 had just gotten back this morning and was now finally in the Hokage's office giving him their mission report, well, an edited version of the mission report. It was no secret that Naruto disliked Minato, and if the Hokage heard the real mission report there was doubt he would make a big deal of it and hound Naruto for answers. The outcome would not be good for anyone. Obito was just finishing up the report to his sensei. And after everything that happened they renamed Yuki no Kuni as Haru no Kuni. The new daimyo, who we were secretly tasked with protecting, Kazuhana Koyuki, has offered an alliance to us as a thank you for our village's help. She requests that you respond as quickly as possible, sensei. They are getting their affairs in both the country and Yukigakure as we speak. Obito handed Minato the scroll with all of the specifics detailing a request for an alliance and stepped back. With his report they should be done with their business at the Hokage Tower and would receive their pay for the C-rank turned A-rank mission. Thank you, Obito. I'm sorry that your team had to go through all of that on their first real mission. A similar instance happened to Team 7, who were assigned a mission to guard a bridge builder in Nami no Kuni where they encountered Rokusho Ao and several other AIM shinobi. They managed to overthrow the tyrant ruling the country and recovered the Raijin no Ken. They did rescue the country, however the genin barely made it back alive. They're all recovered now though, and thankfully there were no permanent injuries. I'm glad that all of you came out relatively unscathed. Obito smiled, proud of his students, while the three genin nodded their heads. Minato continued, now I'm giving you a day off to relax and recover, all of you could use it. You can start back on D-rank missions after that. You can all receive your pay on the way out of the tower. Oh! Naruto, could you please stay behind? Naruto raised an eyebrow but would listen to the Hokage's request. He turned toward Satsuki and the rest of his team. You guys can go, I'll see you at the training ground in a few days. Satsuki, why don't you head home? I'm sure Mikoto-chan missed us and would love to hear about what happened on the mission from you. Satsuki nodded furiously. She was excited to see Mikoto and tell her about everything that happened on their mission. Naruto snickered a bit. If he was the one to tell Mikoto Kami no, he would get the scolding of a lifetime. She was far too overprotective of him. All three of his teammates left, knowing that whatever the Hokage wanted with Naruto it would take a while and they wanted no part of it. What is you wish to speak to me about, Hokage-sama? I have already given my account for what happened on the mission. Is this perhaps an unrelated matter? Minato sighed. He really wished that Naruto would go back to calling him Tusan, or at least acknowledging that they were still family. He looked up at his son and quickly analyzed the Ravenette's appearance once again. He just couldn't get used to it. Naruto doesn't even look like my son anymore. He refuses to wear clothes, he dyed his hair over 3 years ago and hasn't changed it back yet. I miss seeing that blonde hair on him. And all of those tattoos. Kushina and I would never approve of those. I mean, look at that huge one on his back. I just want my son back. I just want to go back to being family again. Naruto, why didn't you tell me or anyone else that you had the Sharingan? This question surprised Naruto. Not because he was surprised, no, the whole reason he used it against Obito was to let people know that he had it so they wouldn't ask too many questions later on. He was surprised because he could have asked this months ago. Naruto knew that this wasn't all Minato wanted to talk about. Naruto opened his right eye revealing a crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan. I was not a shinobi under you until recently, Hokage-sama. Therefore I had no obligation to tell you. Also Mikoto and Satsuki did know about it, but revealing such information to the entire village is unwise, as you know. Naruto replied emotionlessly. How long have you been keeping this a secret? Minato was trying to hide his frustration of his own son keeping so many secrets from him. Naruto thought for a minute, seeing no reason to try to keep this a secret when he already knew of it, well over 3 years. Minato went wide-eyed. He expected for him to have had it transplanted just before he became a genin. He's been hiding that eye from us for that long? Does he really trust us so little? I have to fix things, I can't leave them the way they are. If I don't, things may never go back to being how they used to be. Minato was hurt at what his son had done. Just as the Hokage was about to speak once more, but the wooded doors to his office swung open. Both of the occupants of the room looked over to the door to see who had interrupted them, though Naruto didn't really care, he just wanted to leave before Minato could give his forgiveness speech. He took back his thoughts as he saw just who it was. Walking through the doors into the middle Hokage office were some of the people Naruto wanted to see least. There stood the 6 members of Team 7, and immediately Naruto knew that this was going to be a much bigger pain in the ass than he thought, as they stood there staring at his lone Sharingan eye. Naruto sighed. It wasn't going to be much of a secret for long anyways. I actually plan to reveal my eye along with most of my power during the Chunin exams. I'm pretty sure that Obito-sensei would enlist us in the upcoming one with how much we've improved. They don't know that it's Shirsue's eye or that I have the Mangekyo, so I'm not too worried. What I want to keep a secret for now is my Logia abilities and my summoning contract. Narumi and Natsuki looked happy to finally see their Nissan again. They hadn't heard anything about him since all of them became genin over a month ago. They were secretly jealous of Satsuki and Hana for being on his team while they were stuck on a team with the fangirl and their more insufferable brother. Nawaki had slimmed down considerably since he started doing real training with his team and couldn't slack off as much, but he still wore that hideous orange jumpsuit. He didn't really care about seeing his brother again, but he was curious about why he was here alone. Sakura was not sure what to think about Naruto. She had heard great things about him from Tsunade Shirso, but back in the academy he didn't seem all that special. Hell, he barely ever showed up. Plus her Nawaki-kun was at the top of the class. He was the rookie of the year after all, and Naruto was just somewhere in the middle. Kushina blushed at seeing her son shirtless and was ecstatic at finally seeing her son again, but then her smile dropped as she remembered those words that he said to her all those years ago. They hadn't had a real conversation since then. The only times they talked was when she used to beg him to come live at the estate again, but he refused her every attempt. Kakashi didn't really know the young man in front of him all that well, but he had seen the interactions between him and his family, and the Jonin thought that Naruto should forgive his family and give them a chance. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all silent and staring in shock at the sight of Naruto with a Sharingan eye. "Nissan, when did you get back? We heard that your team was sent to Yuki no Kuni to protect a famous actress," Natsuki said, trying to start a conversation with the obviously uninterested Ravenet. "We just returned here today. The mission was somewhat similar in nature to your mission to Nami no Kuni, I suppose, only a bit worse." This surprised a majority of the new arrivals in the room. That mission had been an absolute nightmare for the four newly minted genin. If not for the Kyuubi chakra inside of them, Natsuki, Narumi, and Nawaki would have died. Sakura was only able to heal her wounds because of her basic knowledge in medical ninjutsu. "Wow, that's amazing, Nissan. Would you maybe want to go out and celebrate with us for our successful missions?" Natsuki asked, obviously nervous. Naruto sighed. At least they distracted Minato enough to stop the obvious interrogation. He still couldn't understand his sisters. They used to just ignore him or preach to him about how he should try harder in the academy. Then Narumi does a complete turnaround in her attitude and starts obsessing over him as much as Natsuki always had. Women were always too complicated for him to deal with. Mikoto and Satsuki were the only exceptions. "I already have plans for tonight, perhaps another time." Naruto grew tired of all this commotion. Honestly, he just wanted to finally go back home and spend some time with Mikoto. He had really missed her. "If that will be all, Hokage-sama, then I'll take my leave," Naruto stated bluntly as he started toward the door. Minato looked away from the new arrivals to see Naruto's tattooed back walking away from him. "Wait, Naruto, please come back home, we all miss you. You don't need to keep avoiding us. You don't have to keep staying with your friends at the Uchiha compound. If you come back, we can train you too. I'll even teach you my personal jutsus, just please come back." Naruto paused, wailing for a moment. Most of the others in the room were hopeful, surprised at Minato's obvious begging, but still hopeful, thinking that he was considering it. However, they couldn't be further from the truth. Do these people really think that we'll all be one big happy family with a few words? I only have one family and one home. I thought I made that clear years ago. They're like that insect dodo, they just don't give up. Naruto looked back over his left shoulder. "I am going home. I'm going home to my real family, my only family. A place that I can truly call my home, not that empty estate you're referring to." Naruto was about to continue his way out the door but was stopped when Kakashi blocked his path. "Naruto, you should really forgive Sensei and Kushina-sama. They're your family after all and really want you to come back to them. They really do miss you." Kakashi didn't understand why Naruto had distanced himself from his family. The boy's parents were still alive and he had siblings too. What more could he possibly want? Was this all because they refused to train him early on in life? If so, the Jonin would force him back to the Uzumaki Namake's estate. Naruto never really liked Kakashi. He always followed Minato's beliefs, preaching them like they were from the Bible or the law. Honestly, it made Naruto sick how the man in front of him didn't even live by his own beliefs, but instead the ones that he was force-fed by the village and the people leading it. To Naruto, Kakashi was of no importance, nothing more than Minato's loyal fanboy. "Thank you for the advice, Kakashi-san, but I prefer to live by my own beliefs, not just follow what people tell me to do." He began to walk out once more. His statement made Kakashi visibly upset. The silver-haired man went to stop the boy and drag him back to his real home. However, just as he was about to grab Naruto and pull him back into the room, the Jonin's hand passed through the Ravenette's shoulder, burning his fingerless glove off in the process. A moment of silence passed, and by then Naruto was long gone, leaving them with only one thought going through their heads. What just happened? Uchiha household. Dealing with the Hokage and Team 7 had taken longer than had expected, and it was already dark out, far past when the Uchihas usually ate dinner. After grabbing a quick meal of sushi, so that Mikoto wouldn't have to make him anything, Naruto slowly walked home, wanting to enjoy the fresh air. Although he did enjoy the time he spent in Haru no Kuni, it was good to be back in Konoha. Naruto had just gotten back home and was expecting to be greeted by an energetic Satsuki who was telling Mikoto all about their mission excitedly, but when he got home he was greeted with a sight he wasn't expecting. Mikoto was sprawled out on the couch sleeping softly. She was wearing a black tank top that showed a fair amount of cleavage and a short black skirt. Naruto was mesmerized by the sight. Had he been a pervert like his sensei, there would be blood dripping out of his nose. Thankfully a pervert he was not, but even so he couldn't help but stare. At first Naruto had only seen Mikoto as a mother figure, one who could give him a mother's love, but he just couldn't do that to her. He refused to just use her to replace Kushina. That's why he refused to call her Kaa-san or even Kaa-chan when she first asked. Thankfully her never called her any of those titles, or things would be a bit complicated right now. The raven-haired teenager had always found Mikoto absolutely stunning. Her silky black hair that flowed down to her mid-back, her perfectly heart-shaped face, those onyx eyes that held so much love and warmth, and both women and men would kill to have her body. Though he found her gorgeous, that wasn't the reason he fell in love with the woman before him. She loved him unconditionally. When nobody cared about him, she did. She was always there for him. There to listen to his troubles with his family, taking care of him after he overexerted himself training, there to just keep him company when he was lonely. The woman always welcomed him with open arms and a warm smile. Even Shisui couldn't always be there for Naruto because of his duties as an ANBU. Mikoto was the person he trusted most in this world. If the whole world were to turn on him, he would still be able to keep moving forward if Mikoto were there by his side. This is why he was hesitant about kissing Koyuki back at first. She was indeed beautiful and a lovely woman, however she could never be his Mikoto. But he understood what that kiss was, a glimpse of what could never be. She knew it and he knew it. That's why there were no qualms on either side about having to separate after the passionate kiss they shared. They could feel each other's emotions through the kiss. Koyuki would have to marry the son of another powerful daimyo for more influence. Naruto was already deeply in love. That's why in that moment they gave up all inhibitions and forgot about the outside world. Even if it was only for a few moments. Now that time was over and he only had Mikoto on his mind once again. Ever since he entered the village gates he had wanted to see her face, to smell her scent, to hear her angelic voice. And there it was. Naruto-kun, you're back? She asked, still half asleep. Mikoto saw him standing there in all his glory. She couldn't help but blush when she caught sight of his muscles. She absolutely loved his decision to stop wearing shirts. The blood rushed to her head every time she saw those abs. She took in his entire form and her eyes became filled with love and adoration as she remembered just how much she missed him while he was gone. Of course she missed her daughter as well, but with Naruto it was different. She had always seen him as a son, but had soon taken a liking to teasing him when he came over with Shisui. She always found his cute when she would smother him in her rather large bust or when he would blush after only seeing her in a towel. It was absolutely adorable seeing the serious, love-depraved little boy get embarrassed. It was comforting to know that someone found her attractive. Her now deceased husband had stopped paying attention to her after their children were born. Of course she didn't exactly miss him, their marriage was a clan arrangement and they needed to produce a strong heir. They just didn't know that heir would end up killing them all. Mikoto had never known what it was like to love someone in a romantic sense and often fantasized what it would be like. She soon found out when she least expected it. After the Uchiha massacre she was broken. Her daughter and the other Uchiha were too, but not to the extent that she was. This was because she didn't have anyone to blame besides the Uchiha themselves. When she was broken and couldn't pick up the pieces on her own, Naruto did it for her. It was after that tragedy that she found out how much he truly cared about her, how much she meant to him. He comforted her on those cold nights where she was all alone. He stayed with her through it all, not even caring for his own well-being. Only about her. When nobody was there for her, not even her friends or her old teammates, he was. And because of that she would never let him leave. She would never give him the chance to leave her like everyone else did in her life. For Mikoto, Naruto became her world. If he were to leave her too, then she wouldn't know what to do. She would be lost without her light. She refused to let it happen. She loved him. She loved him more than anything in the world and would show him just how much every day for the rest of her life. Even if he would never feel the same. "Were you waiting up for me, Mikoto-chan?" Naruto replied, sitting on the couch as well, placing her head in his lap. Mikoto was surprised by his actions, but she loved how this felt and snuggled into his stomach. "Yeah, Naruto-kun," she replied with a pout. "I've been waiting up for you to come home for a while now. Satsuki told me about what happened on your mission, but she left right after she got changed. She said she was going to spend the night at the Inuzuka compound with Hana-chan. I got a little lonely without you here." Naruto wasn't expecting to hear those words, but he knew that she couldn't have missed him the same way that he missed her. All those nights they were separated, Naruto couldn't stop dreaming about her. He knew that he was slightly obsessive of her, but he didn't care. "I missed you too, Mikoto-chan." Naruto spoke softly. Mikoto loved hearing Naruto say things like that to her. She would never openly admit her feelings for him, not wanting to ruin their familial relationship, but sometimes she just couldn't help it. She was a woman after all. Mikoto nuzzled in closer to Naruto, wanting to feel more of his body's warmth. She just couldn't get enough of it. It was like a drug and she was addicted. Naruto reached down her back and slowly started stroking her hair. Mikoto purred like a content kitten and savored the feeling. She absolutely adored his touch. They didn't have many moments like this, but she could never forget the few that they did. Had anyone seen the scene, they would have thought they were a loving couple. It was a shame that neither of them knew the other felt the same way. Naruto looked down at her. The expression on her face could only be described as irresistible. Naruto just couldn't resist anymore. He no longer cared if things would never go back to the way they were. Naruto grabbed Mikoto around her back and under her thighs, earning a small "eep" from her, and brought her up until she was straddling him. She opened her mouth to ask what he was doing, when he cupped her cheek and brought his lips onto her own. Mikoto's mind went blank for a moment, trying to process what was going on for a moment before she started kissing him back. He's kissing me. He's really kissing me. I never thought this would ever actually happen. I've waited for this moment for so long." Mikoto was in pure bliss right now. She's kissing me back? I expected a slap to the face or her to pull back immediately, but never this. Oh, her lips are so soft. I might never want this moment to end. Naruto had never even considered that Mikoto would return his feelings. The kiss started out chaste, but soon became hungry as each of them wanted to taste more. To explore more. Naruto licked Mikoto's bottom lip, asking for entrance, and she gladly obliged. He slipped his tongue into her mouth and began exploring every inch of it. They were soon locked in a fierce duel for dominance, with Mikoto currently having the edge due to her having more experience. Sadly, they had to break apart for air as a small trail of saliva still linked them together. Both of them were panting and looking at each other with lust in their eyes. "Mikoto-chan, I'm sorry. I just couldn't hold back anymore. I love you, I really do, I just love you so much," Naruto proclaimed with certainty in his eyes. Mikoto's eyes widened at his words. Sure, they just made out, quite passionately, but she had never thought that he would ever feel the same way. She clutched her arms around his neck and pulled them closer, meeting in another kiss. However, this one was much shorter, but just as passionate. "I love you too, Naruto-kun, more than you could ever know. I've loved you for so long. I just thought that you would never feel the same way. I thought you would only ever see me as your mother." She was silenced once more as Naruto slammed his lips onto hers as he picked her up by her thighs again and carried her to his room. There is a lemon here. If you want to read it, the link is in the description. The next morning, Naruto awoke to the sun shining through Naruto's window onto his face. He always hated the morning. No person should have to wake up at the crack of dawn, or in his case 8 a.m. Naruto wondered why he felt so refreshed, why it felt that a weight had been lifted from his chest, metaphorically speaking, of course. It was then that he realized that there was an actual weight on his chest. The young Ravenet looked down, was greeted with the sleeping face of Mikoto. Just like that, all of the memories from last night flooded his memories and caused a massive blush to spread across his face. He pulled Mikoto closer into his chest, remembering how amazing last night was. Naruto's sudden actions caused Mikoto to stir. She lifted her head up and rubbed her eyes as they met with Naruto's. Instantly her entire face turned beet red, after she remembered why she woke up in Naruto's arms, causing him to chuckle a bit. "Good morning, Mikoto-chan." Naruto was content at finally being able some time alone with her after being gone for a week. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Did last night really happen, or was it really just another dream?" Mikoto finished, hoping it was all true. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, curious at what she had meant by that. She had dreamt about them doing this before? "Oh, last night was very real, Mikoto-chan, and I meant every word. I really do love you." Mikoto looked up at him with tears in her eyes and jumped at him, clinging onto his bare chest rather tightly. What's wrong? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Naruto was a bit worried after seeing the woman start crying only a few moments after she heard him say those words. Mikoto met his gaze once more. Her crying face was just too damn cute. She wiped the tears from her eyes and leaned up toward Naruto, meeting him with a kiss. Naruto wasn't expecting this so early in the morning, but he returned the kiss just as passionately. She pulled back only a few moments later and shook her head furiously. And no, it's just, only in my dreams did I ever imagine that I'd hear those words from you. I love you too, more than you could ever realize. I have for a long time now, but what does this mean for us, that we're together? Naruto smiled widely, more so than he ever had before in his entire life. He could only nod his head at her question before Mikoto jumped at him. They met in another passionate kiss as if never wanting to be separated from each other. However, she tried to move into a more comfortable position when she moaned into his mouth. She pulled back from the kiss, wondering why she moaned. She looked down and noticed that he was still inside of her. She was surprised for a moment, but then a mischievous smirk crossed her face. She reached down and gripped the base of Naruto's growing erection and started pumping what wasn't inside of her. Naruto-kun, how about a bit of fun before we have to get ready for Satsuki to return? Naruto could only smirk back at her. This would be a long morning for the both of them. After several hours of mind-blowing sex in bed and a few more rounds in the shower while they cleaned themselves off, Mikoto and Naruto were in the kitchen eating breakfast. Mikoto had a noticeable limp from the countless hours of love-making the night before, coupled with the fact that he never left her womanhood last night and they just spent over 4 more hours having. Naruto was just as exhausted. They were having more along the lines of brunch now that they thought about it. They had been discussing their newfound relationship for the past few minutes and had agreed not to tell Satsuki about it just yet. They didn't like lying, but they both had their reasons for not wanting her to know. Naruto didn't want their family relationship to get more complicated than it already was. Satsuki seemed to get upset every time that he was even near a woman. Naruto was not dense by any stretch of the imagination, but it is hard to notice when your sister is in love with you. Mikoto didn't want to tell her because she knew that Satsuki was also in love with Naruto. There were only 2 options that didn't turn out badly when dealing with the situation. Either break the girl's heart or share with her. It would most likely be the latter because she loved Naruto just as much as Mikoto did, and she was also the elder Uchiha's daughter. Had it been any other woman, then Mikoto would have been against it. She would wait until Satsuki confessed her feelings to Naruto though. Their conversation then drifted to the mission that Naruto had just gotten back from. Mikoto wanted to hear the story from the very beginning. Satsuki was far too energetic and scatterbrained to tell a story how it's supposed to be told. He should have figured this would be the case when he told Satsuki to relay her account of the mission to Mikoto. Add in the fact that Naruto was at the heart of the mission the whole time and knew the whole account personally. Naruto was a great storyteller. He was always good at speaking to people and inspiring them. It's one of the traits that made him such a good leader. He retold the story from his point of view, captivating Mikoto at every twist and turn. She was amazed at how her lover took charge of the team against enemy shinobi when their sensei wasn't there, completely in awe of Naruto's new summoning contract that he had just signed a week before, jealous at his actions while saving Koyuki, even his kiss with the newly named daimyo, which earned him a death glare and a promise to kill the tramp should she ever see her. Naruto always loved Mikoto's evil side, but it did frighten him at times. He was thankful that she rarely showed that side of her, or that when she did it wasn't directed at him. Though he did love that she wasn't unnecessarily violent like Kushina, Sakura, Ino, Tsunade, and so many of the other girls in Konoha who would turn to violence as soon as you said something they didn't like. The young Sharingan user didn't understand it. Just because they were kunoichi didn't mean that they always had to turn to violence as their first option. In his opinion, it gave them a bad reputation in general. It was foolish. He loved the woman in front of him just as she was. Mikoto was a very loving woman by nature. She seemed so sweet and innocent. Nobody would even guess that she was once one of the top kunoichi in the village. She was even worried about him when she found out he had his first kill and dozens of others on that mission. Naruto wasn't really affected by it. In fact, he actually enjoyed it a bit. After seeing thousands of deaths at the hands of both Ace and Shisui, he got over killing quite easily. It helped that he was naturally aggressive and a little sadistic though. Those thoughts made him curious. Mikoto-chan, you were one of the village's strongest kunoichi at one point, right? Yeah. I used to be on a team with Minato and Kushina. We were all best friend, though we haven't spoken to each other in ages. We sort of grew apart after I was married to Fugaku and when Minato became Hokage and they had children. All of us were just so busy. Though I never wanted to really mention it because of how you feel about them. Naruto nodded, understanding why she never mentioned it before. Mikoto continued, I was among the strongest kunoichi in Konoha. Tsunade-sama was the only woman who was stronger than I was. Kushina and I were at about the same level. I'm still quite strong, but I haven't seriously trained in a while. I was actually thinking about starting back up my training as a kunoichi now that Satsuki's a genin. Why do you ask? Well, still don't completely trust the village, I probably never will. I wouldn't be surprised if they ever tried to do something like the Uchiha massacre again should any of the younger Uchiha find out the truth and lose their faith in Konoha. I just want to make sure that I don't lose you should that time come. Mikoto could understand Naruto's line of thinking. She had known him for well over 6 years now. She really wouldn't be surprised either if Minato tried something like that again. They were former teammates and somewhat friends still, but she knew that he would turn on her in an instant if it were for the good of the village. She wouldn't leave Naruto alone, never again. I've been training a little just to make sure I don't get rusty, but I'll start pushing myself to be even stronger than I used to be in case that time should ever come. I'll never leave your or Satsuki alone like we were all those years ago. Okay? Naruto smiled at her and nodded. Not a moment later did Satsuki come busting through the door, excited to see her Nisan after leaving him in the Hokage Tower last night. Things would be interesting from here on out. 1 month later. Naruto, Hana, and Satsuki were walking through one of the alleys in the village, each of them thinking about what they were just told by Obito-sensei. They were considered part of what was called the Rookie 13, this group included Natsuki, Narumi, Nawaki, Sakura, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Hana, Satsuki, and Naruto. Each and every one of them had been signed up for the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams were an opportunity for genin to be promoted to Chunin in a 3-part exam. They were required to participate in teams of 3, there could be a larger cell of genin but the normal requirement was 3. The Chunin exams happened twice a year, every 6 months there was a Chunin exam that was held by a different nation. Some of the strongest genin from all over the elemental nations would come to participate in the event. The Chunin exam that was starting at the end of the week was being hosted in Konoha. From what Obito-sensei had told them, all of the Rookie 13 were required to take part in the Chunin exam in order to show the world the village's strength. Normally rookie genin weren't required to take the exams after only being genin for a short time, but since the recently graduated class was composed almost entirely of clan heirs and other prominent clan children, they didn't really have a choice. It had only been a little over 2 months since all of them had become genin. It was far too soon to participate in something as risky as the Chunin exams and they all knew it. Even Naruto had not been expecting to be competing so soon, however he was more than ready. He had been training himself even harder after their mission to Haru no Kuni. The Ravenet still wouldn't tell the rest of the team what he was training himself in, saying he wanted an ace up his sleeve or something to rely on other than Katan Jutsu. The team had long since stopped doing D-rank missions, in fact amongst the rookie teams they had the most amount of C-rank missions completed. There had been no incidents like the one in Haru no Kuni, much to the dismay of Naruto who wasn't really getting a challenge from common bandits and such. They had completed 51 D-rank missions, 14 C-rank missions, and 1 A-rank mission. It was an impressive track record for a team that had only been active for a little over 2 months. In all honesty they were strong enough to compete, but more experience would be required to be ready. The 3 genin were brought out of their thoughts as they walked into where another alley intersected and were greeted with a rather pitiful sight. The Sandame's grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, was being held in the air by his scarf by a genin who had no sense of self-pride whatsoever. He wore a black bodysuit with what looked like cat ears on the head, black shinobi sandals, Suna Hitayate, and his face was almost completely covered in purple makeup. There was also something covered in bandages strapped to his back. Next to him was a blonde-haired girl who looked embarrassed at her teammates' actions. Her hair was a sandy blonde color and was tied into 4 pigtails. She had light green-colored eyes with a tan complexion. She was slightly taller than the boy in the cat bodysuit. There was a battle fan secured on her back and her Suna Hitayate was tied around her neck. She wore a light purple-colored battle dress with mesh that was common to shinobi underneath. The youngest-looking one looked agitated at the moment. He had short spiky red hair and sea-foam green eyes with black rings around them. Above his left eye was a kanji for love. Most notable was the large gourd that he wore on his back. Off to the other side of the alley were Team 7. Sakura was looking very scared of the Tsunagakure shinobi and was trying to hide behind Nawaki, who was looking smug as ever and demanding that the shinobi release the boy. Natsuki and Narumi were behind them looking embarrassed at the scene that Nawaki and Sakura caused. I said let the Gaki go, unless you want me to take him back by force. Nawaki threatened at the Suna shinobi. A short, blonde kid, wearing orange doesn't exactly strike fear into the hearts of your opponents. I don't think so. This gaki bumped into me first. I think he needs to be taught some manners. The boy with makeup said. Kankuro, what the hell are you doing? Gaara's already worked up enough. The blonde-haired girl said. Gaara had sensed something familiar inside of Nawaki and was trying to figure out what it was. Shikaku was screaming for Gaara to kill the orange-wearing fool, and he may do just that. The boy was getting on his nerves after all. Take it easy, Temari. These Konoha gakis think they can do whatever they want just because they're one of the strongest villages. I'm just gonna teach him a lesson so he doesn't do it again. It seemed that Hana and Satsuki wanted to get involved, as they quickly shunshined behind the boy in the bodysuit and stopped his first from connection with Konohamaru's face. What the hell? The makeup-wearing boy asked. Hana quickly grabbed Konohamaru and got him away from all of the commotion. Naruto figured it was time for him to make his presence known. Just what the hell is going on here? He asked loudly to everyone in the alleyway. Everybody besides Satsuki turned to the newcomer and had various reactions. Kankuro only looked annoyed at the entrance of another Konoha shinobi. Temari blushed heavily at the sight of the shirtless genin. Gaara looked somewhat scared. Team 7's reactions weren't so surprising. Nisan, what are you doing here? Natsuki and Narumi asked simultaneously before turning to glare at each other. We were merely passing through and were captivated by the pitiful sight of Suna shinobi harassing little kids and Konoha shinobi not really doing a thing to help said kid. Just what the hell were all of you clowns doing? Picking him up and asking to play a game of tag? Honestly, all you children are quite pathetic. Naruto stated, most of it sarcastically. Natsuki and Narumi were clearly hurt by their Nisan's words. Sure, Nawaki and Sakura may have started the whole thing, but they didn't really do anything to help the kid. Gaara's eyes widened. You. Who are you? You look just like him. Mother is scared of you. Who are you? This shocked his teammates. They had never seen Gaara, had never him act like this before. It was almost as if he was scared. Me? My name is Portgas Naruto. And just who might you three be? Naruto asked. Sabaku no Temari. The blonde girl stated. Sabaku no Kankuro. The boy in the bodysuit replied. I knew it. Mother knew it. She recognizes you, Portgas. She remembers that name well. How are you even still alive? Gaara asked. Naruto was curious as to who this mother was and how she recognized him or knew the name Portgas. Naruto activated his Kenbunchaku Haki and immediately received his answer. He could feel the presence of 4 different people with demonic chakra. Nawaki, Natsuki, Narumi, and this Gaara character. He could feel the insane presence that felt like sand within him. It's no wonder you recognize me. Of course Shikaku would be able to see the similarities between me and him. The Sabaku siblings' eyes widened when he mentioned the bijou inside of Gaara. It wasn't widely known that he was a Jinchuriki, they had just become genin a few months ago after all. This development could be a problem for the invasion if they revealed too much information. They needed to leave now. We look forward to fighting all of you in the upcoming Chunin exams, make sure you all don't die before we meet again. Temari said as all of the Suna shinobi headed toward their hotel. Most of the genin were staring at Naruto wondering what that conversation between him and Gaara was about. Nisama, what was that all about? Are you hiding something from us? Does the name Portgas mean something besides being just a name, were the thoughts of Natsuki and Narumi. Nawaki didn't really care about that whole interaction. Naruto, what the hell are you talking about? What are these Chunin exams? Naruto could only stare at Nawaki for his sheer ignorance. What did it sound like? It really wasn't that hard to figure out. He was also the Hokage's son and the current clan heir, he should really already know about these types of events. Naruto could only sigh, you are the child of the current Hokage and you mean to tell me that you don't know what the Chunin exams are? Naruto asked rhetorically. The Chunin exams are promotional exams held every 6 months where genin from many different nations come together to participate and show their nation's military strength. It's an opportunity for genin to become Chunin. His statement surprised all of the members of Team 7. This earned a raised eyebrow from Naruto and Satsuki. Had they really not heard of it? It was starting in 2 days after all. What was their senseis thinking? How do we participate in this kind of thing? There's no way I'm passing up a chance for a promotion Detabeo. Nawaki shouted into the air. You don't have a choice whether to compete or not. All of the recently graduated genin are required to take it to prove we're the strongest nation. Normally we would wait another 6 months or even a year, but we're all entering in 2 days whether we like it or not. Naruto replied matter-of-factly. His explanation caused the other 3 members of Team 7 to protest their opinions, but Naruto was no longer listening to their arguments. There was only one thought running through his head. Things are going to be getting a whole lot more interesting based on the voices I heard from those Sabaku siblings. Invasion? Orochimaru, things may get a little messy in the process, but it'll be a chance to test out the full limit of my power. I'm looking forward to this. The will of fire still burns. The Chunin exams. Konoha Academy, exam room. Naruto was bored, that much was certain. He had finished the first test of the Chunin exam within the first 10 minutes. Granted, these weren't questions that an ordinary genin would know, but then again Naruto wasn't normal by any stretch of the imagination. It had been quite obvious to the Ravenet that the whole point of the test was to cheat, based on the 2-point reduction every time they were caught instead of outright failing them. However, these questions were so mundane to him that he didn't have to cheat. He looked to his right out of the corner of his eye and saw Satsuki furiously scribbling down answers while copying the pencil movements of the boy sitting in front of her with her Sharingan active. Naruto's eyes then moved in front of him where Hana was seated. He didn't know what she had planned, but he knew that she was too smart to not realize what this test was all about. Yes, his team would be fine. The young man still had almost an hour to kill before the 10th question was given out, so he started to use his Kenbunchaku Haki to listen to the voices of everyone in the room to see who his real competition would be. The first one he sensed was a young woman with long black hair wearing a straw hat and a Kusa Hitayate. She didn't look like anything special or stand out that much, but her chakra was what really made Naruto take note of her. She was suppressing it well, but nothing could escape Naruto's haki. Her chakra was incredibly dark and sinister. She had large reserves, larger than most jonin in Konoha. Obito probably had the same amount as her. This woman was no genin. This woman wasn't even a woman at all. Naruto had immediately figured out this was Orochimaru. He could actually feel the malicious emotions rolling off of him. I expected him to be in Konoha but not actually participate in the Chunin exams. From what I heard, the invasion is supposed to start during the 3rd stage. What could he possibly gain from this? He decided he wouldn't dwell on the matter for now. After all, Minato already knew of Orochimaru's presence in Konoha. He had overheard Jiraiya discussing the matter with Minato while he was walking by the Hokage Tower while using his Kenbunchaku Haki. Naruto had actually been on his way to inform the Hokage when he came upon this development. It certainly made things easier and people would be less suspicious of him. There were several other strong presences in the room, however, none of them were much of a threat. There were several Kiri-nin and that Suna-nin Gara. They were probably the strongest genin in the room. He could feel that the female Kiri-nin was proficient in Hayaton, which was unusual. She had a calm and soothing aura to her. The second one was a boy with blue hair, glasses, and sharp teeth. He had to have been one of the new swordsmen that was chosen. The third was a boy with white hair, purple eyes, and sharp teeth. Naruto felt that he had powers similar to his own, but they were far more diluted. So he must be from the Hozuki clan. Did a member of the Hozuki eat a chakra fruit generations ago? If they did, the fruit must have genetically mutated the genes and given them their abilities to liquefy and their Suiton. I know just how to deal with them then. Naruto thought with a smirk present on his face. Though what did interest him was that man, Kabuto. Kabuto claimed to have taken the exam 7 times and then willingly gave out information to the rest of the rookie 13. There was no way a person could fail that many times, and even if they did, they probably would have received field promotions just to get them out of the genin ranks. Then there was the fact that he had jonin-level chakra reserves. Everything was suspicious about him, but if his current record continued he would drop out right after the 2nd exam. Now that he had sized up his competition, Naruto's thoughts then drifted to himself. He had been working on a few ideas he had for jutsu since Snow Country and had fully mastered them last week. The Sharingan user didn't want to reveal his abilities with Katan Jutsu until the 3rd round. If he did, he would give his opponents too much time to think of a counter-strategy. Not that it would really make a difference. He was likely the only one of the rookies who knew about the layout of the Konoha Chunin exams. The first exam was always a written test. It was supposed to test your skills in information gathering and courage to move on when there was no good choice on a mission. Naruto figured that is what the 10th question would be. The 2nd stage was usually in the Forest of Death and would be a free-for-all kind of team battle royal. Something along those lines. After that would be the preliminary rounds if there were too many teams who made it out of the forest. These would be one-on-one matches. Then finally, after a month-long break, the Chunin exam finals would be held in the Colosseum. All in all, the exam shouldn't be too difficult for him. The only reason he knew all of this was because they kept the records in the public library. Seriously? Was his team the only one to do any research on what they were getting themselves into? With the way all of the other rookie teams reacted, you would think that nobody had told them what the hell the atmosphere would be like or how serious the Chunin exams were. Team 11 had gotten there early and took a seat near the front of the classroom, giving them a perfect seat to watch how their classmates would react. It was an embarrassing sight for any Konoha genin to say the least. They were acting so loud and obnoxious in front of some of the world's most prominent genin, and they were fooling around yelling about their days in the academy and screaming about love. They looked as they were going to piss themselves as they were hit by a small wave of killing intent from the other genin. Naruto had actually face-palmed when Nawaki walked up in front of everyone and declared that he was the strongest and would take on everyone in the room. They were related? Seriously? The embarrassment didn't last long though, because the proctors of the exam showed up right after that. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the man, Ibiki, speaking once again. "Alright you maggots. It's time for the 10th and final question." All of the genin in the room were anxiously waiting for him to continue. However, this is a catch. Those who don't want to take the final question can leave right now. This is your one and only chance to leave. Most of the genin were confused by this point. Why the hell would we leave now after answering all of those questions? Why bother having us go through that test if you were just going to ask us to give up? Why not just ask us at the beginning? Kiba yelled at the man. Being polite and respectful was never his strong suit. Ibiki smirked, because should you choose to take the 10th question and get it wrong, you will be forever barred from being promoted. You will remain genin for the rest of your pathetic lives. There was an obvious outburst of complaints from the genin in the room. Seriously? Was this all it took for them to lose control of their emotions? It was pathetic. They dare call themselves shinobi. What happened to the experienced genin from earlier who were releasing all that killing intent? Naruto was annoyed by how the rest of the shinobi in the room were acting. Especially the rest of the rookie 13, they were acting like spoiled brats who didn't get their way. He wouldn't say anything though, there was no point to it. This man was obviously playing an angle. What the hell? That's not fair. There are genin in this very room that have taken the exam several times. Sakura yelled. Ibiki was enjoying the panicked expressions on all of the genin. Shut up. You all just got unlucky, getting me as a proctor on your very first time. What I said goes. This will be your only opportunity to walk out that door with another chance to become genin. Those who don't have the spine to take the risk, get out of my sight. After those words were spoken, several dozen genin rushed out the door, visibly upset with the outcome. Several more minutes passed and a few more genin teams trickled out of the room, hoping to get an easier proctor for the next time the exams come around. Is there anyone else that wants to leave before it's too late? The scared man asked. It was Nawaki who raised his hand this time, surprising most people, even Naruto, but those thoughts were soon shattered as he slammed his hand down on the desk. Shut up. I don't care what you say. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage and there is no way that he'd let anything like that happen to me. Even if what you say is true, power is the only thing that matters at this world. I'm only a genin right now and yet I'm still stronger than everyone in this room. I refuse to quit just because you said to. It was an inspiring speech to a certain degree minus a little bit of self-entitlement. But it did the job in making the other Chunin hopefuls who were on the fence make up their minds about staying. Naruto was laughing a little on the inside about how everyone in the room believed that this Ibiki actually had the authority to stop them from becoming Chunin. Many of the genin weren't even from Konoha. Why would those villages ever agree to those terms? On the other hand, Naruto was a bit disappointed that none of his competition could even figure out that this was part of the test. He was hoping to have a little fun in the next round, or at least have an exciting match in the preliminary stage. Ibiki looked around, noticing that none of the other genin were leaving. Is there anybody else who wants to leave? This will be your final chance. He looked around and saw that nobody even moved a muscle, however a few did look quite nervous at their decision. It was good enough, he guessed. Well then, seeing that everyone is going to stay, I only have one thing to say to the lot of you: you pass. He was met with silence before another outburst occurred. What do you mean we pass? What about the 10th question and all of your threats? Temari yelled, visibly irritated. Everything that we just went through was the 10th question. This test was meant for the purpose of testing your information gathering skills, however it had little to no effect on if you would pass this round. The test's only purpose was to weed out those who would have gotten themselves and their teams killed if they were promoted and charged with leading a team. The real test was whether or not you decided to stay. A Chunin must make hard decisions every day. Sometimes there will be no easy decision. Whether you stayed genin for the rest of your lives or chose to leave and have another chance the next time was a relatively easy decision. As a Chunin team leader, lives will be at stake. Your decisions could cost your comrades their lives. This is what being a Chunin means. Not a moment later did the window on the other side of the room shatter as a black blur sped into the room. The blur came to an immediate stop and revealed a woman with violet hair in a style that somewhat resembled Shikamaru's. She had dull gray eyes without pupils and wore a tan trenchcoat with a mesh undershirt underneath and short orange shirt. Most of the males in the room were staring at her choice in clothing or more like lack of it, as her mesh shirt was almost see-through, while the females looked on at her with a blush, wondering how she could be so comfortable with her body. Naruto recalled her as the former student of Orochimaru. He had done a bit of digging for the past 2 days on the subject after finding out the Nuke Nin would be in Konoha. Behind the woman was a black banner that read the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi, proctor of the second exam. Looks like I'm right on time. Wow, Ibiki, there sure are a lot of them left. You getting rusty or something? I guess it doesn't really matter, not even half of them will make it past the second stage, I can tell you that much. Anko said to Ibiki rather loudly, successfully making most of the genin a little more uneasy. Alright, listen up, Gakis. Everyone that passed will be meeting me at Training Ground 44 in half an hour to begin the second stage. Anyone who fails to show up or is late will be disqualified. Do I make myself clear? She received nods from all of those in the room and vanished with a leaf shunshin. Training Ground 44. Naruto and the rest of Team 11 were standing in front of the Forest of Death's Gate number 20. They were recalling every little detail about what the proctor had said about the test as they waited for her to make the announcement that the test was about to begin on the intercom. Each genin team would receive either a heaven or an earth scroll. Their team had been given a heaven scroll after they had signed away their lives. That was one thing Naruto was excited about, they were allowed to kill. When you have complete control over fire, it's pretty hard to burn people to a crisp. They weren't supposed to open any of the scrolls until they got to the tower in the middle of the forest either. This was understandable, shinobi were sent to retrieve and deliver important documents all the time. On these scrolls would probably be some kind of important information that would help them at the end of the test. To put it simply, they had 5 days to get a earth scroll and make it to the tower. They were to deal with any teams that got in their way and protect the scrolls at all costs. It sounded simple enough, and that is why it worried them. Alright, let the second stage of the Chunin exams begin. Anko's voice yelled over the intercom. Like that, all of the gates were opened and each genin team rushed in. Team 11 was moving at a slower pace, already knowing that several teams would be looking for them. They had decided that Hana would hold onto the scroll because if they somehow managed to get separated, then Hana would be able to track everyone down with the use of her 3 Nin Ken. They had been moving along a river for over an hour when Naruto was able to sense someone approaching. Get ready. 3 hostiles are approaching us, and quickly. Be prepared for a fight. Naruto stated as he took command of his team. Not a moment later did 3 older genin wearing the exact same purple outfit with a white sash tied around their waist appear before them. 2 of them looked like they could be twins, as far as Team 11 could tell. They both wore their hitayatesh in a bandana-like fashion with a cloth covering the lower part of their face. The only difference between the 2 was that one wore a dark pair of sunglasses while the other wore a pair of normal round glasses. However, the third was far easier to recognize. He looked about 19 years old and had quite noticeable silver hair. Kabuto, what exactly might you be looking for us specifically for? Naruto asked suspiciously. What makes you think that we were looking for your team in particular, Naruto-kun? Kabuto responded, a bit surprised that Naruto may have seen through his act already. He had played the part perfectly in the first stage after all. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the older genin. I saw the way you were looking at us when that Kusanin returned the proctor's kunai. You were quite good. You seemed like one of the strongest Konoha teams, so I thought that you might like to partner up to try and take her team out. She does seem quite formidable after all. I'd hate to have to fight her later on in the exam. Kabuto was sure that Naruto would take the bait and then he would finish the younger boy off. The silver-haired man saw how intelligent Naruto was, and it wouldn't be beneficial if he were to figure out about their plan or the invasion. Are you sure about that? I mean, he is your master after all. Naruto narrowly dodged a slash from Kabuto's kunai after he stopped talking. Naruto jumped back a few feet so that he was right next to his teammates. Both Satsuki and Hana got into their respective stances as Naruto landed beside them. Kabuto's team was also preparing for combat. This wouldn't end well, for one side or the other. Naruto and I. What's going on? What are you talking about? Satsuki asked, slightly worried, but mostly confused as to what was going on. Naruto never took his eye off of the silver-haired genin in front of him. It seemed that his assumptions were right, he just took a shot in the dark, but it seemed to have told him everything he wanted. Satsuki. Hana. These 3 aren't really Konoha genin, they're working as spies for Orochimaru. This revelation earned gasps from both girls. They were both surprised that the shinobi in front of them were traitors, but they were even more shocked at who they were working for and that Naruto knew about it. Oh? So you even knew about Orochimaru-sama being here in the Chunin exams? I was right to be worried about you, but don't worry, you won't be leaving this forest with any of the information you've discovered. Kabuto stated as he made a hand sign for Masumi and Yoroi to deal with Naruto's teammates. You two we need to separate. Both of the masked men are genin level. Split up and take care of them. I'll deal with Kabuto, he's the strongest one of them. Do not let them live, kill them. This is my only order to you two, Naruto declared, and the two girls nodded. Hana and Satsuki both reached for a handful of shuriken from their weapons pouch and threw them at their targets, forcing the two enemy shinobi to separate into different directions into the thick forest. The two females of Team 11 each disappeared from the clearing to confront their respective opponents. It would most likely be close, after all these genin were far more experienced, but Naruto knew that his team would eventually come out on top. However, from what he heard, Kabuto is an incredibly talented medical nin, only second to Tsunade herself. This would take a while, medical nins were always so damned persistent. You're either quite brave or quite foolish to fight me on your own, Naruto-kun. I'm on par with Hatake Kakashi, you won't last long. Kabuto stated smugly. With that said, Kabuto charged. With Satsuki. Satsuki was combating the genin known as Akado Yoroi in a denser area of the forest, filled with trees and vegetation everywhere. They had just separated after a small confrontation using mostly taijutsu. Already Satsuki had figured out that she had the edge in this fight. Taijutsu was not this man's forte, and yet he was a close-range specialist. From what she could see with her Sharingan, this Yoroi's only notable characteristic was that he could absorb chakra through physical contact. He was obviously physically stronger than her though, so if he managed to grab her it would all be over. He charged at her once more with his extended hand, glowing the same color as chakra. Satsuki effortlessly dodged each and every single thrust of his arm, but he just wouldn't let up. The man was a one-trick pony, nothing more. If she managed to overcome that chakra absorption ability that he relied so heavily on, then she would win the match in a matter of minutes. His speed was starting to overwhelm her and he became closer to grasping her head with each thrust. She narrowly dodged his final thrust, but he managed to graze a lock of her hair. She felt some of her chakra leave her and begun to slow down even more. That's all it takes? He just has to touch the smallest amount of my body and that lets him absorb my chakra? That is so unfair. I can't let him absorb anymore. It seems like he can only use his jutsu through one of his hands at a time though. I just have to get around that right hand of his. She could already feel that he had absorbed a small portion of her chakra after only a small amount of physical contact. She couldn't risk losing any more. Taijutsu was out of the option, or if she did choose to use it she would have to avoid his hands where he focused the technique. The young Uchiha decided she would keep her distance for now and see how ninjutsu would work. I can't afford a prolonged fight, I need to get back and help Naruto and II. If these guys are weaker than Kabuto like Naruto and II said, then he'll need my help to finish that guy off. Satsuki jumped back and started forming hand seals. Katan, Gokyaku no Kutsu. Satsuki exhaled a fairly large fireball that rushed Yoroi at high speeds. If it hit him it would definitely slow him down throughout the rest of the match. However, Yoroi was several years older than Satsuki and was much faster than she had expected. He easily dodged the jutsu and rushed at her once more. Yoroi quickly went through his hand seals and grabbed his right wrist, his right hand started to glow a light blue color and reached for Satsuki's head. She couldn't get away fast enough and forced to go on the defensive. She couldn't afford to let him touch a single hair on her head with that hand, even the smallest bit of physical contact would cost her a fair amount of chakra. This went on for a few minutes before Satsuki had enough. She blocked his arm, making sure not to touch the glowing hand, and countered with a palm strike to his solar plexus. This sent Yoroi staggering back a few feet. There wasn't much power behind the strike but she managed to catch him off guard. Satsuki saw an opening and used it to start her counterattack. She rushed the elder genin and swept his feet out from under him with a sweep kick. Then drove her fist into his stomach, sending him straight into the gown causing it to crack. The female Uchiha wasn't done yet, she reached into her weapons pouch and pulled out another handful of shuriken. She sent them Toen the downed man and made a singular hand seal, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. For shuriken multiplied into 15 and were aimed to pierce Yoroi through multiple points on his body. The traitorous genin managed to recover, but he couldn't avoid all of those shuriken. 2 pierced his left leg and 1 his right arm. TCH. She's tougher than I thought. With these injuries I won't be able to finish this as quickly. I just need to get a good grip on her and then this will be all over. One chance is all I need. Were Yoroi's thoughts. Satsuki landed on the ground and as soon as she did, rushed the older genin once again to finish her onslaught. Satsuki's right hand rushed at Yoroi, but he was able to block this time. This didn't slow her down though. She brought her left knee toward his right side but he managed to catch it and activate his chakra absorption without forming any hand seals. Damn it. I rushed him without thinking and did exactly what I knew what I wasn't supposed to do. Ugh, I can feel my chakra leaving me. I need to get out of his hold. Satsuki quickly began to feel the chakra being drained from her. She didn't have much remaining as it was. The two jutsus took quite a bit out of her after tree hopping for over an hour. Then she noticed the shuriken protruding from the man's left leg. It was her only option to get away quick. Satsuki brought her right leg up and stomped down on the shuriken, pushing them in even deeper until they were completely embedded in his leg. Yoroi felt the sharp pain in his leg and immediately lost his grip on the girl's fist. The man yelped in agony as he tried to remove the shuriken from under his skin. Satsuki slowly regained her bearings and adjusted to the dizziness she felt from losing such a large amount of chakra so quickly. The Sharingan user looked up to see her enemy staggering back and screaming in pain as he tried to remove the embedded shuriken. This would be her best opportunity and she wouldn't waste it. She disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared just below Yoroi. She sent a hard kick right under his chin which sent him flying into the air. Satsuki disappeared once again and this time reappeared under him as she used the Konoha Kagebuyo, Leaf Shadow Dance, to prepare for her own unique combination. I'll admit this part isn't exactly original, but from here on out it's my own personal jutsu. Satsuki sent a kick to the side, but it was easily blocked by Yoroi's forearm. He smirked victoriously thinking that he had prevented her from continuing, but what he didn't know was that was only a feint. Satsuki quickly maneuvered to Yoroi's right side and brought the back of her forearm down onto his face, sending him downwards. She followed up with a lariat to his chest and finally a heel drop to his abdomen just before they reached the ground. Shurshur Rendan, Lion's Barrage. The combination attack sent Yoroi straight into the ground, creating a small crater and causing him to cough up blood. Satsuki was sent skidding the other direction from the momentum of the attack. She was exhausted, but fine other than that. She was glad that Obito had made it a point to teach her the Goken fighting style when he thought that it would suit her perfectly. Her taijutsu was only average before, but after the intense taijutsu training her sensei made her do, it was now one of her strongest areas. She looked over to her opponent and noticed that Yoroi was out of commission. That last attack rendered him unconscious, but even so Satsuki had one last job to do. These genin were traitors of Konoha. Now she didn't really care about that, but if she were to let this man go then he would try to come after their team again. They would try to come after her Nissan because of the information he knows. She wouldn't let that happen. She would never let anyone hurt her Naruto and I ever. Satsuki walked over to where the downed man and pulled out a lone kunai from her holster and looked at the man below her. There was nothing in her eyes. No hesitation, no empathy, and not even a hint of mercy. Everyone on the team had killed before. Naruto had killed dozens on their first mission to Haru no Kuni. Because of that incident they were sent on a bandit camp extermination mission to get the rest of the team's first kills out of the way. Usually genin teams wouldn't be sent on one of those or have to kill their first person until a few months into their careers as shinobi. They didn't have that kind of time. They didn't have that luxury, but they knew the rest of the rookie 13 did. She took the kunai and buried it to the hilt in between Yoroi's eyes. He didn't even make a sound as he left this world. Satsuki didn't enjoy killing the way that Naruto did, but she didn't hate it either. There was some kind of sense of satisfaction after taking someone's life, but she couldn't place a finger on what it was. Did it prove that you were the stronger of the two? Did it prove that all of your training was worth it? She didn't know and didn't care. She just knew that her Nissan would be disappointed in her if she refused to kill. She wouldn't let that happen. She withdrew the kunai and cleaned the blood off of it as she breathed a sigh of relief that it was all over. The young Uchiha looked behind her and saw a towering wall of flames in the distance. She figured that Naruto would have everything handled, so she slowly took off back towards the clearing. With Hana. Hana was standing face to face, or face to mask, with the man known as Tsurugi Masumi. They were standing on top of the river. Team 11 had been following due to the rest of the area having been destroyed from Hana's and her Ninken's ferocious taijutsu techniques. Toppled over trees, large craters, and destroyed logs lay all across the forest floor. Hana was panting slightly. This man was very agile and moved in snake-like patterns, making him hard to hit. She knew that if only one of her attacks made contact then Masumi would be done for. He was agile, but incredibly weak. She had no doubt that he was the weakest of the three genin that had ambushed them. Hana knew that Satsuki was most likely already done with her opponent and that Naruto was dealing with his, which is what made her so frustrated at the moment. This man hadn't even showed her any real jutsu, he either avoided her attacks or would use the kawarimi to escape at the last moment. If this pattern kept up, then their fight could go on forever. However, this time was different. Just as she landed on the surface of the water, the masked man charged at her. He brought his leg out hoping to connect with her right side. Hana saw what he was planning and brought her knee up to block the strike. He tried to sweep out from under her with a sweep kick, but just as he crouched down, Hana jumped over his leg and drove hers into his side, sending him flying across the river. Hana and her 3 ninken rushed at Misumi once more using their Getsuga, and this time one of the tunneling strikes nicked the older genin side, causing him to stagger back a bit and fall down face first into the water. All 4 of the tunnel-like attacks stopped as Hana moved forward to finish him off. Hana pulled out a kunai, but she had failed to realize that Misumi was still conscious. Misumi's body suddenly jerked and rushed up to wrap around Hana's body in a snake-like manner. She tried to break free, but his hold on her rendered the Inuzuka immobile. He wrapped his body around her even more tightly, causing her to drop her kunai. What the hell are you? Hana asked, her voice barely leaving her throat. Misumi chuckled arrogantly, I'm a spy. In order to be more efficient at gathering information, I received a soft physique modification. It's a special surgical procedure that allows me to dislocate my joints and control it with chakra. Therefore I can twist and stretch any part of my body at will. In fact, I could break your neck right now if I wanted to. Good to know, but you forgot that I'm not the only one you're fighting. Misumi's eyes widened after he realized he forgot about her 3 ninken. He looked behind him, and just as he did, one of the ninken emerged from the water under them and bit clean through Misumi's neck, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. His hold on Hana gradually loosened until he finally bled out and his body went limp. Hana quickly searched his body and found what she was looking for. She reached into his weapons pouch and pulled out a Lone Earth scroll. The very scroll that they needed to pass the exam. The young Inuzuka placed the scroll in her own weapons pouch. She took one last look at her opponent's corpse and headed back towards the clearing. Back with Naruto. It was like the scene from a movie, some kind of post-apocalyptic nightmare. These were the only words to describe the clearing where Naruto and Kabuto were locked in combat. The entire clearing was wrapped in Naruto's Enjomo, flaming net, making it impossible for Kabuto to escape, which he found out early on. The entire clearing was scorched and most of it was a blazing inferno that wouldn't be put out, no matter what Suiton Jutsu was used. Corpses littered the field from when Kabuto used them to attempt to trick Naruto to give him a chance to escape. The flames even crawled up the trees, turning them into nothing but ash. The ground was black as night and scars from the intense conflict were easily seen all over the battlefield. The heat that the rouge flames gave off could be felt for miles, evaporating even some of the moisture from the atmosphere. Naruto wanted to go all out for once, but he knew that doing so would draw far too much unwanted attention. Plus the man he was fighting wasn't deserving of that power. Sure, the man was at least a high Jonin-leveled shinobi, but he specialized in medical jutsu and would most likely prove to be incredibly persistent. Persistent doesn't always mean strong. Kabuto was definitely good, but Naruto hadn't been training all of these years for nothing. Any ordinary genin would be dead by now. The man's ninjutsu was clearly lacking, as medical jutsu was his forte. His taijutsu was chunin level at best. He was agile and quick but not very strong or innovative. If he was jonin level, then there was no way that he would even stand a chance against Obito. But the man would provide some entertainment for now. Kabuto and Naruto could be seen locked in a bout of taijutsu. Naruto was in his usual interceptor fist form, while Kabuto didn't have any kind of particular style. He focused of quick and agile movements to make his offensive medical jutsu the most effective. Kabuto tried to bring his Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, down to dissect Naruto, but Naruto was quick to counter with his arm coated with Busashoku Haki. Kabuto brought his leg out to hit Naruto's side and give him control of the fight, but Naruto wouldn't let up. The Ravenet caught Kabuto's kick with his other coated arm and crushed the leg, shattering even the bone. Kabuto yelped in pain and quickly shunshined back to the other side of the clearing. Kabuto's leg started steaming, signaling that the Inyu Shometsu, In healing wound destruction, was already in effect. That was a damn troublesome technique. In fact, it was one of the only reasons that Kabuto was still alive. Even Naruto had to admit that Kabuto was a highly talented medical nin, perhaps even on par with Tsunade. He would anticipate where Naruto would strike and preemptively apply medical treatment there to greatly reduce the damage. He had to recreate cells before the damage was dealt, and then it would instantly minimize the damage received. The technique would continue to repair any damage taken until Kabuto was out of chakra. That technique again? Kabuto should have died several times by now. He keeps using medical ninjutsu to revert the damage. Even when I pierced through his heart, I need to kill him permanently. Naruto thought. Kabuto drew two kunai and Naruto did the same. They rushed each other and became engaged in a duel of Bukijutsu. Naruto didn't use weapons all that often, but he wasn't a stranger to them by any means. The two genin traded blow for blow, slash for slash. Sparks flew across the charred clearing every time the kunai clashed. Naruto held his kunais in a reverse grip as to where Kabuto held them in a similar fashion to a scalpel. Naruto brought his arm forward to stab Kabuto. Kabuto saw it coming and blocked it with one of his kunai while he took this chance to throw his other at Naruto. This would have pierced any other shinobi through the heart, but with his Sharingan and Haki, Naruto was able to react instantaneously and rolled to his right. Kabuto charged at Naruto with his single kunai and began his dance of slashes and stabs, with Naruto narrowly dodging every one. It took a moment, but Naruto finally regained his composure and countered his slash, sending Kabuto staggering back. Naruto rushed the silver-haired genin and slashed him across the chest before kicking him in the gut and sending him back. Naruto threw his two kunai at Kabuto after he had impacted a tree. Kabuto barely blocked the two kunai with the one in his hand before he got up. The elder boy drew a few more kunai and aimed them all at Naruto's vital points. The Sharingan user drew his last kunai and blocked every single projectile, but soon saw that Kabuto had disappeared. Naruto sensed the man appear behind him and go for a finishing blow. Naruto quickly spun around and blocked the slash with a kick. Using his momentum he jumped and sent a kick with his other leg into Kabuto's chest, sending him back a few yards before the man caught himself. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared right behind Kabuto. He tried to force Kabuto off balance with a sweep kick. Kabuto had sensed him the moment he reappeared. The medical nin jumped into the air and tried to pierce Naruto with his Chikura no Mezu once again. It seemed as if it was his signature fighting style. Naruto blocked the strike with his now black forearm and sent a palm strike toward Kabuto's ribs. It was Kabuto this time who blocked as he pushed Naruto's arm away with his other hand. Naruto used that momentum to spin and land a heel kick to Kabuto's other set of ribs, breaking a few of them and making him wince in pain. Naruto didn't let up, he sent a palm strike to Kabuto's shoulder and a chop to the side of his neck. The silver-haired genin jumped back to create some distance. The onslaught of heavy blows was obviously having an effect as he was applying the Shosen no Jutsu, mystical palm technique, to his broken ribs and dislocated shoulder. He had seen better days. The Sharingan user wouldn't give him the time he needed to fully recover. Naruto charged Kabuto once again. The Ravenet went for a low kick, but Kabuto jumped to avoid it altogether. Naruto countered when he tried planting his foot in Kabuto's ribs, but the silver-haired genin jumped back. This didn't stop Naruto as he channeled Yang Chakra into his limbs and disappeared in a burst of speed. If Yin Chakra is the power of the spirit, then Yang Chakra is the power of the body. This was what all of that chakra control training with Tsunade was for, to separate the physical and the spiritual energies. Each of them has their own specialized use. By pushing Yang Chakra into my cells I can increase my speed, strength, stamina, defense, even reaction time. Naruto thought, remembering just what Yang Chakra could do. It can't boost his strength to the levels that Haki can, but it can increase all of his physical abilities above human level. Naruto reappeared right above Kabuto and his left foot crashed down towards the other genin. Kabuto didn't have time to avoid the attack, so he put his arms above his ear in an X-like fashion to lessen the impact. He bent his knees to absorb some of the shock and stop his legs from breaking. He remembered just how strong Naruto was from the earlier blows. Naruto's kick connected with Kabuto's arms and shattered the bone within them. The kick caused the ground beneath the two to break apart as Kabuto's legs began to sink into it, signaling just how physically strong Naruto was. Kabuto disappeared in a shunshin once again to avoid any further injury. Naruto landed on the broken remains of the forest floor and looked to his left. The Sharingan user found Kabuto several dozen yards behind him, on the ground panting. His limbs steaming once again. However, the healing process was slower than before, signaling that the elder genin was running low on chakra or trying to conserve it. Naruto took this as his opportunity to finish things off. He jumped back several feet and inhaled. Enmaku, smokescreen, a thick cloud of black smoke was produced from Naruto's lungs. The smoke cloud soon covered the entire clearing, making it impossible for anyone to see. Kabuto began coughing violently after inhaling the smoke, but his abilities were slowly expunging the foreign gas from his lungs, making him able to continue breathing. Naruto wasn't affected because his entire body was made of fire and therefore smoke was nothing different than air for him. Now was time for him to prepare for the final round of this confrontation. Asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, I need to get rid of this smoke, asterisk cough asterisk, I can't last much longer, I wanted to conserve chakra for actual combat, but I need to clear the area of this smoke. Kabuto was coughing violently and running out of air. He was forced to cover his nose and mouth with part of his clothing to prevent himself from inhaling too much smoke at once, but the damage had already been done. Kabuto slowly got up to his feet and made a few hand seals. I only know one futon jutsu, but it should be enough. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. A large gust of wind was released from Kabuto's mouth and began to blow away the smoke covering the entire area. That was when Kabuto realized that he was too late. In the air above him were a multitude large fireballs raining down. It was as if the heavens had judged it unfit for him to exist on this plane any longer. Katan, Goenka, fire release, great flame flower, were the last words that Kabuto heard before all hell broke loose. The massive fireballs began impacting the forest around them, the earth, and Kabuto himself. These fireballs didn't just burn, they completely obliterated. Kabuto tried to put the flames out with a large Suiton jutsu and followed up with making a shelter to protect himself using a Doton jutsu, but it was to no avail. The fireballs completely overwhelmed all of Kabuto's attempts to cling to his life. These couldn't have been ordinary fireballs, they were more like meteors from outer space. The heat and flames produced from the fireballs is what caused this hell on Earth to be brought forth. A majority of this section of the forest had been destroyed in the attack. The clearing was several times larger now. Trees had been completely incinerated, and the forest floor could only be described as a sea of flames. That flames of that sea crashed up against the leftover trees like the waves of the ocean and only kept spreading. They were melting the earth, leaving nothing but magma behind. The rivers around the river had started to dry up, evaporation only so they could be replaced by flowing streams of molten lava. It was a beautiful sight for Naruto who had caused all of this. He had heard Kabuto's agonizing screams for a few moments before they disappeared from existence, leaving only the roar of the fire behind. This was a wonderful feeling for Naruto, knowing it was finally over. The man was persistent, he refused to die until Naruto had to use something as devastating as this. The Ravenet had felt Kabuto's presence wither and die out until it ceased to exist with his Kenbunchaku haki. He loved to hear what they felt like just before they died. People always tried to run or escape from his flames, but it was pointless. His flames would devour anything and everything. Naruto didn't understand why people were so fearful of his flames, but he enjoyed their terrified expressions as he melted the flesh off their bodies. People lived because of the heat given off by the flames of the sun every day, so why should they not die by those very flames? It was the cycle of life and death. It was a true will of fire. Naruto continued to watch on as the crimson-orange flames illuminated the darkness that the forest naturally produced. He would not extinguish these flames, he would let them burn, it would serve as a proper cremation for the traitorous Konohinin. Naruto could sense the presence of Satsuki and Hana several miles away from the clearing. They would obviously not want to get caught up in all of the ensuing chaos and destruction. Naruto sighed and made his way to the rest of his team, knowing they would be upset that he overdid it. He just wanted to get the tower as quick as he could. He felt the chakra of two particular seals within the scroll that Hana was carrying. They would probably summon up someone when they were opened and help their team out at the tower. Naruto was actually happy that his team had managed to obtain the two scrolls. With Kabuto now dead, there was nobody in the forest that interested him. Naruto had an idea on what Orochimaru was after, but if he sent his spies to take care of them, then he obviously wasn't coming after anyone on Team 11. That only gave the Sannin three other options. Orochimaru would probably leave the forest as soon as he accomplished his goal, and Naruto couldn't feel his presence any longer, which meant he had already marked them. It would be best to get out of the forest as soon as possible. Hana and Satsuki could probably use some rest too. Tower floor, 4 days later. It had been 4 days since Team 11 had made it to the tower. 4 long days. The only team that had made it there before them was the team from Suna. Apparently they set some kind of new record with how quickly they finished the second stage. However, after that no other team made it to the tower until day 3. There really wasn't much to do at the tower, all it was really used for were events like this, so there wasn't even a library to pick up something new to learn. Satsuki and Hana rested for the first day to get their strength back, and used the other 3 days to perfect some techniques that they had started learning just before the Chunin exams. Naruto had long since mastered most of his usual jutsu, so he started practicing the jutsu he would be using during the preliminary rounds. He knew there would be preliminaries, he would hate to admit it, but the rookie 13 were pretty strong for Genin. Inexperienced? Sure, but they were made up of mostly clan heads and other talented shinobi. He had also decided that he wouldn't use any of his katan jutsus. He didn't want too many people to learn about that until the 3rd stage. Giving people an entire month to prepare knowing his strengths wasn't a good idea. He didn't want to be connected to the forest fire either. Word had gotten around pretty quick about that particular fire. Apparently it took most of the ANBU's Suitun users to put it all out, and even then it took several days. The genin that made it to the tower were spreading it around like wildfire. Apparently the entire earth was met-lead and only a sea of lava remained. Pretty good work if he did say so himself. What piqued Naruto's interest though was what occurred yesterday. Team 7 had finally arrived at the tower looking like they'd been thrown around like rag dolls, which was odd because so many people had favored them all to pass the exams. After taking a closer look, Naruto saw all he needed to. Nawaki, Narumi, and Natsuki all had a strange-looking mark on their necks. It was shaped in a three-tomo design not too different than the Sharingan's, how ironic. However, they were more curved than the Sharingan's tomo and were filled with a dark chakra. It was obvious that they were whom Orochimaru had been after. And he had marked them with a cursed seal. Though Minato had sealed them off not long after they had arrived, many were still concerned. Orochimaru had always been after immortality, everyone knew that. Hence why he was so interested in the Uzumaki blood. Every Uzumaki had an incredibly strong life force, which makes them able to survive the most grave injuries and incredible longevity. They also possess high recuperative powers, making them able to quickly recover from exhaustion and mend their injuries quickly. Because of these traits, Orochimaru would certainly be after their blood for his ambitions. Naruto had to stifle a laugh when he remembered just who the Uzumaki were. The Uzumaki clan were descendants of Otsutsuki Ashura since the Uzumaki originated from the Senju clan. That fact alone made Naruto connected to two of the people who are responsible for the birth of chakra. Naruto was brought out of his memories when the Yondaime Hokage walked onto the stage in front of them. Naruto and the other 24 genin that had passed the second stage were currently waiting in a large arena with balconies on both sides to watch from. It was obvious that this is where the preliminaries would be held. Naruto had long since gotten over his hatred of Minato, but that did not mean he cared for the man. Hatred and jealousy is what drove Otsutsuki Kagaya to try and subjugate the human race. This cycle of hatred ultimately led to her defeat and imprisonment on the moon. Naruto would be damned if he was sealed on the moon. No, he wouldn't come to the same fate as her, so he broke that cycle. As of now he was completely apathetic to the Hokage. The genin were lined up into 8 rows, each row being made of each particular team. Each of their respective senseis stood on the stage behind the Hokage. Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Mato Gai, Baki, Momochi Zabuza, and the Oto Jonin who was really Orochimaru in disguise. Each of them there to represent their village and their genin team. Anko stepped forward to start the proceedings. Congratulations to all of the teams who have made it past the second stage of the exams. Though all of you are still far from finished, I suggest that you pay attention to what Hokage-sama is about to say because he will be explaining the beginning of the next test. Everyone in the room stood at attention as the Hokage began to walk forward. Before I start the explanation for the third test, there is something that I would like to explain to all of you. The genin were paying close attention to the Hokage's words, partially confused as to what he meant. Many people believe that these Chunin exams are meant to promote friendship between the shinobi nations. Others think that it is meant to showcase our strongest genin. These answers couldn't be farther from the truth. Many of the genin's eyes widened at the young Hokage's words. Many of you don't quite understand what I mean yet, that is understandable. A village's strength is reflected by the strength of its shinobi. These Chunin exams are meant to show the other villages and the daimyos how strong the village truly is, to show that your village is stronger than the others. These Chunin exams are essentially a replacement for war. Minato watched as several of the shinobi in front of him began to understand what he meant. He was about to introduce the next part of the exams, but a jonin who was once a part of his personal guard appeared before him. The man wore the standard attire for a jonin, but wore his hitaite backwards and in a bandana-like fashion. His most noticeable trait was the sunban sticking out of his mouth. Hokage-sama, as I am the proctor for this stage of the exams, would you mind if I explained this part to the genin? Minato nodded and stepped back to stand alongside the jonin senseis. The jonin stood up and turned around to face the examinees. Welcome to the first part of the third stage of the Chunin exams. My name is Shiranui Genma and I will be the proctor for this stage. The now named Genma spoke. Usually we would move straight onto the third stage, but it seems that either this batch of genin is quite skilled or the first and second stages of the exam were too easy. As of now there are too many Chunin candidates and having all of you in the third stage would take far too long. Therefore we will be holding preliminary matches right now. This seemed to get reactions out of several genin in the crowd. Wait, why do we have to have preliminaries? Why can't we all just participate in the third exam? Ino yelled at the proctor. The exams this year were too easy, and I can tell that some of you only survived because of the rest of your team. There will be many daimyos and important clients coming to watch the final stage, and if everyone was in it then it would just take far too long. These people only want to see the best, and these preliminaries will make sure that only the best make it. Gunma responded to the genin. The proctor was greeted with silence, signaling that there would be no other questions, so he continued his speech. I will explain the rules before we begin any of the matches. I am the proctor and referee, therefore you will listen to everything I say. If I command for the match to stop, then you will do so. Failure to follow my orders will result in your immediate disqualification from these exams. These fights will be done one-on-one, so any of you who have been relying on your team get it through your head that they will not come to your rescue. The winner of each fight will progress to the final round. Your opponents will be chosen at random. The match will end when one of you dies, cannot continue, or gives up. If I see that someone is unable to continue, I will call the match. Also, there is an odd number of you, so the board that makes the selections will either choose that one of you fights twice or that there is a three-way match. Any questions? The proctor was met with silence once again, so he took that as everyone understanding the rules and procedures. If any of you want to withdraw from these exams, this will be your best chance. Gunma saw that none of the genin planned to quit, decided to begin the preliminaries. If you would all look up at the screen on the wall, we will see who will be in the first match. Everyone's heads looked up at the electronic screen as it began randomly running through, stared on blankly. He did not care whether he went first or last, he just hoped that he would get someone who wouldn't completely waste his time. If he fought a Konoha genin, then he would let them live. If he fought a foreign genin, then he would kill them. The screen would decide whether a genin would live or survive. Finally the screen stopped on two names. Uchiha Satsuki versus Abumizaku. Many of the genin were relieved that they wouldn't be fighting first, while others could only sigh in disappointment at not getting their match over with quickly. Many of the Rookie 13 sighed in relief at the fact that they wouldn't have to fight Satsuki. She was one of the top kunoichi in their graduating class after all. Will Uchiha Satsuki and Abumizaku please step forward? Everyone but the contestants must move to the balconies on either side of the arena to watch. Gunma stated. Uchiha Satsuki versus Abumizaku. Satsuki stared at her opponent, determination burning in her eyes. She knew he was from Otogekyure and was therefore working for Orochimaru. She would give no mercy to this boy, she would make sure to take care of him. She had gotten the rest she needed over the past few days and was ready to fight. Begin! The proctor yelled before jumping back. Satsuki also jumped back and quickly pulled out 6 shuriken. She threw them at Zaku with deadly accuracy, intent on finishing him off quickly. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 6 shuriken multiplied into 20 after she had thrown them, only a few yards from turning Zaku into a pincushion. The Otonin only smirked before going through a few hand seals and thrusting his palms forward. Zankaha, decapitating airwaves. Zaku released a highly pressurized blast of air from the tubes implanted in his palms to deflect all of the shuriken thrown at him. Satsuki activated her Sharingan and rushed Zaku. It became painfully obvious that the man was not very advanced in taijutsu as he was quickly overwhelmed by Satsuki. As long as she didn't give him any time to form hand seals, then he wouldn't be able to use another one of those pressurized air waves. She had opted to use the Goken style, as it was clear this bot would not be taking the lead in taijutsu, so the interceptor fist could not be best utilized here. She was by no means a master in the interceptor fist like Naruto and Obito did, but she was highly skilled in the Goken. She quickly approached and sent a roundhouse kick towards Zaku's side. The Otonin brought his arm to his side to block, but wasn't strong enough to stop the kick completely. He was sent flying back a dozen feet, but eventually caught himself. He started forming hand seals, but Satsuki disappeared from sight and reappeared right in front of him. She sent a right hook into his chest and grabbed his shirt before he could be sent staggering back. She kneed him in the stomach and kicked him in the chest, sending him into the wall, cracking it slightly. Zaku cursed himself for not being able to counter this girl and letting her take control of the match so early after starting. He looked around to locate the young Uchiha, but couldn't find her. Satsuki shunshined right in front of him with 2 kunais drawn and drove them through the openings in his palms, pinning him to the wall in a crucifix-like manner and rendering his air tubes unusable. Arrgh! Zaku screamed in pain as he felt his palms being impaled. He tried to free himself from the wall, but just didn't have the strength. He was also hesitant to harm himself any further by forcefully ripping the kunai out. Satsuki jumped back several feet while performing hand seals. She finally landed on the tiger seal and inhaled a deep breath. Katan, Gukyeki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. She exhaled a large fireball which rushed Zaku and slammed into the wall he was pinned to. The crowd could hear Zaku's screams until the fire died out, revealing an unconscious Zaku covered in third-degree burns with the kunai melted into his skin. Most of the genin in the room cringed at the sight of Zaku and lost their lunches at the smell of burning flesh. Team 11 was completely fine, having gotten used to the sight of bodies with their skin burnt off and the smell of burnt flesh. Gunma moved to the middle of the floor before announcing the winner, Uchiha Satsuki. The medics quickly made their way onto the scene to bring Zaku to the infirmary. Satsuki smirked victoriously and walked up the stairs to where her team was standing. All of them congratulated her and Naruto even rubbed her hair affectionately before looking at the screen to see who the next match would be. Rest of the Rookie 13. All of the rookie genin, other than Team 11, from Satsuki's academy class couldn't believe how ruthless she was. None of them had ever come close to taking a life before, and yet she almost did so without a hint of emotion on her face. Asuma-sensei, how could she do something like that? She almost killed that genin, isn't killing wrong? Wasn't she worried about what would happen to him? Ino asked appalled at what Satsuki did. Asuma only sighed. He really wished he had gotten the idea of a shinobi's life into his genin's heads a little earlier. In fact, it was foolish of him to let them participate in the Chunin exams without doing so. Ino, there will come a time in your life where you will have to take someone's life as well. It is our duty as shinobi. Did you always just expect to defeat your opponents and then walk away? Sorry to burst your bubble, but the world doesn't work like that. From what I can tell, I think that all of your classmates from Team 11 have already had their first kill, and you will too after these exams are over. The three genin of Team 10 were shocked at what their sensei had told them. Shikamaru knew that they would have to do things like this, but hearing their sensei tell them was a whole other story. Choji dropped the bag of chips he was eating, shocked. Ino was disgusted at the thought of heaving to take a life and didn't hesitate to voice their opinion. Team 8 wasn't doing much better. Kurinai-sensei, why did Satsuki-san try to kill that other genin? Hinata asked worriedly. The rest of the team also looked at Kurinai. They were all curious as to what the answer was. Kurinai didn't know how to respond. She had mothered her genin far too much and had not even introduced them to what the life of a shinobi is really like. She could tell that Team 11 was the only team who had taken a life before. Kurinai's eyes drifted over to said team and a small blush crossed her face as she caught a glimpse of Naruto's muscular figure. She saw the look in their eyes and knew they wouldn't bat an eye at killing any of the foreign shinobi here. She just hoped they wouldn't feel the same way about Konoha shinobi. All of the eyes of the genin drifted away from their senseis as they heard the distinct sound of two more shinobi being chosen for the next match. They looked up at the electronic board and saw the two names, Sabaku no Temari vs Aburame Shino. Sabaku no Temari vs Aburame Shino. Naruto watched this match from his spot on the observation deck with an apathetic look on his face. Naruto was rather uninterested in this match as it was made obvious who would win from the start. Naruto had never found the Aburame clan techniques very effective or interesting. Their style of ninjutsu focused on letting a certain species of bug live inside their body and use insects as their ninjutsu. These bugs were good at sucking chakra out of their targets, but were pretty much useless when they couldn't get close enough, which was the case during this match. Temari was a futon user who specialized in long-range attacks. That much was made obvious by the fan that she wielded. She took control of the match almost immediately, and whenever a wave of insects got close, she would blow them all away. The Aburame had always been calm, analytical, and logical. So Shino quickly forfeited after he realized that his bugs wouldn't be effective. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. This was the match that made every Konoha genin in the arena look down in embarrassment. Not even the Hokage or their senseis could be proud of their genin the way they were acting. The match started with them arguing about true love and then went on into excruciating detail about how Sakura was bullied as a child and Ino was her first friend, but they later grew apart because of love. It was nothing but nonsense. They were kunoichi of Konohagakure no Sato, yet, in a respectable promotional exam they were treating it as a therapy session. Then there was the cat fight. Neither of them knew any real taijutsu or did any real training. Sakura had been learning a little medical jutsu under Tsunade, but she didn't take that very seriously, nor would it help her here. It was the most pathetic excuse for a kunoichi fight that anyone in the room had ever seen. Minato was thinking about raising the standards of the academy all throughout the match. All of the respectable kunoichi in the room could only cringe as the fight drew on. Finally it ended with a double knockout. Both of the girls had no real talent as kunoichi. They were barely above the level of civilians, if that. It was made painfully clear that either their senseis had not bothered to train them into real kunoichi or that the girls themselves had not bothered to do the training. This was nothing but a fight between schoolgirls fighting over their crush. Kushina would have leapt over the railing to finish the girls off herself, had she not been held back by Kakashi. At least now most of the genin realized why there were preliminary exams. If Konoha had allowed Kunoichi like that to compete, then they would certainly lose business. Chojuro vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Will Chojuro of Kiri and Sabaku no Kankuro please make your way down to the area floor? Gunma said after the two girls from the previous match had been hauled off by the medics. Naruto did not have much knowledge on either of the two genin fighting, so it would be hard for him to guess who would come out on top. However, those thoughts were quickly banished from his mind as both of the shinobi took off what was wrapped in bandages off of their back and flared their chakra to unravel them. Kankuro turned out to be a puppeteer with an odd-looking puppet. Chojuro had turned out to be one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The sword he wielded was Hiramakerii. Its special ability was to form the chakra that surrounded it into the shape of weapons. The boy's sensei was Momochi Zabuza, one of the more famous of the 7 swordsmen, so of course Chojuro would be a skilled swordsman and know how to handle his blade masterfully. The fight didn't last very long. Both of the genin were skilled, but Kankuro was not far enough along in puppetry to combat someone who excelled in short-range combat like a swordsman. Kankuro started off by sending Karasu off to fight Chojuro in bladed combat with the hidden knives on its wrist. This was a mistake on Kankuro's part as Chojuro was an exceptional swordsman. Chojuro quickly fought off the puppet and then blocked the poisonous Sanban that it fired from its mouth with his sword. Chojuro then proceeded to smash the puppet into pieces after Hiramakerii took the form of a hand, after which Kankuro was sent into the wall along with the puppet remains and forced to surrender. It was an interesting match, and that Chojuro boy was quite strong. Naruto would have enjoyed fighting him, but it was too late for that. It was rare to see someone so young wield one of the 7 swords of the mist. He would certainly be a tough opponent for most of the genin here. Winner, Chojuro of Kiri. Gunma stated after checking on Kankuro. Once again the screen started going through names before landing on 2 that made Naruto chuckle a bit. Inuzuka Kibs vs Inuzuka Hana. Hana could only stare in disbelief at the screen in front of her. Ha ha ha. Out of everybody in the entire Chunin exams, you wound of having to fight your little brother. You've got some terrible luck, my friend. Naruto laughed at Hana's misfortune. She sent him a stare and huffed, thanks for the encouragement. You know I won't lose to him, but I also don't want to hurt him too badly. Just give it everything you have. If you don't, he'll be even more hurt than if you were to go all out on him. Obito stated before giving her a little push to head down the stairs. Good luck. Her team yelled at her before making it to the center of the arena. She stood in the middle of the arena facing her little brother and Akamaru, with her 3 ninkins by her side. On the way down the stairs, she had decided that she would show Kiba his place today. He had always been far too arrogant for his own good, and if it continued it would most likely get him killed on a mission. I guess we got lucky, huh, Akamaru? There's no way that she can beat us with all the training we've done these past few months. She wasn't even good enough to be the clan heir. Kaa-sen chose me because she knew I would be stronger. Right now is when we put her in her place. Kiba boasted arrogantly. Hana didn't even dignify that with a response. This was their clan heir? The clan's future? He was pathetic. He should at least know by now that he was only chosen as the clan heir because he was born as a male among a clan where they needed to be led by an alpha male. If he thought these words would even make her react, he was more foolish than she thought. I was talking to you, Nei-san. Aren't you going to say anything to your clan heir? Kiba was trying to provoke her into losing her cool, but Hana was having none of that. She took a page out of Naruto's book and chose to play the apathetic sibling. Are we going to start the match, or are we just going to listen to this mutt bark all day? Hana asked, looking at the proctor. Kiba was visibly getting angrier by the second at Hana's words. Gunma could only sweat drop at how different the siblings were from each other. It reminded him of the Hokage's children. Right, you may begin. Kiba and Hana both brought their hands up into a tiger hand seal. They then crouched down on all fours as their fingernails extended into claws, their eyes became more slitted, and all of their physical qualities became more animalistic. Giju Ninpo, Shikyaku no Jutsu, ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Both of their bodies became enveloped with chakra as the technique granted them with increased speed, strength, agility, reflexes, and endurance. They charged each other on all 4 limbs with pure taijutsu, opting not to use their clan techniques just yet and leaving their ninken on standby. Hana was faster by far. She rushed and drove her elbow into Kiba's gut, forcing him back. Kiba coughed up a little saliva before regaining his balance. Hana didn't give him a chance to recover as she appeared before him once more and slammed her leg into Kiba's side, sending him across the room. Kiba got up and knew he needed to use his clan techniques to get an edge early on. He pushed off the ground and started spinning into a ferocious vortex. Tsuga, tunneling Fang. Kiba sped towards Hana with such speed that she couldn't fully avoid the attack. He managed to nick her arm as she avoided a direct hit, but he still managed to draw blood. They both recovered after a moment and Kiba came at her once again. Hana knew the time for playing around was over as she used her own Tsuga to match him blow for blow. The spinning vortexes sped towards each other ferociously, meeting in the middle every time and causing sparks to fly everywhere from the friction. This went on for a few minutes before both realized they weren't getting anywhere. Kiba was the first to disengage as he landed beside Akamaru, while Hana landed next to the three Haimaru brothers. It seems we'll need to step things up a bit, Akamaru. Kiba tossed a soldier pill for Akamaru to eat and then proceeded to eat one himself. Akamaru's fur started turning red and he became much more viscous looking, while Kiba's own chakra doubled in strength. "Let's go, Akamaru!" Kiba yelled, after which the now red dog hopped on his back as Kiba made a singular hand seal. Giju Ninpo, Jujin Bunshin, Ninja Art of Beast Mimicry, Man-Beast Clone. The dog on top of Kiba transformed into a perfect copy of him as they prepared for their assault. Hana preformed the same jutsu except she didn't need to give her Ninken soldier pills in preparation for the technique. 3 perfect copies of Hana appeared beside her as they prepared to counter the jutsu they knew that Kiba was planning. Getsuga, Fang passing Fang. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru spun wildly trying to deliver the finishing blow to Hana. However, she was expecting this and was easily able to counter it. She had mastered this jutsu after all, whereas Kiba obviously had not. The attacks were powerful, but they were obviously uncontrolled. He just spun wildly hoping that the assault would hit and tear through the opponent. He had obviously not trained as hard as he thought he did. The attack patterns were sloppy and obvious. She could easily read the path that the Getsuga would take and merely sidestepped. Now she would prepare for her counter-attack and finish Kiba off. Kiba may boast about being the strong alpha male, but the truth was that he was weak. He may have been able to quickly finish off the opponents that he had fought before the Chunin exams, he had not taken many hits because of their clan's fast taijutsu. She could not boast the same. Hana could still remember all of the beatings that she had gotten from Naruto in their spars and how she could barely stand afterwards. The brunette remembered all of the blood she had shed to get this strong. All of the scars marring her body because she had strived to become strong. She would not lose to this little brat just because he was supposed an alpha male. She would put him in his place, she was done dealing with his shit. Hana watched on as another set of Gatsugas came at her in a predictable fashion. Hana nodded at her Ninken and all of them took action. All 4 of them burst off of the ground and began to curve around to avoid the oncoming attacks, but soon began to roll into 4 ferocious buzzsaw-like shapes. Gaetna, Fang rotating Fang. They curved back on course and slammed into Kiba's and Akamaru's sides, completely shredding the skin off in the process. 2 of the Ninken had attacked Akamaru while Hana and the last Ninken finished off Kiba. The male Inuzuka and his Ninken fell from the air to the floor in a bloody mess. Hana had landed on the other side of the room and watched as blood seeped out onto the floor. She knew that she hadn't done enough damage to kill him and only caused enough pain to render him unconscious. It was finally over. Gunma knelt down next to the Inuzuka heir and felt for a pulse. He looked up and noted to the medical team signaling for them to take care of the down genin. He walked into the center of the arena to make his announcement, winner by knockout, Inuzuka Hana. Hana smiled and slowly walked up the stairs to be greeted with the smiling faces of her team. She knew that Satsuki and Naruto couldn't have cared any less if Hana had killed Kiba, that's what made her love them so much. They would stay by her side no matter what, those were the kind of friends that all Inuzuka needed to have by their sides. She knew that the clan wouldn't appreciate what she did to Kiba very much, but she didn't care anymore. All she needed was these 2, she wouldn't trade them for the world. Rest of the Rookie 13. Kurenai and Hinata were staring in shock at what Hana had done to her own brother, their student and friend. Shino had no visible reaction but, for those who knew him it was easy to see that he too was worried. How could she do that to her own brother? I know that there was bad blood between them but still, I guess Kiba did kind of deserve it with the way he was acting. I've tried to get him out of his alpha male way of thinking, but he's just so damn stubborn and arrogant. I should probably go check on him to see what kind of condition he's in. Kurenai thought solemnly. Hinata, Shino. I'm going to the infirmary to check on Kiba's condition. I shouldn't be gone too long. With that said she disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The remaining females of Team 7 were deep in thought. What if that happens to me? I don't want to fight Nissan. I don't want to lose control again. I don't want to put him in the hospital again. I don't want him to hate me any more than he already does. Natsuki thought worriedly. But what if I have to fight Narumi-chan or Nawaki? There are 4 of us, so it's likely that at least 2 of us will have to fight each other. I don't want to fight anyone, especially Nissan. I can't have him hate me, I love him. Unknown to Natsuki, Narumi was having similar thoughts. What'll happen if one of us has to fight each other? I really don't want to fight Nissan. I still haven't even been able to make up with him properly from all those years I hated him. What if I lose control like Natsuki did 3 years ago? I don't want to push him away more than I already have. Why do I care so much? It's not like I like him or anything. Kushina eyed her children and carefully gauged their reactions. She had just gotten back from the infirmary after checking on Sakura. The genin was still unconscious but otherwise okay. On her way out she caught a glimpse of a bloody Kiba and Akamaru. Kushina had overheard the medic saying that he had fought and lost against his sister. This worried her. She knew that her daughters couldn't help but compare the Inuzuka sibling situation to theirs. They wouldn't want to fight and wound their own brother. As I thought. Both Natsuki and Narumi look really concerned that they'll have to fight Naruto-kun, but why does Nawaki-kun look excited after seeing that match? Is he hoping to fight Naruto-kun? The redhead thought worriedly. All of the genin and jonin senseis looked up at the screen in anticipation as it started sorting through names once more. Only a moment later did it land on the 2 names, Nara Shikamaru vs Hozuki Suigetsu. Natsuki and Narumi both let out a sigh of relief as they were hoping they wouldn't have to fight their Nissan just yet, while Nawaki sighed in disappointment at not being able to show the loser of the family his place. Nara Shikamaru vs Hozuki Suigetsu. Naruto watched the battle somewhat amused. This match wasn't like the others, it was more of a battle of brains than technique or strength. This was how every Nara fought. The only technique that Shikamaru really knew was the Kagemain no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, but he knew it masterfully. It allowed him to extend his shadow until it made contact with the target's shadow, after which they merge and the target is forced to copy the user's movements. However, Naruto had been right. The Hozuki clan had the ability to turn into water and become intangible. Because of this, every time Suigetsu was caught in Shikamaru's shadow he merely liquefied to escape. After which he would counter the Nara with a fairly powerful Suitun Jutsu, forcing Shikamaru into a corner. After repeating this course of action for several minutes, Shikamaru saw how futile it was to keep attempting the same strategy and forfeited the match. Naruto learned several things from this match. If he were to fight a Nara in the future, then all he had to do was turn into flames to escape their most favored jutsu. Another was that the Hozuki's Logia abilities were severely watered down. The clan still had the ability to become intangible and could control water to a certain degree, but creating massive tidal waves and tsunamis were beyond their abilities unless they resorted to normal Suitun jutsus. This bit of knowledge was helpful because water was Naruto's elemental weakness. This also meant that if the chakra fruit was mutated and became a bloodline, then the fruit was out of circulation and that it was lost for the time being. Naruto would like to see how their abilities would react to each other's, but he would save that bit of curiosity until the final rounds. Only a few moments later did the electronic screen land on another set of names, Rock Lee vs Sabaku no Gaara. Rock Lee vs Sabaku no Gaara. This was one of the most intense fights that Naruto had seen in a long time. When the fight began it seems as if Lee wouldn't stand a chance. Gaara's control over sand was that overwhelming. Lee almost died several times before he got the okay from Madogai to remove his weights. Now normally weights wouldn't make much of a difference in a match like this, however the amount Lee was wearing wasn't normal by any means. The fight was fast-paced and both contestants were highly skilled. However, Gaara eventually won after he crushed Lee's arm and leg with a Sabaku Q, sand-binding coffin, effectively ending the match. There was a 30-minute intermission to repair the arena before they could resume the preliminary matches. Will Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki and Hyuga Hinata please make your way down to the arena? Gunma announced as everyone re-entered the tower floor. Natsuki and Hinata only looked at each other for a moment before nodding, continuing to the arena. These two were best friends and had really hoped that they wouldn't have to fight each other, but it seemed that fate had other plans. Neither of them would hold back. Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Hyuga Hinata. Both of the girls stood at the center of the arena floor waiting for the proctor to give the command to begin. Hinata seemed hesitant to take a stance at first, but eventually did so after Natsuki refused to start until she did so. It was quite obvious to everyone that Hinata was still the shy little girl, that she was back in the academy. Most of the Jonin wondered what Kurenai could possibly be thinking by letting her partake in the Chunin exams with such little self-confidence. Natsuki pulled her katana from her back as Hinata took the basic Juken stance. Natsuki's caught the attention of many as it was a chakra-conducting regular-sized katana with a pure white blade. The guard was a regular rectangular guard and its handle was black and orange. It seemed that all of the Uzumaki Namikaze children favored orange, even Naruto. "You may begin," shouted Gunma as he jumped back. Hinata activated her Byakugan as Natsuki charged at her. Natsuki started off the match with a downward slice, but Hinata quickly jumped back to avoid being cut in half. Natsuki wasn't finished just yet. She rushed at Hinata with a barrage of slashes and stabs. Hinata narrowly dodged everyone, but lost quite a few strands of hair in the process, telling her that she barely escaped with her life. Natsuki saw that she wasn't making much progress with Kenjutsu and opted to switch to Taijutsu instead. The redhead sent a horizontal slash at Hinata which she avoided, swinging her sword to the right and quickly resheathed it before she kicked Hinata square in the gut, sending her back a dozen feet. The Hyuga heiress coughed a bit before getting back on her feet. This time it was her who charged Natsuki. They entered a fierce duel of taijutsu as neither one of them were willing to back down. This went on for a few minutes before it looked as if they were both tiring. Sent a kick towards Hinata's left side, aiming to force some distance between them, but Hinata wasn't giving up just yet. The pale-eyed girl caught the kick with her hand and struck it with a Juken strike with the other, forcing a few of her tenketsu closed. Hinata's onslaught didn't stop there. She threw away Natsuki's foot and started striking tenketsu all over her body. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, Hack Sanjunsho, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata quickly struck Natsuki 32 different times with her index and middle fingers, closing off 32 of the Uzumaki Namikaze's tenketsu. The technique closed the points on her chakra pathway, preventing her from using chakra for a while and making it much harder to move. Natsuki jumped back before she could deliver a finishing blow. It was quite obvious that she had underestimated Hinata. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice. You've gotten a lot better, Hinata-chan. That technique is quite something. It would turn the match in your favor against almost anyone, except for people like me. Natsuki said as oppressive red chakra became visible all around her, forcing her tenketsu open again. Natsuki couldn't keep using the Kyuubi's chakra for small things like this. Every time she used the chakra, the closer the Kyuubi came to overwhelming her will and taking over her body. She might not be able to force her tenketsu open next time. Natsuki knew that she needed to keep her distance. The redhead jumped back as the Hyuga began to charge and went through a few hand seals. Suetun, Mijuame Nabara, water release, starch syrup capturing field. Natsuki spit out a stream of sticky liquid that quickly spread across the arena floor, and catching Hinata in it mid-charge. The Hyuga girl tried to escape from the thick, sticky water, but it was useless as the liquid began flowing up her legs until it trapped her completely from knees below. Struggle as she might, the Hyuga heiress was unable to move an inch from where she was standing. Had she been more motivated in her training, she could have escaped with a jutsu like Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams, palm rotation, or Jukenpo Ichigekishin, gentle fist art, body blow. However, she knew neither of those more advanced techniques. She only knew the most basic forms of the Juken. There was no means of escape for her. Natsuki saw that she really had no way out and began walking on the syrup-like water by channeling chakra below her feet. She stopped only a few feet away from Hinata and looked her in the eyes. Hinata-chan, it's over, please forfeit the match. Natsuki asked, not wanting to have to deliver a finishing blow. Hinata grit her teeth, knowing she really had no other option, but she wouldn't do it. I'm sorry, Natsuki-chan, but I won't give up. All my life I was seen as a failure because I was weak and lacked self-confidence. I won't let people look at me like that anymore. Even if I can't win right here, I will not forfeit. So finish me off, that's the only way you'll win. Her sudden attitude change surprised a lot of people watching the match. She was always Hinata, the shy, weak, little girl who would never stand up for herself or speak out against anyone. Natsuki closed her eyes and sighed. She formed a few hand seals and stuck one of her arms out. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison jutsu. The water surrounding Hinata quickly formed into an inescapable sphere of dense water, trapping her completely. Hinata slowly began to struggle to breathe for a few moments before she lost consciousness. Gunma stepped forward once again, seeing as how the match just ended, and washed away the leftover syrup with a small Suetun jutsu. He admired the girl's determination and would give her what she wanted by not calling the match early. However, they were just words. If she had done the same thing in a real combat situation, she would certainly be dead. It seemed that she wasn't ready to be a Chunin just yet. Her Jonin-sensei should have known that. Winner, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki, he announced. Natsuki stared on as the medical team brought yet another Konoha genin to the infirmary. She didn't quite understand why Hinata didn't just give up. Perhaps she would understand that sometimes a person's ideals are more important than their life. Akimichi Choji vs Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi. Choji groaned in disappointment as he saw his name appear on the screen right next to one of the top kunoichi from his graduating class. He knew he wouldn't match up very well if Narumi was even stronger now than when they were in the academy together. To be perfectly honest, Team 10 was the laziest of the rookie teams and they did practically no training at all. How could they with Shikamaru's laziness, Choji's food obsession, Ino's whining, and Asuma's laid-back attitude? When they did train, all they worked on was teamwork and the Ino Shikacho formation. They wouldn't ever stand a chance in single combat. Narumi was quite excited that she didn't end up having to fight Naruto, though she also didn't really want to fight one of her fellow Konoha genin. Not to mention one that she had known for years and graduated alongside with. Team 7 hadn't done very much intense training either because of Kakashi's easygoing demeanor and Kushina's motherly instincts telling her not to push her children too hard. Because of this they weren't much better than when they were in the academy. She may have picked up a few more techniques, but she was still almost on the exact same level. That was one thing she hated about her team. Narumi's appearance had changed a great deal since they left the academy. Narumi's appearance looked something similar to her mother's when she was a genin. She wore a black short-sleeved battle kimono that reached down to her thighs and a yellow sash around her waist. She also wore black tights to match her dress and her Konoha hitayate was tied around her forehead. She no longer wore her long blonde hair in pigtails, opting to let it reach down to her mid-thighs. She was quite beautiful in the opinion of most men. Will Akimichi Choji and Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi please meet at the center of the arena? Gunma yelled, breaking the two genin from their thoughts. Narumi entered the arena via Leaf Shunshin while Choji slowly walked down the stairs. Choji could see the relief in her eyes after she found out that she was fighting him. Normally something like this would make him angry, but after seeing the match between Kiba and Hana, he knew that she was hoping that she wouldn't have to fight Naruto. Gunma looked at both of the genin eyeing each other. Are both of the contestants ready? The two others in the arena nodded. Good. Then you may begin. Narumi quickly shunshined about 100 feet behind her. She knew that Choji's only jutsus were his clan ones and she definitely didn't want to be in the way of those when they struck. She also knew that while he had little to no taijutsu besides his clans, he was physically stronger than her and could take more than she could currently give out. Ninjutsu was her best option here. Just as she predicted, Choji began gathering chakra within his body preparing for the first stage of his plan. Baika no Jutsu, Expansion Jutsu. Choji's body became much larger and rounder by converting his body's calories into chakra. This is why all Akimikis ate so much, to be able to preform their unique brand of jutsus. Nakuden Sunsha, Human Bullet Tank. Choji tucked both of his arms and legs and then his head closer into his body. He then used chakra to propel himself forward until he was rolling, turning his body into a destructive ball that wouldn't be easily stopped. Narumi could only curse as she was forced to keep dodging. She knew this exact jutsu was coming, but she hadn't thought of a way to counter it yet. If he managed to even make contact once, then she was finished. Narumi knew she had to think of something fast. Time wasn't on her side. He was moving too fast to be able to trap him like her sister did, so what could she really do in this situation? She closed her eyes, deep in thought, but the only thing that was popped into her mind was the disappointed face of her Nissan if she lost here. She wouldn't let that happen. She would make him proud. If she wanted to show him just how much she had changed, then now was the time. Narumi closed her eyes and only focused on Choji's presence. As soon as she felt that he was only a few feet away. Just as Choji's bullet-like form was about to crush her, she channeled chakra into her feet and quickly jumped into the air. She reached into her weapons pouch and pulled out several kunai with exploding tags attached and threw them at Choji. The kunai landed right in front of the speeding tank and erupted in a large explosion, destroying the ground below and launching Choji into the air, effectively taking away his momentum. Narumi took this as her one and only chance. In midair she formed several hand seals and inhaled a deep breath, even mixing some of the Kyuubi's chakra into the jutsu. Suetun, Swishoha, water release, water colliding wave, dot. A large spiraling vortex of water erupted from Narumi's mouth and exploded from the top in the form of a wave. The violet wave of water crashed down onto Choji as he was thrown in the air, forcing him back down to earth and crushing him with the pressure of the water. Narumi let up the technique and fell to the ground, as she wasn't being propelled up by the water anymore. She was panting hard and exhausted. That jutsu was one that Tsunade had let her learn from the Nidaime Hokage's personal scrolls. Even with the Kyuubi's chakra, it took everything that she had. She looked up from her kneeling position of the ground and saw the unconscious form of Choji back at his normal size. Gunma was surprised at seeing such a powerful technique from a mere genin, but resumed his duties as a proctor nonetheless. Winner, Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi. Choji was taken away on a stretcher by the medics as Narumi got up from her position on the floor. She turned around and looked up at Naruto, hoping to get some kind of sign from him that he acknowledged that she was a worthy kunoichi. That she wasn't the same spoiled brat that she used to be. She knew how unlikely it was for him to recognize her so easily, but she just wanted him to see her so badly, but she still couldn't understand why she wanted high approval so much. Naruto looked down at the girl staring up at him. He was well aware of the fact that she was trying to get him to acknowledge her, but he just didn't care for her all too much. He could see the pleading look in her eyes for just a single sign that she was worth something in his eyes. Naruto knew this look well, it's the same one he had before he met the Uchihas. Naruto may not have been fond of the blonde in front of him, but there was no way that he would let someone feel the same loneliness that he had. Her fight did interest him a bit and was surprised to see that she had partially mastered one of the Nidame's Suiton Jutsus already, so he did something rather unlike him. He dropped the apathetic look on his face and gave her a small smile and a nod. He could hear her stifled squeals from all the way up on the observation platform and sweat dropped. Would he regret doing that in the future? Who knows? Only time will tell. Only after Narumi excitedly made it back to her team did the screen signal that yet another pair had been chosen for their matchup. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and glanced up. Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki vs Tenten. Naruto could only sigh. He was getting tired of waiting. He did say he didn't mind going first or last, but this was getting ridiculous. There had only been a handful of matches that were actually worth watching, the rest of them were nothing more than garden variety genin. Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki vs Tenten. Tenten was confident. She was up against one of the rookies after all, Hokage's son or not. She had seen how pitifully weak most of them were, and if the orange jumpsuit her opponent was wearing was any indication, then he still had no idea what it was like to be a shinobi or what it really went. Tenten couldn't understand how their Jonin senseis could enter them into the Chunin exams without any real understanding of what shinobi really were. Two of the rookie teams had already been eliminated from the preliminaries. Teams 8 and 10 had already had every member of their squad defeated, most of them easily she might add. Out of the 12 Konoha genin that had already fought in their matches, only 4 of them had managed to win. Those who did win were either from Team 7 of Team 11. Currently, Tenten was facing Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki. His sisters had both won their matches by using Suiton Jutsu, so it was likely that he would have won as well. Though from what she had seen in the forest, Nawaki wasn't much of a strategist or someone who carefully analyzed their opponent. He would charge straight into battle with little to no information on his opponent and hope to come out on top. That being said, he fought with no grace at all. He blindly charged with sloppy taijutsu, hoping to make contact. He was a brawler, better in a close-range fight, lucky for her. Begin. She heard the proctor yell. Tenten moved first, opting to jump several feet back to get some distance between them. She made the correct assumptions about his fighting style because just as she moved back, he began to charge at her. The brunette smirked at his futile attempts to get in close. She reached behind her into her weapons pouch and pulled out 2 handfuls of shuriken. She threw them at the charging blonde with deadly accuracy. Only a moment after the shuriken left her hand did she form a cross-like hand seal. Shuriken Kagebunsin no Yatsu, Shuriken Sadou Clone Yatsu. 6 shuriken turned into 30 as they continued to fly towards Nawaki. Nawaki immediately skidded to a stop from his sprint. The shuriken were spanning too far of an area for him dodge, and there was nothing for him to kawarimi, substitute, with. His options for defense were severely limited. He quickly pulled out 2 kunai from the holster on his leg and began deflecting as many of the projectiles as he could. For someone who did not often resort to bukijutsu, he managed to block a majority of the shuriken while the ones that were preventing his escape missed him completely. The barrage of projectiles ended only moments after it started, leaving the blonde genin fairly unharmed. There was only a few shuriken still lodged into his body, but he quickly disposed of them. When Nawaki looked up, he noticed that Tenten was standing in the middle of 2 small upright scrolls on the floor, going through several hand seals. He didn't recognize the seals as any jutsu that he was familiar with. It definitely wasn't an elemental jutsu. Sashoryu, Twin Rising Dragons. After she crossed her arms as the last seal of her jutsu, the 2 scrolls burst into smoke and began flying and spinning through the air in the shape of 2 dragons made of smoke. The smoke soon dissipated and revealed the unraveled scrolls twirling in the air. Tenten then channeled chakra below her feet and jumped high into the air between the 2 scrolls. She began to spin as well, and with just a few movements of her hands, weapons of all sorts unsealed and then were sent flying towards Nawaki. Nawaki silently cursed to himself as he saw all of the weapons making their way towards him. If he thought that first barrage of shuriken was bad, then there was no hope for surviving this. He then remembered the jutsu that his Kaa-san had taught him after they had discovered his strongest elemental affinity. He only knew one elemental jutsu, but it was a perfect defense for situations like these. He went through a few hand seals as he carefully eyed the shower of hundreds of weapons raining down on him. He needed this jutsu to make it in time. Doton, Earth Dome Jutsu. A section of the stadium floor rose and formed a medium-sized dome made of earth to protect Nawaki from external attacks. Nawaki sighed in relief as he heard weapons of all kinds impact the earth dome, protecting him and only pierce through a few inches of the thick shield. However, what Nawaki didn't see was that explosive tags were wrapped around many of the projectiles and were about to explode. The next moment a large explosion covered that section of the arena floor as all of the small explosive tags went off simultaneously and created a much larger explosion. Tenten landed back on the ground a few yards away from the large cloud of smoke that was now covering a majority of the arena. She looked unworriedly, wondering what became of the orange-clad genin. She certainly didn't mean to kill him. Even if it was sanctioned in the match, there would be serious repercussions to killing the heir of the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Her fears were understandable, but they were quickly dissolved as she heard the cry of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and 5 different Nawakis charging her. She tried to defend herself, but she had let her guard down. One of the clone got past her guard and sent her into the air with a right hook. Each of the 3 other clones slid beneath her and kicked her high into the air. She opened her eyes and saw the real Nawaki slam the heel of his foot into her face, sending her face first into the arena floor below. Uzumaki Namikaze barrage! He shouted as he landed the final kick. Observation platform. The remaining 2 members of Team Guy were standing there, watching the last technique performed, and were obviously not happy about it. Guy was wide-eyed at the genin's use of a variation of the Omote Renge, Primary Lotus, and then narrowed his eyes, seething in anger at the thought of the boy stealing Lee's technique without permission. Guy knew that Lee had fought Nawaki because of his title of this graduating class Rookie of the Year and a genius. He had stopped the fight before Lee could use the technique, but the blonde had seen the initial stage of how to use it. Then he had witnessed the whole thing during Lee's match against Gaara. Guy was not happy that he was able to use the technique without even attempting to master it. Satsuki was one thing because Obito had come to him and asked for permission and even help with teaching her the Goken, and she then later developed her own version of the Omote Renge that wasn't as harmful to the user's body, the Shursha Rendan, Lion's Barrage, but this was a whole other story. Niji was also mildly surprised at the rookie's choice of technique. The Hyuga prodigy had seen Lee go all out during the match with Gaara and had seen how far he had come since they became genin. Lee's level was far beyond his expectations, but his taijutsu could be dealt with easy enough with the use of the Juken. However, he was not impressed with the match he was currently watching. The boy, Nawaki, was referred to as a genius but had obviously not put the time in to actually develop his skills. To Niji, this was beyond pathetic. He had been disappointed with the strength of the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings ever since Team Guy had to save them in the forest. The boy's only notable jutsu were the Kage Bunshin and that Doton Jutsu. He was clearly an abomination to those who were actually geniuses. From what he had seen, there were only a few genin that would pose a challenge for him. For now he would continue to watch. Arena floor. Nawaki was panting as he stood only a few feet away from the down Tenten. Blood was leaking from both her mouth and her nose as she laid there unconscious. It had been a close fight, incredibly so. It was only thanks to how thick that earth dome was that he survived. Had it been an inch thinner, then he would have been scattered all over the floor at this point. Nawaki's clothes were ripped to shreds. He only had on what looked like a thick orange tank top and a pair of orange shorts as compared to his usual jumpsuit. He was covered in blood from head to toe and there were patches of burn marks all over his body. He really was lucky to have survived that explosion. He looked over to the proctor who had just finished checking Tenten's pulse and signaled for the medical teams to take the 2 genin away. Winner, Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki. Nawaki passed out from exhaustion and pain only moments after he was announced the victor. Kushina quickly rushed down to the arena to follow the medics taking away her son to make sure he was alright. Naruto could only watch in disappointment. He had thought that Nawaki would be at a much higher level after having been trained by some of the strongest shinobi in Konoha for years now. Though he would probably receive personal training from Minato and Jiraiya for the final rounds to prove that the heir of the Uzumaki Namikaze family was the strongest. There were only 5 people left in the preliminary tournament: Hyuga Niji, Tsuchi Kin, Kinyuta Dosu, Yuki Haku, and himself. He had grown tired of watching these genin. Naruto wanted to get his match over with so he could go home and see Mikoto. It had been so long since they had seen each other, since he had felt her skin pressed against his. He was brought back to reality as he heard the distinct sound that he had grown accustomed to over the past few hours. The screen had selected the combatants for the next match. He looked up and groaned in disappointment as he saw the names on the screen: Yuki Haku vs Tsuchikin vs Kinyuta Dosu. At least now Naruto knew who he would be facing, Hyuga Neji, the so-called Hyuga prodigy. That match should prove interesting. Yuki Haku vs Tsuchikin vs Kinyuta Dosu. Haku stood at the center of the arena facing her two opponents. She cursed her bad luck at being the one selected to have the three-way match. What made it worse was that both of her opponents were from the same team and would use every advantage they had to take her out. This meant teamwork. They obviously knew each other's strengths and weaknesses and would cover them flawlessly. This would be a problem for almost anyone but Haku. The raven-haired girl was strong, maybe even the strongest genin in Kiri. She wouldn't have much of a problem dealing with the two Otonin before her, but that didn't mean that she would underestimate them. Haku was a beautiful 15-year-old girl with long black hair, pale skin, and large brown eyes. Her frame was quite slender and she was fairly short for her age. Haku also had a fairly developed C-cup bust. She wore the standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit which stopped just below her knees. Over that she wore a green haori with white trimmings and a brown sash around her waist. It was the outfit that she usually wore when performing her duties as a kunoichi. Haku carefully eyed her two opponents. It seemed that the one with bandages covering his face was the offensive type and the girl was a genjutsu type. Haku would need to be prepared for all areas of shinobi arts in this match. The proctor stepped forward and looked at each of the genin in the arena. Are all combatants ready for battle? He received nods from the lone shinobi and two kunoichi. Then you may begin. The proctor jumped back to avoid getting in the way of those who would be fighting. Haku quickly shunshined away after Dosu had begun to charge her. She had seen what he had done to that Kabuto boy before the first stage of the Chunin exam started. If she had to guess, she'd say it was a sound-based ninjutsu that damaged the inner ear and would affect her motor skills and physical abilities. She would need to keep a distance from him and rely on ninjutsu and bukijutsu. She glanced at the girl behind Dosu and saw that she had pulled out Sanban with bells attached to it. Bells? Those aren't normal for a person using Sanban. She's either going to use the Shadow Sanban, which is unlikely, or she's planning a sound-based genjutsu. Judging from the name of her village and the skills of the rest of her team, it's most likely the latter. Haku pulled out a few of her own Sanban needles and threw them, aiming for Kin's vital spots. The Oto Kunoichi saw the Kirinin Sanban flying at her and was forced to block with her own, causing the bells to ring on her Sanban. 2 bells? There's my answer, those are for a sound-based genjutsu. Haku thought, confirming her theory. Haku noticed all of the surrounding water from the Suetun jutsus that the Hokage's daughters had used in the previous matches. These were the perfect conditions for her. She noticed that Dosu had begun to charge her once again. She wouldn't deal with him yet. She would first need to take out the girl as it was obvious that she was the weaker of the two. Haku moved at speeds far above the level of a genin to move around Dosu and rush at Kin. In the blink of an eye she had crossed halfway around the stadium and appeared behind Kin. The Oto Kunoichi quickly turned around after she had sensed her enemy and brought up her Sanban with the attempt to stab Haku. The Kiri Kunoichi, however, had drawn her own Sanban and blocked the strike. The Hayaton used slowly began making one-handed seals, surprising everyone in the audience. Sensatsu Suisho, 1,000 flying water needles of death. 1,000 Sanban made of water rose and formed from the surrounding water and completely surrounded the two Kunoichi. A second after they were formed, they began to speed toward Haku and Kin from all directions, leaving no means of escape. Haku quickly shunshined out of the way of the water Sanban while Kin could only stand there as her life flashed before her eyes. Haku looked back at the Kunoichi she was fighting only a moment ago to see a corpse filled with hundreds of water Sanban protruding from her dead body, blood flowing out all across the floor. Many of the remaining genin on the observation platform above them gasped in horror as they saw the Oto Kunoichi had been pierced by hundreds of senbons made of water and her blood fly everywhere in a shower of crimson. Very few of them had seen death before, let alone kill someone with their own hands. And yet, this girl only a few years older than them had done so without even showing a hint of remorse on her face. Kin. She heard the other Otonin scream in horror as he saw the lifeless body of his teammate fall to the ground. Otogakure may not have preached about friendship and comrades, but their team had been together since they became genin. Zaku had already been crippled for life and now his other teammate was killed by the girl in front of him. Is this the first time you've lost someone precious to you? It's only when you're protecting someone precious to you that you become truly strong. You could not protect her, you are not strong, you are weak. Haku told Dosu emotionlessly, a hint of pity in her eyes. The may pity him, but she will not give him mercy. Arfk. At these words Dosu charged Haku in a blind rage, intent on ripping her limb from limb. Haku did not respond visibly, she merely looked down and noticed that the blood from the girl she killed had mixed in with the water which spread it across the battlefield even further and produced more of it. Using her body as a medium, she slowly started to freeze the water around her and even extended the range to freeze even the bare arena floor. She made a few hand seals and crouched down on one knee to place her middle and index finger onto the ice now covering the ground. Hyero no Jutsu, Ice Prison Jutsu. Medium-sized pillars of ice rose from all of the previous water sources and even spanned across the arena floor, erupting from every part of the ground as they continued to rise until they reached Dosu. The Otonin had a look of shock on his face before a pillar rose from the ground underneath him, freezing him in the process. Haku looked up at her handiwork and locked her eyes onto Dosu's trapped form. She reached her hand out in front of her body in a manner not unlike Gaara's and squeezed her hand. Hayaton, Ice Funeral. The ice surrounding Dosu became highly pressurized and crushed him, liquefying his entire body within a single moment, causing blood to erupt from that particular ice pillar like a fountain. At this sight, most of the genin watching the match from above lost their lunches, even some of the jonin looked a bit green. Gaara and Naruto were the only two to smile a bit at the sight. After recovering from seeing a genin kill someone so efficiently, Gunma stepped forward. Winner by death, Yuki Haku. Haku walked back up towards her team as if nothing had happened. As soon as she was back on the platform on the other side of the room, all of the Konoha genin began whispering amongst themselves. They were probably as terrified of her as they were Gaara, maybe even more because she didn't seem insane and was in perfect control of her actions. Naruto did not care for what the other genin thought of her actions. Naruto would have done the exact same thing had he not been matched up against a Konoha genin. What Naruto was staring at was the now frozen wasteland that was the arena. It was beautiful, perhaps only second to the landscape that he had created in the forest. Exactly half of the arena was covered in a thick sheet of ice but was completely smooth and untouched, while the other side was littered with fairly large pillars of ice. It reminded Naruto of what was once Yuki no Kuni. Naruto inhaled the crisp, cold air that the arena had altered and smiled as he remembered the last time he felt the sensation. It brought a nostalgic feeling to his mind as he remembered the events revolving around Koyuki and Yuki no Kuni. He would always remember his very first mission outside of the village walls and the downward spiral of events that occurred not too long after it began. Naruto was forced back into reality as he heard the proctor's voice. Will Hyuga Neji and Portgas D, Naruto, make your way down to the arena for the final match? Yes, this change of scenery would work perfectly for Naruto. Hyuga Neji vs Portgas D, Naruto. Naruto had planned to let any Konohanin that he fought live as it would only cause more trouble for him if he were to kill someone from his own village, but he was seriously reconsidering his plan and thinking of just incinerating the Hyuga in front of him. The boy would not stop preaching about fate and the match hadn't even begun yet. I shall give you this chance to surrender, Portgas. Fate has already decreed me the victor. I think I'll take my chances. I didn't wait all this time just to give up. Naruto was getting tired of the boy's speeches. Very well, do not blame me should your fate meet its end. Neji was done talking, he wanted to get this fight over with. There was no way the genin in front of him stood a chance, he was the Hokage's disowned son after all. Forced out of the family for being too weak. They family situations weren't too different from each other, but he was too blinded by his hatred of the main house of the Hyuga to see that. Neji took his usual Juken stance and activated his Byakugan while Naruto took the stance of his interceptor fist. However, he didn't end there. For the first time in over 3 years he opened his right eye in front of his classmates, revealing not an empty eye socket like they all thought it was, but a crimson 3-tomoed Sharingan. Observation platform. Almost everyone in the audience gasped at the sight of one of the most revered Kekkei Genkai in Konoha. There was one thought going through everyone's minds, the Sharingan, but how does he have it? Ino and Sakura had both made it back to their teams and were greeted with the sight before them. Sakura had already known about Naruto's eye from when she had seen him in the Hokage's office several months ago, but Ino on the other hand was shocked beyond belief. She was pretty good friends with Satsuki, well, they were on good terms, and the female Uchiha had never told her about this. Asuma-sensei? How does Naruto have the Sharingan? He isn't an Uchiha, is he? Ino asked. Most of the Konoha genin were now paying close attention to Asuma's response, as they were just as confused as Ino was. The academy didn't go into depth about Kekkei Genkai or how they were obtained, only that certain shinobi possessed them. Asuma sighed as he saw all of the genin's eyes on him, waiting for an answer. Kekkei Genkai come from genes that are passed down through certain clans. Konoha has 2 dojutsu Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan and the Byakugan. There are many other Kekkei Genkais, but these 2 are 2 of the most prominent. Usually they are only passed down through reproduction, however in the case of dojutsu they can be implanted into another individual. This is the case with Kakashi's Sharingan and most likely the case with Naruto. As you know, Naruto lost his eye several years ago and it was removed, so it's likely that he had it transplanted not too long after that accident. For anyone else, they'd have to have their eye ripped out to have one transplanted. Asuma noticed Natsuki look down and tears build up from her eyes at the mention of his accident, but he would push it to the side for now. He looked to see the faces of the genin as they turned their heads back toward the arena, telling him that they understood. Arena floor. Niji's eyes widened in shock for a moment before returning to normal. It did not matter whether Portgas had a dojutsu or not. Fate had already decided that he would win. Begin. The proctor announced. Niji didn't need to hear twice as he rushed at Naruto. Naruto quickly coated his arms with Busashoku Haki so that Niji wouldn't be able to close the tenketsu in them. Naruto had already seen Hinata's Juken, but he could tell that Niji had surpassed her by leaps and bounds. There was no comparison. He would have to keep his guard up if he wanted to even the playing field with taijutsu. Niji laced his hands with chakra in order to initiate his Juken. He sent a palm strike toward Naruto's chest, but the Ravenet blocked by pushing his arm away. This didn't stop Niji as he continued his fast-paced palm strikes with Naruto either avoiding it altogether or blocking. Niji couldn't understand what the boy had done to his arms. They were pitch black and the Byakugan couldn't see through it. Niji sent a finger strike toward his chest intent on hitting a vital organ. Naruto, seeing this, ducked below the strike and swept Niji's legs out from under him. He wasn't going to break apart without a finishing blow, so he sent a vertical chop straight into Niji's gut, forcing him to the ground. Naruto jumped back a few yards to gain some distance. The Hyuga was quite good and proving to be a match for him in pure taijutsu alone. Their specialized taijutsu allowed them to strike directly at the chakra networks. Even blocking with your arms would render some of the pathways they're blocked. However, his Busashoku Haki was similar to very powerful armor that would prevent any of the strikes from reaching his chakra network. Niji immediately got off the ground and charged at Naruto once more. He brought his leg out to sweep Naruto's feet out from under him, but the Sharingan user jumped into the air avoiding the kick. Niji wasn't done yet as he used his momentum to spin and kicked out with his other leg, aiming for Naruto's chest. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. The Juken usually only used a person's hands, specifically the palms and the fingers. He caught the kick with his hand, but was sent back a dozen feet. He wasn't expecting so much force behind it. Naruto was done playing around. The time for defense was over. He switched his stance into one that could better utilize his haki. This taijutsu style revolve around ferocious strikes using palm strikes and kicks. It was Naruto this time who charged Niji. The scarred boy was moving at speeds that no genin could usually keep up with, but somehow Niji had avoided a hard palm strike to the sternum. However, Naruto spun in midair and delivered a talon-like kick to Niji's left arm, sending him flying into one of the ice pillars. Naruto stayed behind a bit as the impact produced a cloud of mist that slightly obscured his vision, though he could sense where the Hyuga was with his Kenbunchaku Haki. He could see Niji kneeling on the ground planning his next move. A moment later he dodged a barrage of shuriken with only the slightest movements, not even bothering to move from where he was standing. Niji soon flew out of the mist with his arm drawn back. Hack Kusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Niji thrust his arm forward, releasing a high-speed palm thrust forming a vacuum shell was sent towards Naruto. With his Sharingan he could easily predict the path of the strike and maneuvered around it. After avoiding the strike, Naruto quickly jumped behind the ice pillar to his left to figure out what the Hyuga prodigy was planning. A moment later Niji landed at the middle of the ice-covered arena and stood completely still. Naruto, seeing as he wasn't going to get any of his answers this way, rushed at Niji once more. "You are within my field of divination," Niji stated as he took an odd Juken stance. Naruto was only a few feet away when Niji moved in a maneuver that even the Sharingan had trouble tracking. Once he found Niji again it was too late. Hack Rokujiansho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. With those words he began to relentlessly attack Naruto with a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Niji had succeeded in closing 64 of the chakra points all over Naruto's body. This would render him completely handicapped for the rest of the match, with the inability to mold chakra and hampering his movements. However, after the final strike was delivered, Naruto burst into a flock of crows, surprising everyone in the room, even the Hokage. That particular technique was only known to one person in the world. The real Naruto stepped out from behind the ice pillar that he had first hid behind and stood there taking in what Niji's technique had done. Karasu Bunshin, Crow Clone, it's an incredibly useful technique. Completely unlike other types of Bunshin, even the Kage Bunshin. That was an impressive technique, one that should only be known to a single child of the main house. after seeing it once I won't be caught up in it again. Naruto walked forward a few feet until he was in front of the ice pillar. I must thank that girl Haku for the change of scenery. Now I don't have to go through the trouble of doing it myself. Naruto formed a few hand seals, Hayaton, Haryu Moko, Tearing Dragon Fierce Tiger. Every shinobi's eyes in the room went wide once more as they heard his words, even his own team, but especially Haku, who was speechless at the moment. The entire ice pillar behind Naruto turned into a giant tiger that rushed through the sky and towards Neji with such ferocity that it may have killed him if the jutsu hit. The mere creation of the massive beast caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Haku could only continue to stare wide-eyed, as even she didn't have any Hayaton jutsu within her arsenal on that massive of a scale. Neji silently cursed as he continued to dodge the large tiger that continued to chase after him. It was the predator and he was the prey. No matter how many times he dodged it, it wouldn't let up. In fact, every time he avoided the creature it only became faster. The young Hyuga only had one jutsu that would be able to defend against the predator's onslaught. He had been hoping to save it for the finals, but it was the only thing that would save him right now. He stopped running and slowly began to spin until he picked speed. Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Chakra expelled from every tenketsu of his body as he spun, creating an impenetrable blue sphere. The ice tiger crashed into the sphere and slowly began to shatter until it was completely destroyed. Neji stopped his jutsu a moment later, panting from how much chakra he had used. He would need to perfect the Kaiten later on so that he didn't have to waste so much of his chakra on it. Neji looked up and saw that he was on the complete other side of the room from where he was when he began dodging that ice tiger. He knew just how close he had come to defeat. In that moment he stared at the tiger's gaping jaws about to devour him whole. He would need to end the match soon. He didn't have much chakra left. Enough left to use the Hakusho Kaiten once more, but that was it. Should he have to resort to that, then he was done, defeated. You did well to defend against such an attack, Neji. You truly are a genius of the Hyuga clan. Neji's eyes jerked up at the sudden voice and locked onto the form of Naruto across the arena. But will you be able to avoid the next one? Neji's eyes widened as Naruto began going through hand seals. He got up and quickly charged Naruto in an attempt to finish him off before he completed the next jutsu. However, he was too late as Naruto landed on his seal and thrust his arm out, forming a black ether-like dragon from the ice and snow behind him that flew into the air at high speed. Its glowing red eyes locked onto Neji and went in for the kill. Hayaton, Kakuryu Bofusetsu, Ice Release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Neji knew he had to use the Hakusho Kaiten once more in order to even survive the massive dragon. He began to spin at a rapid speed, exerting all of his chakra into this last jutsu. Even that was not enough as the black ether-like dragon hit the Kaiten, but did not dissipate. Instead it picked Neji's technique up while he was still spinning and launched him into the air, impacting the ceiling as the dragon continued to rush him. Neji had long since stopped the Kaiten and could only feel his body screaming in pain as the dragon continued to pin him to the ceiling as the ice dissipated against it from the force of the impact. The last thing he remembered was the freezing feeling of the ice against his body before he was pulled into the darkness. The dragon vanished from existence as soon as Naruto felt that Neji had lost consciousness. The Hyuga that was pinned to the ceiling slowly began his free fall back down to earth before Naruto shunshined into the air and caught him, the natural heat of his body immediately causing Neji's body to recover from hypothermia. He landed on the ground once more and waited for the medical teams to come and take his opponent away. Naruto looked up and saw that everyone in the room had a gobsmacked expression on their face, including the Hokage. He could see Natsuki, Narumi, and Satsuki all staring at him in pure awe and admiration. They were soon brought back to reality as they heard the proctor clear his throat. Winner by knockout, Portgas D. Naruto. With the final match over, this marks the end of the preliminary rounds. All of those who have won their matches, please make your way down to the arena to decide the matches for the final rounds. As Gunma made his announcement to the Chunin hopefuls, they slowly began to make their way down the stairs until they were standing beside Naruto in a single line. Minato and Enko had made their way down to the arena floor as well. The Yondaime Hokage stepped forward to start his speech to congratulate everyone. Congratulations to all of you for winning your matches and making it to the third and final stage of the exam. I am proud of all of the Konoha genin that have made it thus far, and I'm sure the Kage of your respective villages feel the same way. Minato let a moment of silence pass before he continued. However, the final stage of the Chunin exams will not be happening now. Many important people such as the Kage of your villages, daimyos, and many potential clients will be attending the final tournament. Therefore you have exactly 1 month to prepare for your matches. Time will allow you to study your opponent's abilities in order to form a strategy to deal with them, and it will also give you a chance to improve your own skills. Minato said. For now we will decide what the matchups will be for the tournament. Please take a piece of paper from the box that Anko-san is currently holding. These pieces of paper will determine who you will fight in the first round, so I hope you are all confident in your good luck. One by one each of the genin walked up to the box and pulled out a small piece of paper with a number on it. They presented their numbers to Ibiki and were drawn onto the tournament grid where their number was. Match 1, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Sabaku no Temari. Match 2, Uchiha Satsuki vs Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi. Match 3, Portgas D. Naruto vs Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki. Match 4, Inazuka Hana vs Chojuro. Match 5, Suigetsu vs Sabaku no Gara. Match 6, Yukihaku vs winner of Match 5. Naruto was grinning like a madman at the idea of Nawaki. The brat just annoyed him to no end, and this would be a perfect opportunity to show his true strength. Are there any questions dealing with the rules of the final tournament? Minato asked after everyone had seen who they would be fighting. Shikamaru raised his hand. Will there only be one person who becomes Chunin since this is a tournament? No, there are several different judges for the tournament, Kage included. If someone is determined to have the skill and mindset of a Chunin, then they will be promoted. However, fighting more matches in the tournament will give you more opportunities to show the judges that you are fit to be a Chunin. There is also a chance that none of you will be promoted to Chunin, but from what I have seen that scenario is highly unlikely. Are there any more questions? None of the genin before him raised their hands or looked uneasy. Very well, then you are all dismissed. Oh Naruto. Please meet me at the Hokage Tower as soon as you have spoken with your teammates. Naruto had expected this after showing a bit of what he could do in his match, so he didn't voice his opinion. Slowly all of the genin left the tower until only Team 11 and Team 7 remained. Obito turned to speak to his team. They needed to deal with the time they had during the period before the third exam. All of you think about what you plan to do with your 30-day time period overnight, okay? Meet me at the usual training ground tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. He said as he disappeared from sight a moment after seeing them all nod their heads. Naruto thought a bit about what he needed to work on before making the journey to the Hokage Tower. He would take the long way around so he could prepare himself for his eventual meeting with the Hokage, and most likely the rest of his family. The will of fire still burns, just enough time to pass each other. What are secrets really? Are they pieces of information that are not meant to be known by others? Or are they just things that you'd like to keep to yourself and only the people that you truly trust? Everybody had a secret or two. Secrets were the basis of the shinobi world. Every country kept secrets from each other in order to benefit their own interest, whether it was to keep their hidden village's strength at the top of the elemental nations or to hide their own underground dealings. The world was a dark place. A rotting wasteland where the sun would never shine, at least it would be until someone decided to set the world aflame. Naruto had many secrets, such as the fact that he knew the truth about the Uchiha massacre or that the Kyuubi was really still being controlled by Uchiha Madara on the night of his birth. Secrets were meant to stay in the dark because should they come to light, the consequences would be greater than any kind of benefit. If either of these two secrets were to get out, the fallout would be disastrous. If anyone were to find out about the Uchiha massacre, then the people of Konoha would lose faith in their village and their Hokage. They would see him as a tyrant who ordered the execution of an entire clan just because they no longer believed in the village's will of fire and were going to speak out against it. Those Uchiha children who were spared would seek revenge for their losses, or betray the village altogether. The second secret was just as dangerous, if not worse. If what Shisui had said the night of the massacre was true, then the Kyuubi was most likely still under the effects Madara's Kodo Amatsukami. Naruto would need to deal with that the first chance he had. Only of the same jutsu would be able to remove the effects. Should the people of the village find out that the Kyuubi was under the effects of a Sharingan that night, then the Uchiha would be ostracized even more. Some may even call for the complete extermination of the clan because they feared that what happened all those years ago would happen again. Naruto had no idea that the Kodo Amatsukami was so powerful. Should the village find out that he possessed the very same jutsu that cost Konoha all of those lives 16 years ago, then he would most certainly have to take countermeasures to prevent his family from being knew that it was the strongest genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But to be able to control the most powerful of the Bijuu for over half a century with it was an amazing feat. Naruto had yet to reach that level of mastery with the Sharingan. He was capable of activating Shisui's Mangekyo, but when he did he still felt like there was a higher level to reach. It felt as if there were a power just within his grasp, but he had to take one final leap to reach it. Were his eyes telling him that he was capable of awakening the Rinnegan? He would continue that thought later. People also might interpret that Natsuki and Nawaki are also under Madara's control because they hold the Bijuu within them. Then they would be treated like that of real Jinchuriki instead of heroes who saved the village. That brings up another theory that Naruto had. Yin and Yang were never supposed to be separated, it was the law of nature. The only reason that Naruto was able to completely split apart his chakra with his perfect chakra control was because he still contained the other half within his body. The Yin half of the Kyuubi was sealed inside Natsuki and the Yang half was sealed within Nawaki. That being said, they would narrowly be drawn back to each other. The pull of the forces would be so powerful that they would even break the seal holding them in the process. Naruto theorized that if one half of the Kyuubi was broken from Madara's control, the knit would instantly draw the other half back to it and merge back into the complete form of the Bijuu. The extraction wouldn't kill the Uzumaki Namikes that possessed the half that was still under the Koto Amatsukami because of their Uzumaki genes. The Uzumaki always had incredibly strong life forces, which is why Kushina was able to survive having the Kyuubi escape from her. Though it would be an incredibly painful and exhausting process. If Naruto could help it, he would break the Yin half from Madara's control because it would be easier to, because it represented the Kyuubi spirit half, as it was made of Yin chakra. It would probably be best to deal with this either after the Chunin exams, or during the invasion that would occur during the finals where Gaara would transform into his full Bijuu state. Naruto couldn't wait to deal with Shikaku. He had spent far too long in isolation and it had made him even more bloodthirsty and insane. Naruto would have to remind him of what he was like when he was just born. He would remind him of what fear was. But that would have to wait for another time, as Naruto was currently sitting in front of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. He was obviously interested in uncovering all of Naruto's secrets. Though they weren't the only ones in the Hokage's office. Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina stood behind her husband, staring forlornly at Naruto, while Narumi and Natsuki both sat to the side of the office on the couch. Both of the genin had no idea why they were there, but their Kaa-san had requested that they be there. Nawaki wasn't there as he had been moved to the hospital for the night to recover from the injuries he received during his match. Even Jiraiya was in the room sitting on the windowsill. Naruto had not even glanced at the man since he arrived. Naruto had not seen Jiraiya in years, nor did he want to. Naruto could only describe the Toad Sage with one word: pathetic. He was strong, that much Naruto was certain of, but it was his beliefs that made his entire existence a joke in Naruto's eyes. He lived his entire life based on a prophecy that the Toads gave him decades ago. They told him that he was meant to create peace by finding the child of prophecy. The Sharingan user never understood what made the Toads so special that they could hand out prophecies like they were pieces of candy. It was one of these prophecies that drove the Uzumaki Namikaze family apart even further. Several years ago, after he had awoken from his coma, Naruto had thought that he would give his family a chance after seeing how his family life couldn't even compare to how bad Ace's was. After all, Naruto's parents didn't actually try to kill him. However, it was not meant to be, as they had began to focus even more on his siblings' training after Jiraiya had given yet another prophecy to Minato about the child of prophecy and how they will either bring forward peace or lead the world to ruin. That had been the final chance he gave his former family. The room was silent, eerily so. It was obvious that the only ones in the room who knew what was going on were Minato and Jiraiya. Naruto stared on impassively at the blonde Hokage, who matched his gaze. Naruto had partially figured out why he was here. Minato wanted answers about the Hayatan, but what confused him was Jiraiya's presence. He had sensed the man watching from the shadow at the preliminary matches, but he had assumed that Jiraiya would go off for some research at the hot springs. Jiraiya was the world's largest pervert and that disgusted Naruto. He had even caught the man sneaking glances at Kushina's figure every so often. The only reason why Jiraiya would be here is if they wanted to speak about something more than just his abilities. He had no doubt that they would once again try to bring him back into their family, but he would have none of that, and they were probably starting to catch on to that idea by now. No, there had to be more going on here than he realized. Congratulations on winning your preliminary match, Naruto. Minato had thought for a long time about how to start off the conversation with his wayward son. If he had outright demanded answers from Naruto, then things would quickly turn out like they usually did with him. He wanted Naruto to be able to open up to them and maybe they could fix their estranged relationship from there. To be able to overwhelm the prodigy of the Hyuga clan so easily is quite an accomplishment. He was the Rookie of the Year for the previous graduating class at the academy, you know. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto replied blandly. He had to restrain himself from rolling his eyes. It was quite obvious as what Minato was trying to accomplish. But if that was all that this was about, may I ask why I was the only one who was requested to be here? There were many other genin who had won their matches, surely you would give them the same treatment. Minato sighed in exasperation. His son had never been interested in exchanging pleasantries. Naruto always saw right through all of his attempts to get closer to him. There are questions that need to be answered. Your abilities specifically have come into question and we require answers to them. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Minato's tone of voice. This obviously wasn't just Minato's curiosity that brought him there, this was an interrogation. Why do you have the Hayatan bloodline? It isn't like some of the other elemental bloodlines that have sprouted up in several different nations. The Hayatan is exclusive to Kirigakure and the Yuki clan. You already have a Sharingan. Have you been experimenting on the rest of your body too? If you have, you're no better than Orochimaru. Jiraiya stated coldly, his voice rising in anger at the end. Naruto's gaze pierced through Jiraiya's very being. He knew the man was a fool, but he certainly didn't expect the sage to jump to such a wild conclusion. It was obvious that he had already decided that was what Naruto had done. His hatred for Orochimaru had blinded him to what was around him. He was no better than that Anko woman who was screaming for the Hokage to cancel the exams because she had fought her former sensei in the forest. To come up with such foolish assumptions, are you sure you're a Sannin? I had no idea that a shinobi of your stature had the thinking capacity of an academy student. As Naruto spoke, Jiraiya could be seen losing his composure as he got up from his seat on the windowsill to force some answers from Naruto. He was forcefully restrained by Kushina's Kongo Fusa, adamantine sealing chains, so that Naruto could finish speaking. To answer your little interrogation, I do not have the Hayatan. This earned raised eyebrows from everyone in the room. What do you mean? We clearly saw you use it during your match. Minato asked, very confused as to what Naruto was trying to imply. Naruto sighed. These two have been shinobi for decades and they still can't figure anything out for themselves? This is the leader of the village and Konoha's strongest shinobi. What I mean is what I said. I cannot use the Hayatan. Think about the condition of the arena when my match was held, it was covered in ice. What I used was pure ice manipulation, using the pre-existing techniques to form Hayatan techniques. Naruto stated. He was getting annoyed with what he had already guesses would be a long night ahead of him. Minato sighed in relief after learning that his son hadn't been using his body for experiments like his sensei's old teammate. Now that he thought about it, why did Jiraiya immediately think that he was the second coming of Orochimaru? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes once again. It seemed that he wasn't satisfied with Naruto's answer. How would you even gain access to such powerful techniques? The only ones who uses those kind of jutsu are the shinobi from Haru no Kuni, and no Konoha shinobi has set foot there in over a decade. The last one was Kakashi when he rescued their princess when her uncle and shinobi there staged a coup. Naruto scoffed. This man was supposed to be Konoha's spymaster and yet he couldn't even piece together such simple information. Your information is outdated, Jiraiya, either that or your memory is failing you. I don't blame you if it is the latter, it comes with advanced age after all. Kushina had to strengthen the hold of her chakra chains as Jiraiya tried to break free and jump at her son. I was sent to Haru no Kuni by Hokage-sama over a month ago. It was our first C-rank mission but it went south pretty fast. To keep the story short, we found out that we were escorting Kazuhana Koyuki, the rightful heir to the throne of Haru no Kuni. I wound up killing the former daimyo and those shinobi who were key in staging the coup, freeing the country from their grasp. Because of that, Koyuki was made the new daimyo and I was given access to the shinobi library in Yukigakure for saving their country, along with the Hayatan jutsu I copied with my Sharingan. Everyone's eyes widened after hearing that little piece of information. After all, the report Naruto's team had given the Hokage wasn't the whole truth. Only Naruto knew the full extent of what really happened. Natsuki and Narumi were shocked to hear that their Nissan had killed someone. They knew that shinobi had to do things like that, but the concept was still just so foreign to them. They had only done simple delivery and escort missions, minus their mission to Nami no Kuni. But they were completely outclassed on that mission, so Kakashi and Kushina had done all of the work. They had never even come close to taking a life, and yet their Nissan had said that he killed several people without even a hint of remorse present his face. Could they really call themselves Kunoichi just yet? Kushina looked a bit downcast after she had heard some of the story. She wasn't even there to comfort her own son after his first kill. To all shinobi in Kunoichi, the first kill is always the hardest. It's the first step into what the shinobi world is truly like, and to hear that he had already done so broke her heart a little more. She really wanted her baby back. He was so loud and energetic when he was just a few years old. He used to be just like her. Now she can't even recognize him, both personality and appearance-wise. Minato had gotten the answers he wanted and decided to move on to his issues with what was going on in the final stage of the Chunin exams in a month. Naruto, the final stages of the Chunin exams are only a month away. Have you considered what you are going to do about training yet? Naruto was taken by surprise at this question. He hadn't thought they would talk about his training schedule. He figured that one of them wanted to help with his training in order to worm their way back into his heart. He had already thought about what he still needed training in, not that he would tell any of them that. Why does that concern you, Hokage-sama? If you are concerned about my performance, then I can assure you that you won't be disappointed. That isn't really what I was getting at. Minato sighed. I am going to be training Nawaki this month. Though all 4 of you have made it to the final exams, he asked me to train him the day before the first exam if he should make it to the final stage. Naruto, I can assure you that Nawaki will be at least Chunin level by the end of this month, and without ice in the arena, I don't know how long you'll be able to last against him. Naruto had to stifle a laugh at how Minato had no idea of what he was truly capable of. He didn't voice his opinion on the matter and kept his neutral gaze on the man as he continued to speak. All of you will be representing the village in this tournament, and I need you to show our strength to the world. That's why I've asked Jiraiya-sensei to train you over the next month. Narumi and Natsuki will be receiving training from both Kushina-chan and Kakashi. I don't want you to be left behind. I'm sure Obito will be busy with training Satsuki for the exams because of her Sharingan, and I don't want you to get your hopes up that you will be receiving the usual amount of attention that you require. Really? He wants me to train with Jiraiya? The same Jiraiya who tried to attack me a few moments ago and who accused me of being no different than Orochimaru. Who the hell is he kidding? I'd sooner accept training from Ebisu than him. Naruto could not believe that Minato had tried to set him up for training with the pervert who was obviously enjoying being wrapped up in Kushina's chains. No thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto replied in a bland tone. This statement had everyone in the room gaping like a fish out of water. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya had expected him to accept the training instantly. Narumi and Natsuki had no idea what their parents were planning, but as soon as they heard he was going to be trained by a Sannin, they were going to ask to join the training so that they could spend more time with him. Natsuki really wanted to be near him whenever she could. She had even considered stalking him a few times when she had seen him on the street, but that idea was quickly shot down. She really wanted to be near her Oni-sama, as she called him in her head. She just wanted to please him however she could. She wanted to be his and his alone. She wanted to train side by side with him and spar with him, but then she remembered what had happened the last time they did. She may never get over the fact that she put him into a coma. Narumi needed help with summoning toads. She had already been able to summon low-level ones like Gamakichi, but they hadn't truly trained in it or any of the other toad arts. Though that was only an excuse, she secretly wanted to be with her Nissan too. Every time she saw him she was reminded of how bratty and stuck-up she was in her younger years, and she hated that. She felt hot every time she looked at his finely sculpted body, and as if she needed a cold shower every time he looked her in the eyes. She didn't understand why it was her own brother that made her feel this way. Minato looked at Naruto incredulously. But why? Jiraiya-sensei is one of the Sannin, arguably one of the strongest shinobi in the village. Anyone would jump at the chance to train under him, and yet you turn the offer down. Naruto did not react to the outburst of the village leader. I am not just anyone, Hokage-sama. It would be detrimental to have someone who has no idea what my fighting style is or what level I am at train me, especially someone who clearly does not want to. He would obviously force me to learn his jutsu and how he fights. As I shinobi, I am already set in my own way of fighting, and therefore it would only take that much longer for me to break away from my old style. Not that I'd want to. I refuse the training. Some of those in the room calmed down after understanding his situation, but Jiraiya had clearly taken it as a personal insult. What is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say that your fighting style is superior to mine? I am a shinobi who is feared all throughout the elemental nations, and yet you, some snot-nosed genin, thinks he's better than me. Why don't we settle this right now? A spar at one of the training grounds right now. If you can last 2 minutes against me, then I won't bother training you. Many of those were surprised at Jiraiya's declaration, especially with how much convincing it took Minato to get him to agree. Naruto's expression had still not deterred from his apathetic gaze. I wouldn't want you to break a hip, old man. You're still useful to this village after all, though you really should start thinking about retirement. You ungrateful little shit. Free me from these chains and I'll show you just how old I really am. Jiraiya had gotten tired of Naruto's teasing of his age. I have no plans in participating in your little competition either. I'm a busy person. Did you really expect me to spend one more moment with you than I really had to? I've got nothing to prove to you, Jiraiya, nor do I care about your opinion of me. Naruto turned back towards Minato. If that will be all, Hokage-sama, I will take my leave. I have not been home in over 5 days after all. With those words said, he began to walk out the door. Minato raised his hand to stop his son from leaving. If he did, he would most likely not see his son until the day of the tournament. Naruto, wait, there is one more thing. Naruto turned back around to face the Hokage. From the look on Minato's face, he knew he would not like what the man was about to say. It seemed that this conversation would need to draw on a bit longer. Minato sighed, knowing his son wouldn't want to hear what he was about to say. I want you to retake to Uzumaki Namikaze's clan name. Konoha needs to show its strength during these exams, and the village's strength is intertwined with the strength of their Kage, this includes their families. The room noticeably dropped several degrees after Minato spoke those words. Words that everyone in the room knew he would not listen to. Even Jiraiya knew there was a reason why he changed his surname, though he would never understand it. In that moment Naruto remembered all of the pain that his family had caused him over the years. Those words that he recalled Ace once saying were right, people never forget. I refuse, and I am not part of your family anymore, Hokage-sama, perhaps I never was. The words of the lone Ravenet in the room broke the hearts of the females in the room, they wanted him back the most. This isn't a request. I am ordering you as your Hokage, not your father. You will take back the Uzumaki Namikaze's name and you will come back home so your mother and sisters can be happy again. Do you understand me? Minato yelled as he stood up and slammed his fists against the desk. Naruto's glare hardened, even going so far as to open his right eye and activating his Sharingan from its neutral state. No, I will not. Naruto stated sternly, earning a glare from Minato. You may be able to give me orders when dealing with shinobi affairs, but this is a clan matter. You cannot force me into a clan that I am not a part of. Also, I may not have taken the name because I am partial to my current one, but I am under the protection of the Uchiha clan. This statement caught the attention of those in the room. They had known he lived at the Uchiha compound with Satsuki, but they didn't think that Mikoto would go so far as to put him under the clan's protection. Naruto continued, you may be the Hokage, but we both know that you don't have the authority to interfere in clan matters. With those words said, Naruto began to walk towards the door once more. Minato looked down at his desk in defeat, tears welling up in his eyes. Never before had any of those in the room seen the hero of Konoha look so weak and fragile. Will you at least tell me what the name, Portgas, means to you? Naruto stopped mid-step. Those words brought back all of the memories behind the name. Ace was never given the attention that his brothers were because of their use of chakra. Kaguya hadn't always tried to kill her sons, only after she began to perceive them as a threat and power corrupted her mind did she turn to that solution. His situation wasn't too different from Naruto's, he was cast aside for his brothers who had inherited all of their mother's chakra-related abilities. Their father had died when they were still young, but he was the only one of his parents who could say that he loved Ace. After Whitebeard's death, Ace moved away from home and lived in isolation. Away from his mother, away from the Otsutsuki, and away from his brothers. Ace didn't have Hagoromo or Hamura, no, he loved them like any brother would. But their mother had prohibited him from interacting with them. She feared that they would lead the world into war once more. As a goddess, she could not let that happen. Chakra was not a power that humans were meant to wield. She never wanted Ace to get involved with chakra because of what may happen should his brothers grow too strong for her to control. She was secretly spending this time trying to figure out how to retrieve her chakra from her sons, but to no avail. She feared what the future would hold if more humans became able to use chakra. The world would be locked into a fate of constant war once more. Ace didn't know any of this, however. He didn't need her, he didn't need anyone. Or at least that was what he had thought for a time. That was what he thought until Otsutsuki Ace met a woman named Portgas de Rouge. It was a chance encounter. Ace had thought nothing of the woman until she started visiting him every day. She had seen the sadness and loneliness within him and decided that she would give him the happiness that he had never had. Rouge had given everything that Ace had never received from Kaguya, maternal love, understanding, affection, and so much more. She gave him a place that he could truly call home. However, it was not meant to last. Kaguya had finally realized that Hagoromo and Hamura were threats to her reign of tyranny and had decided to take back the chakra that was rightfully hers. She needed to find Ace too. She had loved him more than anything and only focused on Hagoromo and Hamura to make sure they didn't try to overthrow her because of their abilities with chakra. Ace was the only one she truly loved and she would bring him back to her at all costs. However, she had found out that another woman had been taking care of Ace and had become something of a mother figure to Ace. Her Ace. She would not let some other woman try to steal her place as her child's mother. She was a god and he belonged to her and her alone. The events from there onward were what would mark the turning point of Kaguya's rule. When Kaguya found Rogue, she killed her in a rage of jealousy for daring to steal the one son that she still loved. However, it was this action that made her lose Ace indefinitely. The murder of his mother and the death of Sabo not long after were the main reasons why Ace turned on Kaguya and decided to seek out the chakra fruits. He had decided to give up the Otsutsuki surname and change it to Portgas to honor the woman who was a mother to him when his own blood was not. Naruto couldn't help but see the parallels between Ace and himself, Rouge and Mikoto. It was as if history was repeating itself. He would not come around full circle though. He wouldn't let anyone ever lay a hand on Mikoto. Even if he had to burn down the entire world to do so, he would keep her safe. The name Portgas represents what a real family should be like. Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, you may say that you want me back now, but where were you when I really needed you, when I had nothing but hatred and loneliness consuming me? Now you expect me to just accept you back into my life because you're sorry. Do not fool yourselves, you mean as much to me as the civilians on the street. You two are nothing more than my sperm donor and incubator. With those final words said, Naruto left the room, leaving behind those whose hopes he clearly just shattered. Minato wasn't doing anything to hold the tears back anymore, as they fell from his eyes and soaked the paperwork below. Kushina had released her chains and was now sobbing into her hands on her knees. Her legs had given out just as Naruto said his parting words. He had made it perfectly clear that he didn't see them as parents, nor would he ever. Natsuki was hugging her knees as she cried into them. Naruto had only reminded her just how far away he was from the rest of them. If he didn't even see their mother and father as parents, then what exactly was she to him? Narumi was stronger than this, she knew it. She was able to hold back her emotions, but on the inside she was a wreck. She would never be forgiven. Jiraiya could only look at the family with pity in his eyes. He could not see why they were so obsessed with making Naruto part of their family again. It was obvious to him that particular ship sailed a long time ago. It would be a long night for the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Uchiha household. Naruto had just walked through the Uchiha compound and had been congratulated by all of the Uchiha children who now lived there. Apparently the announcements for the Chunin exam tournament had already been relayed to the village. He must have been at the Hokage Tower longer than he thought. All of the Uchiha now lived at the compound. Just after the massacre, they were placed in the orphanage for a small amount of time because Mikoto was deemed mentally unfit to take care of them. The only reason she was able to stay with Satsuki was because Naruto was there too and she was old enough to take care of herself. However, Mikoto recovered fairly fast thanks to Naruto's constant comfort and had gotten all of the children out of the orphanage. They were still fairly young, but Mikoto had taught them how to take care of themselves and they were given apartments in the district to live in. No matter how great of a mother Mikoto was, she couldn't take care of so many children at once. Naruto was standing in the doorway to the living room, staring on with a look of amusement on his face. Following his line of sight, Satsuki and Haku could be seen talking quite animatedly about what had gone on during the preliminary matches. I loved when you used your Hayaton to turn that shinobi from Odo into liquid. It was so beautiful, I wish I could do things like that. Satsuki ended with a cute pout on her face. Haku sweat dropped at the girl's actions. This was strange, right? You people are usually terrified of me after I do something like that. You're a strange one, aren't you, Satsuki-san? Satsuki shrugged. I have to deal with seeing people have their flesh melted off their bones on a daily basis. Something like what you did seems pretty tame to me. A shiver ran down Haku's spine, which was odd since she was a Hayaton user. Her body was always naturally cold. In fact, she couldn't remember the last time she felt any kind of warmth. Your team worries me, Satsuki-san. What? I love my team, they're the best. We've all been friends forever. Satsuki whined childishly. That's why I came here actually. I wanted to speak to Portgas-san, but it seems he's not here at the moment. I could always come back at another time if it is inconvenient for you or your mother. Haku offered politely. Naruto had expected the girl to come by at some point. From what he knew, Hayaton was quite rare, even in the Yuki clan. Very few of them awakened it, but they all excelled in the use of Suiton and Futon, the two base components of Hayaton. That being said, seeing someone who used such powerful ice techniques in Konoha of all places must have interested the girl greatly. Naruto was more willing to answer her as opposed to the Hokage and his family. She had reason to be curious while they only demanded answers about his abilities. He was still a bit irritated about everything that had gone down since the preliminaries ended. The elder Ravenet decided it was time to make his presence known. Oh? You were looking for little old me, Haku-chan? Naruto teased from his spot in the doorway. The sudden voice caused both female genin in the room to jerk their heads toward the door. Satsuki's smile grew a little wider at the sight of her Nisan and rushed over to engulf him in a hug. She had wanted to go out and celebrate their victories after the second stage ended, but that opportunity was taken away from her by the Hokage. She would make sure to ask him about that later. The reaction that Naruto found amusing was Haku's. The girl's face turned beet red when she caught sight of him. Many people called him shameless and improper for walking around half-naked all of the time, but he did enjoy when girls had reactions like this. She seemed so cute and innocent, blushing up a storm and trying to look away. Nobody would even suspect that she killed 2 people only a few hours ago. I didn't expect you to come and see me so soon, Naruto told her, after which he turned to Satsuki. Satsuki, why don't you go to the kitchen and help Mikoto-chan with dinner? I'm sure Haku wants to have a private discussion. The female Uchiha nodded and headed towards the kitchen to help her Kaa-chan. Something had seemed different about her lately. Her mother had seemed much happier. Happier than she had ever seen the woman before. She even started training again. It still amazed her how strong her Kaa-chan was after all this time. Still, something was going on and she would figure it out. Satsuki already knew that the woman had feelings for her Nisan, and honestly she was a bit jealous of how beautiful her mother was. She wouldn't let her get too far ahead. Okay, we're all alone, Haku. I have an idea of why you came here, but why don't you tell me anyway? Naruto asked as he sat down across from the pale-skinned beauty on the couch. Haku looked a bit nervous as she began to speak. I watched you preliminary match and I was wondering if you were a Yuki just like me? They are the only ones I know of that posse's the Hayatan bloodline. Naruto chuckled a little to himself, causing Haku to gaze at him curiously. Sorry about that. I had just finished having the same conversation with the Hokage. Now I don't want this conversation to drag on as long as that one did, so I'll get straight to the point. Have you ever heard of Yukigakure? I've heard that was a village in what used to be Yuki no Kuni, but it still hasn't been renamed after all of the snow was melted. I don't know much about them other than that, Haku stated. Naruto nodded, getting the answer he expected. That's understandable. They are a minor village who haven't been on the radar much over the years. They are well known for ice manipulation jutsu, and that is exactly what I did. I learned quite a bit from the time I spent there over the course of a mission. Haku was visibly downcast at his answer. She had really hoped that he was a Yuki. The clan was slowly starting to die out. As of now there were only a little over 20 members left. Still, he used such powerful Hayatan jutsu, stronger than most of the ones that she knew. Maybe he could give her some help? She still had trouble fully controlling her bloodline. That's why she usually ended up killing her opponents and why her body was always at such a cold temperature. However, right now she didn't feel cold. In fact, she could feel quite a lot of heat emanating from the man in front of her. It was strange. She found the warmth comforting and inviting. It was as if she was drawn to him. What could possibly be happening to her? Would you mind helping me out with training this month, Porga-san? I still don't have much control over it. That's why my body is always so cold. But for some reason, right now I even feel warm. Haku said, as much to herself as she did to Naruto. Naruto concentrated and could feel the cold temperatures that were spread throughout her body. He would have to fix that. Naruto got up from his seat on the couch and walked over until he was standing in front of Haku, earning a curious look from her. Soon enough, that look of confusion morphed into one of shock as he cupped her cheek and steam was produced from his mere touch. Naruto, just call me Naruto. She couldn't believe what she was feeling. Warmth, true warmth. Not just less cold, but she could actually feel heat. Haku felt as if she were in heaven right now. She melted into his touch and nuzzled even closer into his arm. She never wanted to leave his side. Naruto-sama. Haku whispered softly as she began to wonder if this was only a dream. Naruto smiled at the girl's actions. He could easily tell that she longed for the one thing that she could never have, warmth. For normal people such feelings couldn't be understood. It was a good thing that Naruto wasn't normal in any sense of the word. She longed for the heat just as Naruto longed for the cold. The fire and ice melding with each other produced a plethora of steam that filled the room in a matter of seconds. Naruto thought about Haku's request. He had no reason not to help her, and with the newly formed alliance between Konoha and Kiri it would eventually benefit them in the end. Especially with the invasion that Suna and Oto were planning, but he just didn't have the time. I'm sorry Haku, but I have my own training to do over the month. This earned a disappointed whimper from the girl in his arms. Though I can at least give you the information I have on Hayatan and perhaps some of the techniques I've learned, a better understanding of Hayatan should help you with controlling your ice better, which would help you in regaining control of your body. Haku looked up and smiled softly at the older teen holding her in his arms. She had never felt so complete before in all her life. Later that night, Naruto was idly stroking Mikoto's hair as she laid on his chest. He had always had a fascination with her long, silky, obsidian hair and had taken a liking to playing with it whenever he could. Naruto was exhausted. It had been a long day. He had to sit through hours of watching boring fights during the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, then deal with the stress that the interrogation from the Hokage and his family gave him. He also had to have his talk with Haku, but he actually enjoyed her company. Naruto had just wanted to go to bed after this excruciatingly long day, but apparently Mikoto had missed him a lot. And he would never pass up the opportunity to pleasure the woman he loved. After putting up the silencing seal, they had gone at it for hours. Though this wasn't just pleasing for her, nothing could pleasure him the way Mikoto's body did. Nothing felt as perfect as she did wrapped around him. He loved her. As Mikoto purred from Naruto's petting, his thoughts drifted to what Obito had said to the team earlier in the day. There was not much that Obito would be able to help him improve on during the time that they had, so he would skip out on the training he was offering. Naruto then remembered what Minato had said during their little talk. Natsuki and Narumi would be trained by Kushina and Kakashi, and Nawaki would be trained by Minato. Now that Naruto thought about it, Jiraiya would now probably train the boy when Minato had to attend to his Hokage duties. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings would definitely be stepping up their game in the next 30 days. Naruto would need to do the same. Though he wanted to spend each and every waking moment with Mikoto during his time off, he knew that she wouldn't want him to neglect his training just for her. He had much to prepare for: the Chunin exams, the Suna/Oto invasion, freeing the Kyuubi from Madara's control, and he couldn't let anyone else know about these things or else they would become suspicious about how he obtained such information. There was also that feeling in his eye that he had been curious about. When Naruto activated the Mangekyo, it was as if the eye was pleading, no, begging him to go further. To pass the limits he currently had and to gain what only the Otsutsuki had before him. The only problem was Naruto didn't know how to surpass those limits. That was a problem for another time, however, for now he would train in the arts of the Phoenix. His summons had wanted him to train in their jutsu for a long time now, but Naruto just couldn't afford an extended trip away from Konoha at the time. Now would be the perfect opportunity. He would certainly have a nice surprise for all those who would be watching the Chunin exams. Namikoto-chan? HM? What is it, Naruto-kun? I don't think I can go another round just yet. You were quite thorough during the last one. I need a little more time to recover. Mikoto teased. This earned a snicker from Naruto. No, not that. I'll probably gone for the rest of the month for training. Mikoto looked up at him with a sad smile on her face. They hadn't been able to spend much time together recently. Naruto had been occupied with the Chunin exams and missions. Now he had to leave for training, then he would have to participate in the tournament. My summons have been wanting me to come to their realm for a while now, to train in their secret arts. Now is the first real opportunity one have to do this. Naruto noticed the sad look on his lover's face and went to comfort her. Don't worry, Mikoto-chan. After the Chunin exam tournament, I'll be all yours. Mikoto's smile turned into a mischievous one as she sat up and straddled Naruto. Well then, we'll just have to make the most of tonight now, won't we? She leaned down and slammed her lips onto Naruto's. Oh yes, this would be a very long night and most likely morning ahead of Naruto. Training ground 11 to 9 a.m. Naruto, Satsuki, and Hana all sat leaning against a tree at training ground 11. They began to wonder why they still bothered showing up at the time their sensei specified when he was always late. Naruto was dead tired. Even with his incredible stamina that came from being in Uzumaki, he couldn't help but be exhausted after what Mikoto had put him through last night. They had only finished their fun a few hours ago when they felt Satsuki starting to wake up. Mikoto was both easy and hard to please. She loved his very touch, but once he started she wouldn't ever let him stop. Not to mention how experimental she was. If Naruto had been a pervert like so many men in Konoha are, then he would have gotten a nosebleed just by recalling the memories. Naruto was using the time he knew his sensei would give them to catch up on his missed sleep. Naruto previously had a habit of falling asleep everywhere he went, especially during his time at the academy. Some had called it narcolepsy, but it only ever happened when he was very bored. Some people had even thought he was a Nara at one point. He'd broken that habit during the 3 years of training that he had done on his own in the cave, but that didn't mean he didn't ever get tired. It seemed luck wasn't on Naruto's side this morning as Obito arrived only 5 minutes late. Really? This is the one time that he shows up close to the appointed time. Whatever, I'll just get my rest at MT Silver. Obito looked down at his genin team with pride shining in his eyes. His team had been the only one from Konoha to have all of its members reach the final stage. He knew that it was too soon for the rookie teams to enter the exams, especially with how they had been training them. Kushina and Kurenai both mothered their genin, so they weren't pushed past their limits. Kakashi and Asuma were both too lazy to get any real training done. He could only snicker as he remembered the horrified faces of them when they saw how ruthless his team was. The only members of the Rookie 13 who made it to the finals were his team and the Hokage's children. Hell, not even a single member of Guy's team had made it past the preliminaries. Naruto had even completely outclassed the Hyuga prodigy on his team. Even though they passed, the Hokage's children barely won their matches. Nawaki and Narumi both struggled against their opponents and came out with a win at the last second. Natsuki was slightly better, but the Hyuga heiress did prove to be a challenge for her. In any case, they would still need more training to come out on top. Okay, my cute little genin. This earned a groan from the 3 other occupants of the training ground. First, I would like to congratulate all of you for making it to the final stage of the Chunin exams on your first time. I didn't even make it this far until a year after I became a genin. And I'm glad you showed your former classmates how hard you've been training, because it's obvious they have not. Obito paused for a minute to let everything sink in before he continued speaking. Next is where it gets a little complicated. Because of my duties as the liaison between Konoha and Kiri, I have been tasked with taking care of the Mizukage and his bodyguards when they arrive here in the village. I'm also required to be one of Minato-sensei's bodyguards during the final exams. Because of that, I must be present for debriefings and preparations. Obito sighed as he continued, due to everything that's going on, I will only have time to train one of you. The other 2 of you are welcome to come to me for advice, but I won't have the time to give you any hands-on training. I told you yesterday to consider what you needed to improve in and what you wanted to learn. So what have you decided? Who will be the one to receive training from me? The 3 genin looked at each other for a moment before Naruto decided to break the silence. He knew that he did not need any help from their sensei, while Satsuki and Hana would surely benefit from it. I have already made arrangements to be summoned to MT Silver and be trained in the secret arts of my summons. Sorry sensei, but I won't be in need of any help with the time that we have. He received a nod of understanding from Obito before Hana spoke up. Actually sensei, my Kaa-san has already agreed to help me train for the finals. She wasn't very happy about the condition that I put Kiba and Akamaru in, but she understand that I did it to put him in his place. The clan only needs strong alpha males, and it became obvious that Kiba was not. I'll be training in my clan techniques and hopefully gaining better control of my elemental affinity. Obito had thought this might happen. The Inuzuka clan needed someone strong to lead their pack, and with Kiba being defeated by his sister wouldn't bode well for his standing in the clan. Satsuki was the last one to voice her plans. Actually, I could use help with my training sensei. I still need to fully mature my Sharingan, and I still need to master my main elemental affinity. Neither my Kaa-chan or Naruto Nii can help me with my Raiton affinity because they don't use it. Well, at least one of his students still needed his help. Obito was glad that he had Kakashi help develop his lightning nature and teach him some of his personal techniques. It had certainly come in handy with all of the Suiton users there were in Mizu no Kuni, and now he would be able to pass his knowledge down to his student. Well then, I will be training Satsuki until the finals. Do you have any issues with that, Naruto, Hana? Obito asked, not wanting to make it seem like he was playing favorites like how many other of the Jonin sensei usually did. He didn't want either of his other students to feel as if he was being unfair or neglectful. Both of the said genin shook their heads. They had clearly stated that they would be preoccupied with their own training to receive any from him. Satsuki was the one who he could really train to her full potential. She was a Sharingan user, possessed a small Katon nature and a high Raiton nature. He was the only one who could help her as she was right now. They both knew that. Though Obito was curious as to what kind of training Naruto would receive from the Phoenix. From what he had seen, they were incredibly powerful. The elder Uchiha had witnessed Jiraiya's toad techniques and collaboration jutsu many times. If Naruto were to learn Phoenix-related techniques, he could become something to be feared. Obito smiled at the 2 of them before grabbing onto Satsuki's shoulder. We'll be off then. I'll see the 2 of you at the finals. I look forward to seeing just how much you improve. Not a moment later, the 2 Uchiha were sucked into a vortex, leaving Hana and Naruto alone at the training ground. The 2 genin and towards each other as the wind began to pick up. They had been friends forever, before Naruto had even met Satsuki and Mikoto. Which is what made this a bit harder for the 2 of them. Hana couldn't find the words she wanted to say, so Naruto took the lead. The 2 of us have been friends for a long time, haven't we, Hana? Hana smiled at how sincere and sad he sounded. Over 7 years now, I can still remember the first day we met. You were my first real friend, Naruto. And you were mine, Hana. Should the 2 of us both win our first matches, then we'll end up fighting each other. Naruto looked away, his long hair swaying in the wind. Yeah, I know. Hana really didn't want to fight her best friend, but she wouldn't back out of this. Naruto looked at her with a smirk on his face. Should it come to that, I want you to go all out. No holding back. I intend to grow even stronger during this time period we have with training. I suggest you do the same. I want you to give me the fight I've always wanted. Show me how much you'll improve until then. A second later, Naruto was covered in a shroud of blue and orange flames and was gone once the flames had dispersed, signaling he had been reversed summoned to his summoning realm. I'll give you just that, Naruto, I'll show you just how far I've come since we met. Hana spoke to herself as the wind carried her voice away. Mt. Silver. Naruto gazed across the vast landscape that was set ablaze by the holy flames of the Phoenix. He was once again at the peak of the tallest mountain within the Phoenix clan's territory. They had the most land out of all the summoning clans by far because of their strength and their reign as the longest summons in existence. This was mainly because of their inability to become extinct. Once they died, they would simply rise from their ashes as they were reborn once again. He had only been here a handful of times before, but it was impossible to forget. Naruto continued up towards where the den of the clan leader was as the flames made way for him, recognizing him as their master. He nodded his head to some of the smaller phoenixes and newly reborn ones. Such things were beautiful to him. Here there was no life and death, there was no pain and misery. Here everyone lived their lives to the fullest and then repeated the process. Naruto would agree that these were the perfect summons for him. As Naruto walked up the peak, a majority of the volcanoes erupted simultaneously, causing avalanches of molten lava and clouds of superheated ash to come rushing down the mountain. Naruto was not fazed. Such thing was a common occurrence here, and neither of these things could harm Naruto anyways. He was fire itself. He simply channeled chakra to his feet and walked on the oceans of molten lava as if they were water. To outsiders, this sight of burning earth, tsunamis of lava, and raining of ash would strike fear into their hearts and crush all of their hopes and dreams as they journeyed through the apocalyptic scene, but Naruto actually enjoyed the scenery. To him it were as if he were walking on a sandy beach and watching the sunset. Naruto stopped as he reached the main room within the den and stood before the towering phoenix who was seated on his throne. The mighty phoenix had been waiting for his summoner's arrival. This was the first time that they had ever had a summoner. This would also be the last, as it was unlikely for any other human to be able to set foot on their sacred land. As this would be the only time they would have a summoner, they wanted to pass down their arts to him to carry on their pride and help him master his own as well. The phoenix before Naruto was now in his true form. Dranzer's feathers were midnight black with hints of red outlining them, the gold armor coating his wings, chest, and head was now much thinner. His white mane flowed down to his mid-back and his eyes were much fiercer than before. The leader of the Phoenix clan gave off a feeling of pure power and authority. The Phoenix preferred to keep his feathers red when in the presence of the rest of the clan, as to not expose them to his overwhelming aura, but he knew his summoner could withstand his presence. "You wished for my presence here, Dranzer?" Naruto asked. Normally the king of the Phoenix would have made a point for someone to show respect in front of him, but he knew his summoner's tendencies all too well. The boy did not show respect for anyone. He refused to use titles when he did not have to and would not bow to anybody. It was rare to find a being with as strong of a will as his. "It is about time you've returned, Naruto. I had wanted to start your training in our secret arts over a month ago," the ruler of Phoenixes stated. Naruto had kept him waiting for quite a while as the boy was kept quite busy with his shinobi duties. Dranzer wasn't known to be the most patient or understanding of their species. "I apologize, Dranzer, but as of now I will have an entire month to begin my training before I must return to my village." Naruto was ready to begin. He had not wanted to wait this long either, but outside circumstances had forced him to do such. He needed to get stronger, that much was obvious. While he was strong for a genin, or even a chunin, there were still people much stronger than him. He had no illusions that he would still be defeated by the likes of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, and others like them. He was not yet at Ace's level and knew that he would not be for a long time. It was hard to train his flames, even with the cave he had underneath the Naka shrine. Many of the techniques he wanted to perfect were far too destructive and would attract unwanted attention. Here he could train to his heart's content without having anybody ask too many questions. "Good, there is much that I have to teach you before I die and am reborn. When such a time comes, Marco will take my place as the clan head." This did not surprise Naruto. Marco was his familiar and knew just how strong the Blue Phoenix was. He was only second to Dranzer and had still not even come close to reaching his full potential yet. However, there is still some time before such a thing happens, but it would be best to dive headfirst into your training. The old Phoenix spoke. The Phoenix clan had many different techniques, as there were many different types of Phoenix. They had existed for thousands of years and gone through many adaptations to the world. In fact, what many people know as dragons are really phoenixes that have gone through evolution so that they may protect the heavens above the skies and to guard the moon and what it holds at its core. "We shall start with your senjutsu training. You have yet to master it even after years of training in the art. This may be because you need an atmosphere that is rich in nature chakra to fully be able to surpass your limits in the art. You have an advantage in that you don't need to remain completely motionless because you can passively absorb nature chakra, as you are made of one of the components that forms nature. This is what we will start off our training in. Naruto nodded. He knew that with how intense Dranzer's training methods were, he would not be getting much rest over the month. Would he end up regretting his decision to come here? Too late for such thoughts now. He would need absolute focus if he wanted to pass the strength of all those in the tournament and all those outside as well. He would not let anyone suppress the flames that were his will. The will of fire shall rise from the ashes once more. Chunin Exam Arena, 1 month later. Konoha had been bristling with business over the past month. Many people from outside of Konoha had come from outside the village walls to watch the Chunin Exam tournament. Business was booming because of the influx of visitors. More visitors meant more profit, which would benefit the village in the end. The Chunin Exams were always a main attraction and would bring not only visitors, but more clients as well. The stadium was packed full of people. There were almost no seats available and it was filled to the brim with shinobi and civilians alike. Many of which were running about trying to make their last-minute bets, hoping to win some extra cash based on who they thought was sure to win it all. Many of the civilians had placed their bets on the Hokage's children, knowing that their Hokage wouldn't let them participate without training them to the full extent of his ability. The streets had been bustling with activity hours ago, but now they were quiet as a mouse. Many of the shops had even closed early so they could watch the tournament as well. Everyone and anyone was now in the stadium waiting for the exams to start. Many of the most prominent people in Hai no Kuni were at the event. Even VIPs who were from other countries had traveled all this way to attend. Konoha was one of the strongest of the great nations alongside Kumo and Iwa. If someone were to look at the Kage box, then they would see several prominent figures of the shinobi world. The first one that would be noticed was the Yondaime Heikage, Namikaze Minato, who was wearing the traditional Hokage robes that had been passed down since the reign of the Shodaime Hokage. To his left was a much shorter man that had the appearance of a child. This was the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura, who wore a mesh shirt with a green scarf wrapped around his neck. He also had on a green sash around his waist and adorned the Mizukage's traditional hat. To Minato's right was the Yondaime Kazekage, Raza. He too adorned his traditional Kage robes. Behind the three Kage were several notable figures. To those from Konoha, they would easily be able to recognize Jiraiya of the Sannin and Uchiha Obito. Next to them were a beautiful redhead, Terumi Mei, and a man with an eye patch covering his right eye, Ao. The Suna bodyguards wore large cloaks so they were unrecognizable. It was rare to see more than 2 Kages to come to an event like this, as many of the leaders of the great nations did not get along with one another. All of the Chunin hopefuls stood in the middle of the Colosseum floor where the entire stadium could see them. They were the main reason for all of the commotion that had been happening the past few weeks. Everyone had come to see the prowess of the new generation. Most of those in the audience had come to see the Hokage's 3 children or one of the few remaining Uchiha in particular. Most people had bet on one of them. Whatever the case, they were all there to represent their village and show off its strength. They had trained to their limits and beyond over the past month. Each and every one of them could say that they had greatly improved themselves in preparation for these matches. All of them stood before Gunma just as he was about to announce the rules and start the first match. However, most of the genin representing Konoha were focused on one person, Portgas Naruto. Naruto stood in the middle of the line that the genin were made to stand in. He maintained his usual impassive expression while his hands remained in his pockets as he waited for Gunma to start the proceedings. Naruto had changed greatly over the past month. One change that had surprised everyone who was familiar with him was that he actually decided to wear clothes. He hadn't worn a shirt in months. Naruto's appearance had changed a great deal. He now wore a short-sleeved gray trenchcoat that reaches just below his knees with the Uchiha clan crest on the back. Underneath is a skin-tight, black, form-fitting shirt. He has also opted to wear pants instead of his usual shorts. His pants are black in color and reach down to his black combat boots, as opposed to normal shinobi pants which only reach down to the calves. His hitayate can still be seen being used as a belt buckle. A black chikudo can be seen strapped to his back, however only the handle is visible because he has chosen to wear it under his trenchcoat. The majority of his right arm is wrapped up in bandages and black gloves are worn on each of his hands. He's opted to not wear his usual orange cowboy hat, revealing his new short hairstyle that is somewhat reminiscent of Obito's. Naruto was done hiding behind someone else's appearance. This was who he was. During his time training and all of the meditation needed to become one with nature, Naruto had realized that he had been emulating Ace. Though their beliefs were similar, they were not the same person. Due to the time spent living Ace's life, their personalities and identities had merged in Naruto's mind and it became hard to distinguish who he really was. That was the one thing that was holding him back. After realizing this, he spent countless hours separating the two personalities and he finally succeeded. This was who Naruto truly was. Large blushes could be seen on the faces of the kunoichi on the arena floor, even Hana and Temari. For some reason, now that he was fully clothed, there was a feel of mystery and charm to him. Something that woman seemed to be drawn to. It was now that Gunma decided to make his announcements. Seals had been previously placed all over the stadium floor and walls so that the audience could hear everything that was said by the proctor and the contestants competing. Welcome to the Chunin exam finals. My name is Shiranui Gunma and I will be the proctor for these exams. He said as much to the genin as to the audience. Every genin here today had worked hard to get to this point of their careers and have already made their respective villages proud by doing so. However, you are here today to show the strength of your village and which of you has what it takes to become Chunin. The crowd cheered as they knew the matches would be starting any moment now. So without further ado, we will now begin the matches for the tournament. Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Sabaku no Temari. Gunma walked over to where the proctor judged the match from and looked at the lineup. The first match will be Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Sabaku no Temari. Will those two please make their way to the center of the arena? All other contestants, please make your way up to the contestants' booth to observe the match. All of the other genin walked towards the stairs up to their booth, leaving only Natsuki and Temari behind. Temari's appearance had not changed much over the month. She still wore her usual battle dress that was made for purposes such as this. Natsuki, however, changed into a more revealing attire, which many of the men in Konoha were pleased to see. She wore a small black tank top that ended just above her stomach. Underneath was a short-sleeved mesh shirt. She had on a short blue skirt, black shinobi sandals, and knee-length tights. She wore her beautiful scarlet hair down as usual and her katana was positioned at her waist. Gunma looked between the two kunoichi before speaking. The same rules apply here that were applied during the preliminary rounds. I trust you remember them? He received nods from both girls. First match of the Chunin exam finals, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki vs Sabaku no Temari. Begin. He yelled as he swung his hand down from above his head to signal the start of the match. Natsuki immediately reached down to her waist and unsheathed her katana. She locked eyes with the Sunanin, who had unstrapped her fan from her back, and they charged at each other. Normally one wouldn't use a war fan in combat against a sword, but it seemed as if Temari had no other choice. The girls traded slash after slash in an attempt to gain the edge in this fight. Natsuki brought out her katana into a stab, but it was easily blocked by Temari. The Suna kunoichi then brought her fan back, intent on slamming it into Natsuki's side, but the girl managed to bring her sword up in time to lessen the blow. Natsuki was sent flying across the field until she flipped in midair and drove her feet into the ground, slowing her down until she stopped completely. She looked up and saw that Temari had already opened her fan until all 3 stars were showing. She silently cursed to herself. She had been trying to stop Temari from creating any distance between them so she couldn't use her futon jutsu, but it seemed as if she was too late. Kamaitashi no Jutsu, Wind Scythe Jutsu. With a single swing of her fan, Temari created a giant air current which collided with one another, resulting in a large vacuum pocket. Natsuki knew that if she was hit by this jutsu she would be assaulted by countless wind blades and the tide of the battle would turn in her favor. She would not let that happen. She wouldn't be beaten so easily. Natsuki quickly sheathed his sword and weaved a few hand seals and began molding chakra in her lungs. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Natsuki expelled a single stream of fire from her mouth that took the form of a fairly large orb and soon engulfed the oncoming futon jutsu. The wind only served to accelerate the flames as they became hotter and moved at faster speeds toward Temari. The blonde kunoichi cursed as she channeled chakra to her feet and jumped far to her right as the flames shot right past her. She looked over to her opponent and saw her panting fairly hard. Natsuki had found out that she had 3 elemental affinities, Futon, Raitun, and Suitun. She had gotten her Suitun affinity from her mother and her Raitun and Futon affinities from her father. She didn't have a Katan affinity, but Kakashi had taught her some Katan jutsu anyways because she was up against a Futon user in her first match. Because she didn't have an affinity for it, Katan jutsus took much more chakra than any of her other elements. Temari couldn't waste too much chakra right now, so she would have to resort to other methods. She pulled out 3 kunai with exploding tags attached from her weapon's pouch and threw them at the still form of Natsuki. Natsuki was forced to dodge the kunai as they impacted the ground, but she hadn't noticed the exploding tags attached and was blown away a good distance by the explosion. She slowly got up, slightly ragged from the impact of the blast, and quickly unsheathed her sword to block the shuriken that were coming at her. Natsuki quickly rushed at Temari once more. Temari was quickly on the defense because she didn't want to waste too much churka here in a fight such as this one. Natsuki was wildly slashing at Temari, not giving her a chance to break free from the clash or gain any distance between them. Finally Natsuki managed to get inside her guard and slashed her across the stomach. It was a shallow slash, but she still managed to draw first blood. Natsuki jumped back and went through a few more hand seals. Suetun, Teppadama, water release, gunshot. She sent 3 large, condensed balls of water towards Temari, who easily dodged. The fast-moving projectiles continued and impacted the ground next to her, leaving only small cracks. Natsuki was about to fire more of the same jutsu at her, but Temari quickly raised her arm. Proctor, I forfeit. It's obvious my futon jutsu won't do me any good here and I don't have many other techniques besides that. Gunma quickly nodded his head, accepting the answer and stepped forward. Winner by forfeit, Uzumaki Namikaze Natsuki. The crowd erupted in a roar as they continued to cheer on one of the favorites of the tournament. Temari turned around and walked up the stairs towards the contestants' booth, leaving a confused Natsuki behind. She had thought the fight would have kept on going. Temari obviously had plenty of chakra left and didn't even look tired in the slightest. She stared on for a few moments before making her way up to the booth as well. Kage booth. That fight was a bit disappointing, don't you think? Yagura asked the other Kage. Both of them were daughters of Kage and yet neither of them showed qualities befitting of a Chunin. Ah yes, that's true. My daughter is more specialized in futon, but it appears as if she needs more training to combat her weaknesses. Raza stated, but he was commending Temari inwardly for not wasting too much chakra on a match that would not have mattered either way. All that mattered was the invasion that would start during Gaara's match at the end of the tournament. Minato frowned. He thought he had taught his children better than to fight straight on from the very start and to judge you opponents first, but he was still glad that she had won. She would have time to prove that she is Chunin material later on in the finals. I'm sure Natsuki will show more of her potential in the oncoming matches. Oh, one of the remaining Uchiha and your other daughter are fighting next Hokage Dano. I'm looking forward to this matchup very much. It should prove to be quite interesting. Raza stated. Minato hoped that Narumi would be okay. Satsuki had proved to be quite ruthless in the preliminary rounds and hoped that she would not permanently cripple Narumi if she had the chance. No, he knew that wouldn't happen. Narumi had been personally trained by him, Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade in the past. There was no way that she could lose. Combatant booth. Naruto was standing on one end of the booth with Satsuki and Hana by his sides. Narumi was only standing a few feet away because she wanted to be near her Nissan and she also wanted to hear what he had to say. That match was a bit dull. I honestly expected much more from both of them. Naruto said. He was obviously expecting a more exciting match. Don't worry, Nissan. I won't disappoint you. I'll show you just how much I learned during my training with Obito-sensei. Satsuki said as she heard the proctor call for her and Narumi to come down to the arena. A moment later the female Uchiha and the Hokage's daughter both left the booth, with Narumi giving one last glance at Naruto before she followed Satsuki down the stairs. Hana had been curious about something for a while. Naruto? When did you learn Kenjutsu? I thought you said that you weren't a usual user of Bukijutsu? Naruto nodded. He expected her or Satsuki would ask. He had learned Kenjutsu extensively under Shursue's training, but wanted to focus more on other aspects of his shinobi training. Then after he adopted part of Ace's personality, he chose not to focus on weapons at all. Ace had never used weapons and didn't have much of a like for them. Those opinions transferred onto Naruto and he eventually dropped his Kenjutsu training. This past month of training he had picked up the art once again after remembering how useful it was. I guess you could say I'm an old hand at it. I haven't picked up a sword in years, but I've gotten back into my training over the past month. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hana noticed this and found it odd. Naruto was always serious and would only act sincerely to Mikoto or Satsuki, but she hadn't seen him like this in years. It was strange. Uchiha Satsuki vs Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi. The second match of Uchiha Satsuki and Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi will now begin. He yelled before he shunshined out of the way. Satsuki quickly activated her Sharingan as Narumi took the Uzumaki Taijutsu stance and charged at her. Satsuki would not be drawn into her pace of the battle. She quickly sweep-kicked Narumi and followed up with a kick to her side, effectively sending her a dozen feet away. Satsuki made a quick shunshin and reappeared next to one of the trees on the edge of the arena. She needed to plan out her moves carefully. This exam wasn't just about overpowering your opponent, you needed to show strategy and be able to think on your feet. That's why Nissan said he was disappointed with the last fight. All they did was rush at each other and throw their jutsus around carelessly. Narumi got up a moment later and looked around the battlefield, unable to find her opponent. She wanted to fight this girl for a long time. She had stolen her place as Naruto-kun's Imuto. In all honesty, she was jealous of the place that Satsuki held in Naruto's heart. But now she finally gets the chance to fight her and she runs away. She calmed herself down and tried to focus onto Satsuki's chakra signature. She had to spread out her senses quite a bit in order to find her, but she finally managed to do it. Narumi quickly shunshined across the battlefield, and reappeared only a dozen feet away from her. Narumi quickly pulled out 2 handfuls of shuriken and launched them toward the girl. The shuriken pierced Satsuki, but she was soon covered in a cloud of smoke, signaling to Narumi that she managed to use the Kawarimi. However, Narumi noticed too late that she had used a log covered in exploding tags for her escape. There was a loud explosion, and Narumi could be seen flying through the air as she was launched back into the middle of the battlefield. The blonde was covered in scrapes and bruises, but was otherwise fine. She slowly began to get up, but immediately pulled out 2 kunai from her holster as shuriken began raining down on her from above. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Satsuki yelled as the 50 shuriken turned into 100. She had stored a large amount of shuriken in a pre-prepared scroll, as this was one of her favorite jutsus. It worked especially well when the target managed to fall into a trap. Narumi quickly realized that she wouldn't be able to block them all with just kunai. She was only able to use one jutsu without forming hand seals, and she was thanking all her training right now for it being this jutsu. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Narumi exhaled a large amount of wind from her lungs and sent all of the shuriken flying the other direction and into a wall. She wouldn't give Satsuki another chance to prepare any more traps. She rushed the girl and engaged her in a bout of taijutsu. Narumi sent a kick toward Satsuki's side, which was easily blocked by bringing her arm out. The female Uchiha responded by grabbing onto the leg and sweeping her other one out from under her, causing her to fall. Satsuki sent a fist toward her face as she hit the ground, but Narumi quickly rolled out of the way. The Uzumaki Namikaze sent her own kick toward Satsuki's legs, causing said girl's knees to buckle. As she lost her balance, Narumi quickly sprung herself up and slammed her fist into Satsuki's gut. However, the girl held strong and retaliated with a palm thrust into her chest. The blonde wasn't as experienced in taijutsu as Satsuki was and was forced back as she spit up some saliva. Narumi knew she couldn't keep up with her foe in taijutsu alone. She needed an advantage. The Hokage's daughter formed a few familiar hand seals and began molding her chakra, Suetun, Mijuame Nabera, Water Release, Starch Syrup Capturing Field. She released a sticky liquid from her mouth that was meant to cover Satsuki's mobility. The liquid slowly began to cover most of the area they were fighting on and was about to ensnare Satsuki. Unfortunately for the girl, Satsuki was an Uchiha, and once they see something, they never forget it. Natsuki had used this same jutsu against Hinata in the preliminary rounds. "Sorry Narumi-san, but I've already seen this jutsu before, it won't work," Satsuki said confidently as she jumped up as the liquid flowed beneath her. She concentrated chakra to her feet and stood on top of the sticky liquid as if it were merely water. She then crouched down and channeled chakra into the seals on her arm sleeves, summoning several shuriken. She threw them at Narumi, but the girl was easily able to dodge them. "It seems your aim has gotten worse since you last tried that," Narumi commented confidently. However, Satsuki only smirked as she pulled on some wire that was nearly invisible, and he shuriken came back around and tied the wire tightly around Narumi, completely immobilizing her. The blonde gasped as she felt herself unable to move. Katan, Bakufu Ranbu, Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance. Satsuki expelled a continuous stream of intense flames which began to spiral outwards, creating a massive fire vortex. The flames were guided by the wire and moved to consume Narumi and turn her into nothing but a pile of ash. Narumi cursed as she felt the heat of the flames, before an idea popped into her head for her way of escape. She concentrated wind chakra around her body and formed various small wind blades which cut through the wire holding her. She jumped to her left to narrowly escape the torrent of flames that passed by. Narumi wanted to impress her Nissan, but this girl was far better than she had anticipated. What he said a month ago had really hurt her. He had essentially cut all ties with their family by claiming that he would never see Minato and Kushina as parents. Where did that leave her? Would she be left alone too? She didn't want to be abandoned by him the same way that he was by their parents. But such things were out of her control as they barely had any contact as it was. Satsuki couldn't let this drag on any longer, she needed to save her chakra for the next round. She needed to finish this now. Narumi slowly got back up to her feet as the stream of fire had ended. She looked up to find Satsuki, but she had lost her once again. Suddenly she felt another presence right below her and looked down to see Satsuki with her left leg extended. Narumi felt an excruciating pain in her jaw as Satsuki kicked her up into the air. The Ravenet didn't stop there as she quickly shunshined behind Narumi to initiate the next step of her favored taijutsu technique. Satsuki spun around Narumi and slammed the back of her forearm into her chest, sending her downwards. Satsuki slammed her forearm into the girl once more, increasing the speed at which they deck-ended. "Come back here. I'm not done yet." "Shursha Rendan, Lion's Barrage." Satsuki flipped in midair and dropped an axe kick into the girl's gut just before they made contact with the ground, causing Narumi to cough up a large amount of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Satsuki was sent sliding away from the momentum of her rendition of the Omote Renge, Front Lotus. She looked back and saw that the ground had cracked where Narumi had landed. Satsuki sighed and slowly got up. She didn't want to use that move, especially on a comrade, but it used almost no chakra and excess use was something she couldn't afford at the moment. She also didn't like the fact that Narumi continuously tried to worm her was back into her Nissan's life, even after everything that they had done to him. Her and Natsuki's continued attempts were starting to annoy her, so she didn't feel too bad about using the Shursha Rendan, Lion's Barrage, on her. After all, her Nissan was hers and hers alone. Well, she would probably have to share with Kaa-chan, but she would just have to deal with that. "Winner by knockout, Uchiha Satsuki," Gunma announced after checking on Narumi. The crowd was speechless for a moment at what they just saw, before erupting into cheers once more. It was a great match in their opinion and would like to see both of the girls promoted to Chunin. Many of them were cheering because they had bet on the heiress of the Uchiha clan, while others were in tears as they had thought that the Hokage's daughter would win for sure. Satsuki headed back up the stairs after seeing Narumi being taken away by a gurney by the medical squad who was on standby for those who were injured in combat. "Kagebox. That was quite an impressive match for two genin," Raza commented. "I believe that the Uchiha girl already has what it takes to be a Chunin. She proved to be able to think with a clear head and not let her opponent control the pace of the battle from the start." Mineo nodded. "I agree, she is quite skilled and those traps that she set up at the start of the match were a good plan on such short notice. She easily held the pace of the match from the very beginning." But what about Narumi? Minato wanted his daughter to be promoted to Chunin, but she was always brash and reckless just like her mother. She charged into the match without a plan and showed very little strategy. While she did prove to be skilled and was able to utilize two different Churka natures, there was little forethought to her actions, and when she got tired of how the match was playing out, she recklessly charged at her opponent to try to take control by force. "I don't think that she's ready quite yet." Yagura gave the Hokage his opinion on the matter. "I also agree. You really need to teach your daughters some discipline, Hokage Dano, they both seem quite stubborn and headstrong," Raza commented. Minato could only sigh. "It's a trait that they got from their mother, there's little I can do to break something like that, no matter how much I want to." Stands. In one section of the stand sat Mikoto, Kushina, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and a majority of the genin from the Rookie 13 and Guy's team. Even Lee was there. During the 30-day break between the preliminaries and now, Tsunade had operated on his injuries and the surgery had turned out successful. Many were worried that he would never be a shinobi again, but he was good as new and even screaming about the flames of youth as they spoke. Mikoto was cheering like wild as she watched Satsuki win her match. She was a mother, what was she supposed to do? Kushina had done the same thing when Natsuki had won, so why couldn't she now? She also wanted to rub it in Kushina's face a little. That her daughter had won while Narumi had lost. One of the very children that Naruto was thrown aside for, some good all that extra training did them. Kushina gave her a glare before turning her eyes back to the arena. She was disappointed that her Narumi-chan had lost in the first round, especially with all of the training they had done over the past few weeks. At least Natsuki had made it to the next round. "I'm surprised that you aren't upset that Satsuki copied your student's technique, Guy. You looked quite angry when Nawaki did the same thing in the preliminaries," Kakashi stated as he didn't even take his eyes off of his little orange book. "Well, unlike your thief of a student, Obito had asked me for permission to train Satsuki-san in the Goken style. Such things as stealing techniques are most unyouthful," Guy responded. Kushina gave Guy a glare for calling her son a thief, but she couldn't argue with him there. Nawaki had blatantly stole a technique that someone had worked hard to master and then wrote it off as his own. She should have taught him better than that. Many were surprised that Satsuki had won. She was one of the top kunoichi who had graduated the academy this year, and many of her classmates idolized her, for both her skills and her beauty, but she was completely defeated by Satsuki. She had shown to be able to use two elements, but she had yet to learn how to use them effectively and when to use them. Her taijutsu was only average and she was beaten before she could use the Kyuubi's chakra. Most of the jonin in the stands didn't see anything very impressive from Narumi. It was obvious to many that she needed more training or that their sensei's teaching wasn't very effective. Oh look! Naruto-kuin's up next. I've been waiting forever to see him fight. Mikoto squealed like a schoolgirl. Kushina raised an eyebrow at her friend's actions, as did many of the others who knew her. You seem awfully excited to see Naruto-kun, Mikoto-chan, why is that? Mikoto then noticed that she spoke out loud. It didn't really matter, did it? What exactly are you trying to imply, Kushina-chan? What exactly is your involvement with my son? Kushina asked, getting more irritated by the second. Mikoto thought about telling her for a minute, but she would prefer Naruto to do that. Plus it would be quite funny to see him not care at all when Kushina overreacted and tried to tell him that it was wrong. I just want to see him compete is all. Mikoto said in an overly innocent voice. He does live with me after all, and we are quite close. Kushina eyed her suspiciously before accepting the answer and turning her head back towards the arena. Portgas D. Naruto vs Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki. Naruto stood in the center of the arena as he listened to the roars of the crowd. He would give them a show that they would remember for the rest of their lives, one way or another. Naruto was done hiding. Naruto was tired of hiding how strong he really was, tired of keeping all of these secrets. Naruto was just tired of it all. Today would be the very day that the will of fire rises once again. Naruto impassively eyed his opponent who was standing across from him. Nawaki hadn't changed much since the Ravenet had last seen him. Nawaki was now wearing an orange and black jumpsuit as opposed to his usual orange and blue ones. Naruto didn't understand the family's fascination with orange. Yes, Naruto had previously worn an orange hat and belt, but he didn't stand out like sitting duck in the color, nor did he completely cover himself in it. Nawaki also wore what looked like a mesh shirt underneath and blue shinobi sandals. Over his jumpsuit he wore a haori similar to Minato's, however Nawaki's version was red with black flames licking the bottom edges and had the Uzumaki crest on the back. What really caught Naruto's attention though was the cylindrical hilt of a sword on Nawaki's waist. It seems as if Minato has given him the Raijin no Ken to wield. Oh well, it's only a minor hindrance, though this does give me some useful information. One must have a natural Raiton affinity to use that sword to its fullest potential. Naruto thought after seeing the blade. Nawaki looked confident to say the least. He had no doubt that he would win this match easily. He had spent the entire month training with his father and the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Tsunade had also given him Senju Tobarama's notes on how to wield the Raijin no Ken and how to utilize it to its full capabilities, unlike what Rokusho Ao was able to do with the blade when they fought him. It would definitely give him the edge. You might as well give up now. Nawaki said to Naruto as Gunma began to walk over to them. You won't be able to use your Hayaton that Tusan told me about here. Take a look around, there's no ice. You stand no chance against me, just save yourself the embarrassment and forfeit. Naruto sighed at his opponent's speech. Nawaki had always been too arrogant for his own good. Before the Chunin exam started, the only jutsu he knew were the Kage Bunshin, the basic academy jutsus, and a single Doton jutsu. He usually just drew on the Kyuubi's chakra and tried to overwhelm his opponents with brute force. The only reason he was even able to drew upon the demonic chakra was because the Bijou was still hypnotized and wouldn't resist. That wouldn't be a problem for too much longer though. I'm not planning to quit so easily after coming so far, and if I remember correctly, you were the one who was sent to the hospital after their preliminary match, not me. Naruto was tired of dealing with the boy's attitude. Seriously, one would think that he was a Hyuga. Nawaki gritted his teeth at the memory. TCH. Fine by me, but I won't give you any mercy from here on out. Remember that I gave you a chance when I'm ripping you apart piece by piece. Gunma saw that the two genin in front of him had finished their conversation and decided to start the match. It was obvious to him that the genin wanted to begin so that they could rip each other limb from limb. Gunma sighed. This match was sure to get messy and at least one of them would come out of it bloody and broken. Gunma raised his arm up above his head and began to speak. Let the third match, Portgas D. Naruto vs Uzumaki Namikaze Nawaki, begin. He yelled as he brought his arm down to signal the start right before he shunshined away. Nawaki didn't need to be told twice. He quickly formed his hands into a cross-shaped hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 15 perfect copies of himself popped into existence and began their charge at Naruto. Naruto wasn't fazed in the slightest at the amount of Kage Bunshin that were coming at him. He had expected a maneuver like this. This very jutsu was widely known to be Nawaki's favorite and most used. Naruto had never been one to shy away from a fight, even if he was outnumbered. He got into his usual interceptor fist stance and prepared to counter. Naruto easily sidestepped a kunai strike and dispatched the clone with a quick elbow strike. He ducked as two more clones came to stab him, but ended up striking each other instead, causing them to dispel. The Sharingan user quickly jumped over two more oncoming clones, and forced them to dispel with a powerful kick to the head. The clones began to surround him after he disposed of three more with a few well-placed kicks and palm strikes. Naruto saw this as the perfect opportunity to rid himself of this distraction. He jumped into the air and began to spin, pulling out several shuriken and launching them at the remaining clones. It was a technique that he had seen Itachi practicing when they were younger, though he was using kunai and throwing them at targets. Naruto now stood in the center of the empty battlefield. All of the Kage Bunshin had been successfully dispelled, however, Nawaki was nowhere in sight. Normally this would be a cause for concern, as the next attack could come from anywhere, but Naruto knew exactly where Nawaki was. The Ravenet had been using Kenbunchaku Haki the entire time and knew what Nawaki's plan was from the very start. Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, Earth Release, Underground Projection Fish Jutsu. Nawaki thought to himself. He had been moving underground silently, planning to catch Naruto off guard with a sneak attack. He would have his clones keep Naruto busy while he crept up beneath him, preparing for a devastating right hook to below Naruto's chin. However, Naruto would not let him enact his master plan. He had already sensed that Nawaki was a few feet below the ground and still about 10 feet away from him, so he thought this was a perfect opportunity to test out one of his newly developed techniques. Naruto crouched down so that he was sitting back on his calves and only the balls of his feet were on the ground. He raised both of his arms up into the air and bent them as if he was going to throw a punch. His current actions confused many of the onlookers in the audience, including all of the Jonin senseis, genin, and even his team. Unbeknownst to them, their confusion would be turned into utter shock in only a moment. Naruto coated both of his arms in Busasku Haki and slammed his clenched fists into the ground. The impact of his fists caused large cracks to appear all across the ground within a 25-yard radius of him. Naruto began channeling his haki into the ground, causing waves of a clear blue energy to be emitted from them. Ryusoken, Ryu no Ibuki, Dragon Claw Fists, Dragon's Breath. The waves of haki became incredibly intense until the ground started to break even more. With one final push, all of the ground in the 25-yard radius shattered and was thrown into the air into a large twister of haki. Nawaki was thrown into the air and sucked into the twister of haki and debris when Naruto completes his technique. The shock on his face was evident, as his eyes were literally popping out of his head and his jaw was on the ground. With a final push, Nawaki and all of the debris were sent flying in all different directions across the arena. Nawaki slowly recovered and his eyes bulged once again when he saw what had happened to the arena. Naruto was standing on a lone pillar of earth, with all of the ground surrounding him completely destroyed. The massive crater was right in the middle of the arena floor and would greatly hinder whoever would be participating in the following matches if it was not fixed. However, the arena was rather large so they still had plenty of room to continue the match. Nawaki was not injured too badly, there were cuts and bruises all over his body but other than that he was fine. Though his clothing was covered in dirt and debris from the destructive attack. Naruto finally stood up from his crouch and surveyed what his technique had done. Not bad, it could use a little fine-tuning and I could probably make the radius larger, but it's a start. The technique he had used was meant to destroy the surroundings and alter the terrain they were fighting on. He smiled, knowing that he had effectively countered whatever Nawaki had been planning. He chuckled as he didn't hear a single sound from the crowd, they were shocked into absolute silence. It was a sign that his power had surpassed their expectation. There would be much more to come. Naruto leaped into the air from his spot on the earth pillar and landed just outside of his technique's blast radius. Nawaki was broken out of his shock when he felt Naruto's presence get much closer. He looked up and saw that he was now standing just outside of the crater. That jutsu may have been impressive, but this match is far from over. Fate has already decided that I will be the victor. That was quite impressive for the family dropout, but here is where the real battle starts. Nawaki yelled before reaching into his weapons pouch and grabbing 2 handfuls of shuriken. He launched the shuriken in Naruto's direction with rather poor aim, but it wouldn't matter because of what he had planned. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, 4 shuriken turned into 30 as they sped towards Naruto. Strangely enough, Naruto didn't move a muscle or even move to defend himself. He could hear the screams of the other genin in the stands for him to get out of the way and saw that the proctor was about to leap into action. Naruto only smirked, which was clue enough for everyone not to concern themselves with him. He turned his body to fire and allowed the shuriken to pass right through him, surprising everyone in the arena. Nawaki's smirk dropped as he saw that his shuriken had no effect on his opponent. What was that? What the hell are you? Nawaki demanded as he OT up from his knees. I am that which will burn down this very world. Now if I've satisfied your curiosity, why don't you dance for me? Naruto asked as he formed his index and middle fingers on both hands into the shape of guns. Higan, fire gun. He turned his fingertips into flames and began to shoot bullets made of fire at Nawaki's feet. Nawaki was forced to jump back and run from the bullets as they continued to impact the ground, wherever he stood. He sprinted to his right to try to get some distance between him and his brother, but it was to no avail as the bullets continued to chase after him. Finally he decided that he had enough of running. Doton, Renga no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earth-style barrier. Nawaki turned around and placed his hands on the ground after forming a few hand seals. A large wall of earth erupted from the ground in front of him, blocking the fire bullets from reaching him. This was the most basic Doton technique that even those without a primary Doton affinity could preform easily, but it was quite effective in blocking weaker attacks. It also helped that it used very little chakra. Nawaki had greatly trained his Doton affinity during the last month. His Doton and Raiton affinities were his strongest. He had found out that he had affinities for 4 of the 5 basic elements. The only one he didn't have an affinity for was Katon. 1 month wasn't enough time to learn to use all of them properly, so he had decided to focus on his strongest ones first. He needed to think of a plan. Nawaki knew that this low-level barrier wouldn't hold against any of Naruto's stronger attacks if he had any. If he couldn't block Naruto's attacks fully, then he would trap Naruto himself. The orange-clad genin rushed out from behind his barrier and saw that Naruto had slowly begun to walk towards him. This was perfect. He moved his hands into the rat hand seal and channeled his chakra into the earth. Doton, Ganban Q, Earth Release, Bedrock Coffin. Multiple sections of rock erupted all around Naruto and Mover to completely surround him, creating a large, thick earth dome. 2 larger sections of earth formed with the intent to crush the Ravenet, but Nawaki shouldn't have underestimated his brother. Ankai, Flame Commandment. Nawaki heard from inside of the earth dome. Hibashira, Fire Pillar. A large crimson-orange column of fire erupted from the earth dome, completely destroying Nawaki's jutsu. Nawaki couldn't help but stare in awe and jealousy at the flames before him. They were magnificent and beautiful beyond belief. He was sure that he would never see another sight quite like this one. The flames danced into the sky as if they would never die out, illuminating the Colosseum even further. The audience too stared as the flames burned. Normal Katon Jutsu looked nothing like this. They could even feel the heat the flames gave off from all the way up in the stands. The earth beneath Naruto began to melt into magma from the intense heat it was experiencing. The molten earth slowly began to spread as the flames continued to erupt into the sky. The flames soon dissipated and Naruto walked out of the center of them, completely unharmed. There were sections of his body that were on fire, but he didn't seem bothered by them in the least. In fact, it seemed as if he welcomed the flame to his body. All of the flames that were left behind from the previous attack converged onto his form as he began to glow yellow and merged with them. Do you still think you have a chance at victory, Nawaki? Jice up now and I will save you the embarrassment of being burned alive in front of all these people. Naruto stated, giving Nawaki the same choice that he was given before the match started. Nawaki scoffed. You think some pitiful embers will scare me away? I will be the one walking away the winner. Nawaki declared. He began channeling large amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra around his body. The chakra became visible within moments and took the form of a fox with 2 tails surrounding him. This was as far as Nawaki could go with the Kyuubi's chakra. The 2-tailed chakra cloak was one of his last resorts, but it also greatly increased the strength of his attacks. Nawaki charged Naruto at speeds which he had never had before. Naruto once again coated his arms with Busashoku Haki and prepared for the fierce attacks that he knew would come. He had not forgotten the last time he had faced someone using the Kyuubi's chakra cloak. He still had the scars to prove it. He would not hold back anymore. Nawaki needed to be dealt with. Naruto could sense that he was just on the brink of losing control. With that in mind, he took the stance of the Ryusoken and steeled himself. Nawaki wildly swung his clawed hands down in an attempt to tear Naruto in half. Naruto blocked the strike by merely bringing on of his haki-coated arms above his head. Naruto used this opening to deliver a swift kick to Nawaki's side, sending him skidding a few feet to the left. Nawaki charged again and unleashed a barrage of strikes with his claws, however Naruto closed his eyes and easily evaded every single one. He sidestepped Nawaki and pushed his outstretched arm away as he delivered a crushing palm strike to the cubified boy's shoulder, shattering the bone. Nawaki let out an inhuman roar as he clutched his shoulder in pain. Naruto could see the third tail about to sprout out, but it was retracted immediately as Nawaki regained control of himself. He sent a kick towards Naruto's head, but said boy immediately ducked and sent Nawaki into the air as he retaliated with a kick of his own. Nawaki flipped in midair and skidded to a stop, using his feet as brakes. He was panting quite hard and the Kyuubi chakra was rapidly healing the bone that was shattered in their earlier confrontation. The boy growled lowly as he knew he was being beaten. Suddenly Naruto disappeared and reappeared directly behind Nawaki crouching on the ground. Nawaki looked behind him to counter, but he already knew it was too late as he heard the name of the jutsu. Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Oji, Obito's Teachings, Sennin Goroshi, Hidden Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu, Obito's Teachings, 1000 Years of Death. Naruto coated his fingers with haki and formed them into the tiger seal and thrust the hand seal into Nawaki's ass, propelling him high into the air with chakra. Nawaki's pain screams could be heard for miles as flew through the air and landed in one of the trees. Many in the stands either sweat-dropped or blushed at hearing the name of the technique and seeing what it really did. Obito tried to hide within the cloak he was wearing as he felt the eyes of all those in the Kage box turn to him. He had used the jutsu on Naruto once during training and he guessed the genin had managed to copy it. What a huge mistake. Nawaki had enough. That was the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to him. Kakashi-sensei had used that very same technique on him during their genin survival test and now Naruto used it here, in front of all these people. He would finish his estranged brother right here once and for all. Nawaki slowly went through the hand seals and wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb. Kuchiyose no Yatsu, Summoning Yatsu. Nawaki slammed his hand down on the ground and put a large amount of chakra into the jutsu. A giant puff of smoke erupted from where Nawaki was standing, and soon covered a majority of the arena. The smoke soon dispersed and revealed a large, rust-colored toad with a pipe sticking out of its mouth and a tanto on his hip. "HM? Why have you summoned me here, Ugaki?" The booming voice of Gamabunta could be heard asking to Nawaki who was on its head. "Boss, I told you I was in the Chunin exam finals and might need you help." Nawaki yelled down at the giant toad. "And just why should I help you? Come on, boss." Nawaki whined. "You're supposed to help your underlings, aren't you?" Naruto could only sweat drop at the interaction between summoner and the one who was summoned. Was this supposed to be some kind of joke or comedy routine to throw him off guard? Him and his summons acted nowhere like that. It just proves that the toads were a pretentious and foolish species if they wouldn't even help those who they let sign their contract. "Very well, I suppose that I will help you this once," Gamabunta stated, after which he looked at Naruto. "We'll start off with the usual combination then." Gamabunta released a large jet of oil from his mouth, with the stream heading towards Naruto, after which Nawaki threw several kunai with explosive tags into it causing the jutsu to ignite. Katan Gameu Enden, Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. They yelled simultaneously as the giant flamethrower charged at Naruto with great speeds. It had far greater power and magnitude than Nawaki could ever hope to use with his non-existent Katan affinity. Nawaki smiled, wanting Naruto to be burned alive with the same jutsus that he was so fond of. Naruto didn't even move a muscle or bat an eyelid. Nawaki was foolish to try and finish him off with his own jutsu. The flamethrower crashed into Naruto and the ground, igniting everything in its path and scorching whatever it came into contact with. Gasps of horror could be heard all over the stadium, especially from the combatant booth and where all of the people who knew Naruto were sitting. They couldn't believe that Nawaki would go as far as to kill Naruto for the sake of winning. Natsuki, Narumi, and Kushina were all in tears as they saw the flame swallow Naruto. Nobody could survive that. He was gone, now and forever. They would never have their chance for forgiveness. They could never even begin to imagine what they would do without Naruto driving them forward. It was all that Narumi and Natsuki lived for, to be loved and acknowledged by him. To have a life with him, and now he was gone. "Haha. You thought you would be burning me alive. How does it feel to be incinerated by your own jutsus?" Nawaki laughed at the large sea of flames beneath him and the toad he was standing on. "Your flames are pathetic. You dare to call this a Katan jutsu?" A voice could be heard from the arena floor, catching everyone off guard. Natsuki and Narumi looked up with hope shining in their eyes as they recognized who it was. The flames were drawn to the center of the arena and were sucked into what looked like a vortex. When the flames finally converged, they revealed a glowing yellow Naruto who was still absorbing the last of the flames. "Wha, what the hell are you?" Nawaki yelled as he fell back onto his but on top of Gamabunta's head. You should be dead. Any normal person would have died. Naruto ignored his question and decided to continue his monologue. Let me show you what real flames are, let us all burn together. Naruto bent down and crossed his arms over each other, summoning a sea of spiraling flames centered on his location. Daienkai, Great Flame Commandment. The flames surrounding him suddenly started amassing at the palm of Naruto's right hand as he held it above his head. The large amount of flames manifested to reveal a large mass of yellow energy surrounded by flames, resembling the sun. Entii, Flame Emperor. The technique was easily as large as Gamabunta, if not bigger. Let's see which is stronger. The water or the sun? Naruto hurled the giant mass of energy forward with the intent to obliterate his opponents. Nawaki's eyes widened as he saw the fireball become bigger and bigger after it impacted them with the strength of a meteor. It consumed them instantly and continued to disintegrate the large wall behind them, completely destroying it before the technique dispersed. What it revealed was that Gamabunta was forced to dispel after shielding Nawaki for as long as he could. Nawaki was laying in the pile of rubble, unconscious and covered in burns, especially the left side of his face. That may never be repaired no matter what operations were performed. The wall behind them was obliterated and now there was nothing to even suggest that there had been a wall there in the first place, revealing a beautiful view of the village in its place. It was a good thing that nobody was up there and it was in the opposite direction of the audience. Gunma quickly called the medics over to Nawaki's location before walking to the center of the arena. Winner by knockout, Portgas Naruto. Naruto was met with silence as he began to walk off the field. However, the audience soon erupted into cheers after recovering from the titanic battle that they had just witnessed. An assistant in the tournament came running up to Gunma and whispered something in his ear before running back to the sidelines. Gunma coughed once to clear his throat and gain the attention of the audience. Excuse me everyone. There will be a 1-hour intermission so that we may repair the arena. Combatants, please use this time to recover from your previous matches or to prepare for your upcoming matches. With those words said, he walked off the field to begin coordinating the repairs for the arena floor, but more importantly the arena wall. If a stray jutsu were to make it through there, then the village itself would be damaged. He would need to gather Doton users to begin the reparations. Combatant booth. Naruto was once again met by silence as he ascended into the waiting booth. He did not care if they feared or admired him now, there was just no point in dealing with it. Now that Nawaki was out of the way, it would be far easier to release the Kyuubi sealed within Natsuki from Madara's control. However, Naruto was broken from his thoughts as he felt something glomp onto him. He looked down and found Satsuki tightly hugging him around his stomach. I knew you could do it, Nisan. You had me so worried when you were hit by that Katon Jutsu. Never do that again, understand? She looked up at him with a demanding look on her face. She could be quite scary and controlling at times. Hi. Understood, ma'am. Naruto said sarcastically as he saluted the smaller girl in front of him. This earned him a smack to the back of the head from said girl. She then pulled him in closer and snuggled her face into his chest. Girls confused him, they could go from demanding devils to devoted little sisters within the span of a moment. Hana watched the interaction between siblings with a smile on her face. Your odd sibling act aside, that was quite impressive, Naruto. I had no idea you could do things like that. You've been keeping secrets from us. Hana said teasingly as she shook her head. Satsuki too brought herself out from his chest to give him another glare before nuzzling back in. Naruto smirked at his other teammate as he rubbed Satsuki's head affectionately, effectively messing it up. She giggled at her Nisan's actions before releasing him. We've all gotta have an ace up our sleeve, don't we? Naruto stated rhetorically to the brunette before taking a look around the booth. He saw that most of the genin he didn't know as well had left, either to make some last-minute preparations, use the restroom, get something to eat. Naruto didn't really care enough to bother with all the possibilities. He did see that Haku was staring at Satsuki rather jealously when she was snuggling into his chest, but he would wonder about that another time. Narumi had come back to the booth sometime during his fight. She was wrapped up in quite a few bandages which indicated that she wasn't as 100% just yet. She and Natsuki both had teary eyes and puffy cheeks. It was obvious that they had been crying. They probably thought that he died when he was hit by that collaboration jutsu from Nawaki and Gamabunta. He knew that they cared for him deeply, but Naruto didn't care too much. It was nice to know that they cared about him to such an extent, but he couldn't trust them. He didn't blame them for abandoning him as much as he did his parents, but that didn't mean that they would become siblings again or turn into the best of friends. They were also Minato's children, which meant they were taught to believe in his ideals of peace, love, and loyalty. Naruto couldn't trust anyone who would willingly live and die just because the village ordered them to. This village and its beliefs were corrupt and he knew it. Naruto looked up at the Kage booth and saw Minato looking right at him. He returned the glare with just as much intensity. It was clear to Naruto that there would be many questions later on from the Yondaime, but hopefully the invasion would take his mind off things. Oh yes, Naruto's plans would start during the invasion. Kage booth. I didn't realize you had genin on such a level, Hokage Dano. Yagura stated, still surprised. In fact, many jonin aren't able to perform techniques of that magnitude. Neither did I. Minato looked back to Obito, who merely shrugged his shoulders. Obito had never seen Naruto use that technique before. Had he been holding back all this time? If he had used it during training, then at least half of the forest would have been obliterated. Just what did he do this past month to reach such a level? Yagura looked over at the Hokage and voiced his curiosity. His ability with Katan reminds me much of the Hozuki clan's abilities with Suetun. Tell me, do you know if he is related in some way to the Hozuki? Minato shook his head. No, Naruto is my firstborn son. This statement surprised the other two Kage as well as their bodyguards. They were not aware that the Hokage had another son. Minato sighed, seeing their confusion. He may have dyed his hair and deny us as his parents, but he is Kushina's and my son. From the intensity of the match and what was said by them, it is clear that you have quite a bit of family issues to work out. Perhaps as many as my own. Raza commented with a sad chuckle. Whatever the case, he is definitely Chunin material strength-wise. He was also able to keep calm throughout the entire match, even when his own brother was trying to kill him. Not to mention he was in control of the match the whole time, even after Nawaki went into his two-tailed state. He has my vote for Chunin. I agree, in fact I'm surprised he hasn't made Chunin already with how old he appears to be. Why would you keep someone so skilled a secret from the rest of the world, Hokage Dano? Raza asked. Minato sighed. This was the first time seeing what his son could really do. Just how could he do everything that he did? Obito didn't appear to know how he did that last technique. Did he have another sensei before Obito? Minato's eyes immediately widened when he remembered the prophecy that Jiraiya told him a few years back. A child born from great power but with memories of old shall pave the way toward a new era of peace. Whether they walk the path of light or is forced into the darkness shall determine what the future will hold. Their predecessor has already burned the path for them, but it shall be their will of fire that determines whether they will walk it or forge their own. Minato whispered. His voice was only audible enough for him and Jiraiya, who was right behind him, to hear. The Toad Sage's eyes widened when he heard Minato's words, and he too remembered the exact words of the prophecy. He silently cursed himself as Naruto had made it perfectly clear that he was the most likely to be the child of prophecy now. He had really screwed up, especially with how he had acted a month ago. He would need to fix things with Naruto as soon as possible. The boy was the one who was supposed to bring peace to the world after all. He would need help to do that. Stands. The genin from the Rookie 13 and Team Guy, who had not made it to the finals, looked like fish out of water as they continued to stare at the scene that had just unfolded in front of them. The Jonin weren't any better. The only one who appeared normal was Mikoto, well, as normal as she could get. Naruto-kun so strong. She moaned dreamily. She had never even imagined that Naruto would be able to do things like this at such an early age. The rest of the shinobi ignored her fantasies as one thought ran through all of their minds: was that real? Did all of that just really happen? Those thoughts were understandable. What Naruto just did was like something out of the Princess Gale movies. Kushina and Kakashi were the first to recover as they quickly shined away from the stands, most likely to see what kind of condition their student was in. Kakashi was worried about Nawaki. The boy was his sensei's and Kushina's son, so he was like Kakashi's little brother. Kushina had mixed feelings about what had happened. She was overjoyed that Naruto was safe and unharmed. She thought that he had been killed when that combination Katan Jutsu hit. She had thought that she lost the son that she had never had. But now she was extremely worried because of Nawaki's condition. She had managed to catch a glimpse of his motionless body in the rubble, and what she saw struck her hard. Nawaki was covered in burns, especially the left side of his face. It looked as if the wounds had already been cauterized too. That meant not even medical ninjutsu would be able to heal him fully. His body was in a position that humans would not have been able to bend at, and he was soaked with blood. She hoped that Tsunade would be able to heal him. Those who remained in the stands were left to slowly recover as their brains began to process what they had just seen. Asuma-sensei, just what was that? Ino managed to force out of her throat. Asuma wished he could answer his genin, he really did. But he was just as dumbfounded as Ino was at the moment. I can't quite say for sure. I've never seen a Katan Jutsu quite like that before, but it seems as if Naruto is immune to fire, and has a unique affinity for that area of nature manipulation. Sakura was confused. Asuma-sensei? I've never heard of nature manipulation before. What is it exactly? Most of the genin and jonin of the Rookie 13 were still gobsmacked at the match they had just witnessed, but they still had enough common sense to stare at her with their flattest expressions. Even if very few of them knew how to use elemental jutsu, they had at least heard about it or witnessed it from their senseis. It was Kurenai who answered her this time. Sakura, every member of your genin team uses nature manipulation and you still don't know what it is? She received a shake of the head from the pink-haired genin. Kurenai sighed. What have her senseis really taught her? Nature manipulation is the ability to mold and define one's chakra into a specific element. There are 5 main elements: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Every person has at least one innate element. This is called an elemental affinity. Kurenai explained. Though elemental training is usually reserved for when shinobi become chunin or jonin. Just what has Obito been teaching his genin? Kurenai thought to herself. She had always taken it easy on her genin, some would even say that she mothered them. Perhaps why they had not grown much since they left the academy. Maybe that's why they aren't participating in this tournament. Was she wrong with how to train her team? Oh, that's why Natsuki, Narumi, and Nawaki can use those elemental jutsu. I thought that was something that had to do with the clan that they came from. Sakura said as if she finally realized something. The rest of the Rookie 13 thought it best not to make any comments or questions to avoid a lecture from their sensei, though they couldn't help but wonder how Naruto had gotten so skilled in fire manipulation. He never showed that kind of skill in the academy, but he had just easily defeated their Rookie of the Year. None of them could match up to the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings, and yet 2 members of Team 11 had just trounced them. Inuzuka Hana vs Chojuro of Kiri. The hour was up in the blink of an eye. Those who had yet to compete had been busy making their last-minute preparations and coming up with an assortment of strategies. Hana had been sitting on the floor of the combatants' booth for the better part of the last 40 minutes thinking of all possible moves that could be made and all of their possible outcomes. She was fighting one of the newly selected 7 swordsmen of Kiri. Him being chosen to take up that title would mean that he is incredibly skilled in kenjutsu, despite how young he is. Every one of those swords has a special ability. The one that he possessed was able to form his chakra into the shape of any kind of weapon. This would be a close battle. What am I thinking? I told Naruto that I'd give him the fight that he'd always been looking forward to between us, and he'll hold me to that. There's no way I'm losing yet, not after I've come this far. Hana thought to herself, determination burning in her eyes. Will Inuzuka Hana and Chojuro of Kiri please make your way down to the arena floor? Gunma yelled from the middle of the repaired battlefield. Hana looked over to her teammates and saw Naruto give a slight nod and a smile to her. Satsuki was a bit more animate as usual and was cheering for her loudly. Hana wasn't really paying attention to her female teammates' words because she was so wrapped up in her own thoughts. She began to walk and before she even realized it, she was standing in the middle of the arena with her opponent right across from her. This is it. This is what I've been preparing all this time for. Let's see if all of my training was worth it. She got into a stance with the 3 Haimaru brothers by her side as Chojuro withdrew Hiramakerii from its place on his back. Are both combatants ready? Gunma asked the 2 genin, to which he received nods from both of them. Then the 4th match, Inuzuka Hana vs Chojuro of Kiri, may now begin. Hana immediately jumped back and formed a single hand seal. Her Ninken also began channeling chakra. Jujin Bunshin, man-beast clone. The 3 wolf-sized Ninken disappeared in a puff of smoke and were replaced with identical copies of Hana, albeit much more feral. Hana's eyes became more fierce and her fingernails elongated into claws as well. Chojuro was a shy boy and not a very confident one at that, so seeing 4 viscous-looking girls wasn't exactly inviting for him. He knew that this would be a tough match, so he would not hold back. Chojuro released a burst F chakra to unravel the bandages wrapped around his sword. What they revealed was an oddly shaped dual-handle sword with a wide, flat blade. The sword looked somewhat reminiscent of a flounder fish in shape. Chojuro knew that he was the weakest among the 7 swordsmen. He had aspired to be a member of the 7 swordsmen ever since he was a child. He had managed to finally become one shortly after becoming a genin and his countless hours of training himself in kenjutsu. This was only supported by the fact that he had managed to master Hiramakerii at such a young age. However, Hiramakerii was a very chakra-intensive sword and required chakra to constantly be stored and channeled into the blade for its ability to activate. He was still a genin, so his chakra reserves weren't large enough to wield Hiramakerii for extended periods of time. He couldn't let this battle draw out if he wanted to make it to the next round. Hana leaped above the ground with her Ninken and began to spin their bodies into one of the Inuzuka clan's favored jutsus. Getsuga, Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang. They began to spin at ferocious speeds and began to deliver countless beast-like attacks to Chojuro. Much to Hana's dismay, however, the glasses-wearing boy managed to block every strike with his sword and divert them in a different direction. This wasn't what she had planned at all. She needed to switch her tactics. She remembered that the boy probably remembered this jutsu from when Kiba had used it during the preliminary rounds. She wanted to save the majority of what she learned for the next match, but she would need to step up the intensity a bit to deal with her current opponent. Hana was pushed back when she made contact with Chojuro's sword and they became locked in a duel of dominance. Hana's Kitsuga was losing power because she had lost her momentum once Chojuro managed to stop her. She was at a large disadvantage at the moment. Chojuro released his chakra from Hiramakari and transformed it into a giant hammer. As soon as he did, he gained the upper hand in their stalemate and sent Hana flying across the battlefield. This victory was short-lived, however, as he had to acrobatically dodge the large oncoming drills that were the Ninken. Hana slowly stood up from her spot on the ground as she watched her Ninken put Chojuro on the defensive. She saw what that sword could do and would need to be careful around it. So that sword has the ability to shape his chakra into weapons. That's going to be a problem, though it doesn't seem like he'll be able to use that technique too many times. I sensed him pour a lot of chakra into that last attack. Hana was busy coming up with alternative strategies while Chojuro continued to fend off the Niken. He may not have been using chakra at the moment, but they were damn hard to get rid of. He knew he was getting tired from dodging their barrage of attacks. If this kept going, he wouldn't even have enough strength to wield Hiramakari properly anymore. Chojuro began to focus even more chakra into the blade before he had gathered the required amount. As the three drill-like attacks came at him once more, he shaped Hiramakari into a massive longsword and simultaneously slashed all three Ninken across the chest as he spun around to create the torque needed to finish them all off at once. He sighed as he finally had some breathing room for the first time since the match began. Unfortunately for him, he forgot about Hana and let his guard down. It was only when his vision became clouded with the smoke from several smoke bombs did he realize his mistake. Once again he channeled chakra into Hiramakari, this time to create a giant fan similar to Temari's. He knew that this would be the last time that he would be able to create such a large weapon out of chakra, but he wasn't left with a choice at the moment. He waved the fan forwards, creating a large gust of wind which blew all of the smoke in front of him away. What it revealed was Hana only inches away from his chest with a kunai. With incredible reflexes, Chojuro swung his sword as fast as he could and slammed it into Hana's side before she could pierce him with the kunai. He sighed once more as he made it in time, but his eyes widened when he saw her disappear in a puff of smoke as if she was never there in the first place. The real Hana erupted out of the smoke behind him with a Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel, active on each hand. The swordsman screamed in pain as he felt her cut the muscle tissue in his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. Chojuro collapsed onto the ground as he no longer had his muscles fully connected to stand. Hana walked up to the Kirinin's downed form and placed a kunai to his neck. Forfeit. She told him, not really giving him a choice in the matter. I forfeit. Chojuro said, a bit disappointed with how the match turned out. He had severely underestimated the girl standing over him. Hana withdrew the kunai from his neck as the medical crews rushed over to retrieve her opponent and her Ninken. She didn't have the necessary skills to heal them with medical jutsu just yet. She followed the medics to the medical bay just as Gunma stepped into the center of the arena to make the official announcement. Winner, Inuzuka Hana. He stopped speaking for a moment as the crowd cheered for the girl. She would have a tough time fighting in her next match if her Ninken weren't recovered by then. Now will Hozuki Suigetsu and Sabaku no Gara please make your way down to the arena for the final match of the first round. Hozuki Suigetsu vs Sabaku no Gara. Both combatants stood across from each other in the center of the arena. This would most certainly be an interesting match. Gara usually resorted to just crushing people with his sand, but those sort of tactics wouldn't work on this opponent. Suigetsu usually relied on Kenjutsu and his Logia abilities, but Gara had made it painfully obvious that the only way to bypass his perfect defense was with superior speed, which Suigetsu did not have. This would most likely end up being a long match. The fifth and final match of the first round, Hozuki Suigetsu vs Sabaku no Gara, may now begin, Gunma announced before jumping back a safe distance. He had seen what these two were capable of in the preliminaries and he did not want to get caught up in it. Suigetsu jumped back as a wave of sand erupted from the gourd on Gara's back and rushed towards the Hozuki. Suigetsu unsheathed the large sword from his back and took a Kenjutsu stance. Suigetsu's blade was an enormous broadsword. It was approximately 6 feet in length and 1 foot wide with a single edge. It was similar in height and width to Zabuza's sword. This particular blade was not one of Kiri's legendary ones, but Suigetsu hoped to become one of the 7 swordsmen eventually. Stop running away. Mother wants your blood. Gaara screamed maniacally. I will satisfy Mother's thirst. Gaara sent wave after wave of sand trying to catch Suigetsu in its grip, but Suigetsu proved to be too quick for him to catch with the amount of sand that he was using. Realizing this, Gaara drew upon more sand from his gourd and even crushed the earth around him, turning it into sand. Suigetsu cursed to himself as he saw the amount of sand that Gaara was gathering. He was obviously planning something big. Seeing that he needed to move quickly, Suigetsu brought up his index finger and thumb in a gun-like fashion. Through the hydrification technique, he compressed a drop of water in his index finger. Mizudepo no Jutsu, Water Gun Jutsu. Suigetsu fired the drop of water with tremendous force, comparable to that of a real gunshot. Gaara gathered a large amount of sand and formed it into a thick half-dome to shield himself from the water bullet. However, he didn't expect the jutsu to have so much force behind it as he felt the drop of water almost pierce through his sand shell completely. Suigetsu saw the effect that his jutsu had and continued to fire more water bullets. He resheathed his sword and brought up his other hand to do the same. Mizudepo, Nicho, Water Gun, 2 guns. Suigetsu continued to fire water bullets at Gaara's sand shell, as the latter was forced to continue rebuilding it. Gaara knew that his opponent could go on doing this forever, seeing as he was made of water, so he decided to take the offensive. Using the large body of earth and sand under him, Gaara rose himself into the air by erecting a pillar of sand, thus moving himself out of the line of fire as the sand dome was finally pierced. Suigetsu stopped firing his water bullets after seeing Gaara rise into the air and out of his line of sight. H prepared himself for Gaara's next move. Gaara released his sand pillar after Suigetsu stopped his jutsu and dropped back down to the ground along with his sand. Sabaku Taiso, Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. Gaara sent a large tsunami of sand that spanned the width of the arena toward Suigetsu and buried him in the sheer amount of it. He then slammed both of his hands down onto the large amounts of sand that he had created, creating a powerful shockwave that compressed the sand and completely crushed anyone buried in it. Gunma was about to call the match due to death, but then he heard the bubbling of water. A small section of the sand became wet and slowly turned into mud. Suigetsu managed to work his way back to the surface in his liquefied state, looking quite exhausted. Gaara was getting ready to send another wave of sand at the white-haired boy, but Suigetsu spoke up. Proctor, I forfeit. I'm out of water after liquefying just now and I can't use any of my other techniques without consuming any water. Gunma nodded his head and decided to call the match, winner by forfeit, Sabaku no Gaara. Gunma announced to the audience. This marks the end of the first round of the finals. There will be a half-an-hour intermission before we move on to the second round. For those who will be fighting, please use this time to recover from your previous matches, study your opponent's fighting style, or prepare for your next match in general. With those words said, Gunma walked off the battlefield along with Suigetsu and Gaara. Naruto looked over to see Natsuki and Satsuki glaring at each other heatedly, then his thoughts drifted to Hana and wondered if her Ninken would recover in time. Finally he looked over to Haku, who was currently meditating in preparation for her first match, since she had a bye this round. One thing was for sure, these matches were going to get a whole lot more interesting.